Then he scanned Riverside Drive carefully, up and down, checking the windows, the stoops, the dark areas between the lampposts. Everything seemed quiet. Hefting the suitcase, he began trotting north. It had taken about half an hour to prepare for the trip. He hadn't bothered to call his wife. As it was, the next time he heard from her would probably be through a lawyer. Chief McCready of the Southampton PD was delighted to hear he'd be taking an unscheduled trip as part of his modified duty with the FBI. The chief was in increasingly hot water over the slow progress of the case, and this gave him a bone to throw the local press. SPD officers sent to Italy to follow hot lead. Given a dawn departure, Pendergast has suggested they both spend a night in New York at his place on Riverside Drive. And now here he was, luggage in hand, just hours away from standing on his family's ancestral soil. It was both an exhilarating and a sobering thought. The one thing he'd miss, he thought, as he neared the end of the block, was his blossoming relationship with Laura Hayward. Though the frantic pace of the last few days had mostly kept them apart, DaGosta realized he'd begun to feel, for the first time in almost 20 years, that constant low-frequency tingle of courtship. When he'd called her from the hotel to say he was accompanying Pendergast to Italy in the morning, the line had gone silent for several seconds. Then she'd said simply, "Watch your ass, Vinny." He hoped to hell this little jaunt wouldn't throw a monkey wrench into things. Ahead, the Beaux Arts mansion at 891 rose up, the sharp ramparts of its widow's walk pricking the night sky. He crossed the street, then slipped through the iron gate and made his way down the carriageway to the porte cochere. His knock was answered by Proctor, who wordlessly escorted him through echoing galleries and tapestry chambers to the library. It appeared to be lit only by a large fire that blazed on the hearth. Peering into the grand, book-lined room, he made out Pendergast near the far wall. The agent had his back to the door and was standing before a long table, writing something on a sheet of cream-colored paper. DaGosta could hear the crackling of the fire, the scratch of the pen. Constance was nowhere to be seen, but he thought he made out, just at the threshold of hearing, the distant, mournful sound of a violin. DaGosta cleared his throat, knocked on the doorframe. Pendergast turned quickly at the sound. "Ah, Vincent, come in." He slipped the sheet of paper into a small wooden box inlaid with mother-of-pearl that lay on the table. Then he closed the box carefully and pushed it to one side. It almost seemed to DaGosta as if Pendergast was careful to shield its contents from view. "Would you care for some refreshment?" he asked, stepping across the room. "Cognac? Calvados? Armagnac? Budweiser?" Though the voice was Pendergast's usual slow, buttery drawl, there was a strange brightness to his eyes DaGosta had not seen before. "No, thanks." "Then I'll help myself, with your indulgence. Please have a seat." And moving to a sideboard, Pendergast poured 2 fingers of amber liquid into a large snifter. DaGosta watched him carefully. There was something unusual about his movements, a strange hesitancy, that, combined with Pendergast's expression, troubled DaGosta in a way he could not quite describe. "What's happened?" he asked instinctively. Pendergast did not immediately respond. Instead, he replaced the decanter, picked up the snifter, and took a seat in a leather sofa across from DaGosta. He sipped meditatively, sipped again. "Perhaps I can tell you," he said at last in a low voice, as if arriving at a decision. "In fact, if any other living person is to know, I suppose that person should be you." "Know what?" DaGosta asked. "It arrived half an hour ago," Pendergast said. "It couldn't possibly have come at a worse time. Nevertheless, it can't be helped. We've come too far with this case to change direction now." "What arrived?" "That." And Pendergast nodded at a folded letter on the table between them. "Go ahead, pick it up. I've already taken the necessary precautions." DaGosta didn't know exactly what was meant by that, but he leaned over, picked up the letter, and unfolded it gingerly. The paper was a beautiful linen, apparently hand-pressed. At the top of the sheet was an embossed coat of arms, a lidless eye over 2 moons, with a crouching lion beneath. At first, DaGosta thought the sheet was empty, But then he made out, in a beautiful old-fashioned script, a small date in the middle of the page, January 28th. It appeared to have been written with a goose quill. Dagosta put it down. "I don't understand." "It's from my brother, Diogenes." "Your brother?" Dagosta said, surprised. "I thought he was dead." "He is dead to me. At least he has been until recently." Dagosta waited. He knew better than to say more. Pendergast's sentences had grown hesitant, almost broken, as if he found the subject intolerably repellent. Pendergast took another sip of Armagnac. "Vincent, a line of madness has run through my family for many generations now. Sometimes this madness has taken a benign or even beneficial form. More frequently, I fear, it has manifested itself through astonishing cruelty and evil. Unfortunately, this darkness has reached full flower with the current generation. You see, my brother Diogenes is at once the most insane, most evil, and yet the most brilliant member of our family ever to walk the earth. This was clear to me from a very early age. As such, it is a blessing we two are the last of our line." Still, Dagosta waited. As a young child, Diogenes was content with certain experiments. He devised highly complex machines for the lure, capture, and torture of small animals, mice, rabbits, opossums. These machines were brilliant in a horrible way. Pain factories, he proudly called them when they were ultimately discovered. Pendergast:
"I read only one page, but that was enough. I will never forget it. Not as long as I live. The world was never quite the same for me after that. Needless to say, I immediately burned all the journals. He had hated me before, but this act earned his undying rage." Pendergast took another sip, then pushed the snifter away, unfinished. "The last time I saw Diogenes was the day he turned 21. He had just come into his fortune. He said he was planning a terrible crime." "A single crime?" Dagosta repeated. He gave no hint of the details. All I can go on is his use of the word terrible for something to be terrible to him. Pendergast's voice trailed off, and then he resumed briskly. "Suffice to say, it will be anathema to rational contemplation. Only he, in his limitless madness, could comprehend its evil. How, when, where, against whom, I have no idea. He disappeared that very day, taking his fortune with him, and I have not seen or heard from him since, until now. This is his second notice to me. The first had the same date on it. I wasn't sure what it meant. It arrived exactly 6 months ago, and now this. The meaning is now obvious, not to me. I am being put on notice. The crime will occur in 91 days. It is his challenge to me, his hated sibling. I suspect his plans are now complete. This note is equivalent to his flinging the gauntlet at my feet, daring me to try and stop him." Dagosta stared at the folded letter in horror. "What are you going to do?" "The only thing I can do. I will wrap up this current case of ours as quickly as possible. Only then can I deal with my brother. And if you find him, what then?" "I must find him," Pendergast said with quiet ferocity. "And when I do," he paused, "the situation will be addressed with appropriate finality." The look on the agent's face was so terrible, Dagosta looked away. For a long moment, the library was silent. Then, at last, Pendergast roused himself. One glance told Dagosta the subject was closed. Pendergast's voice changed back into its usual efficient, cool tone. "As liaison with the Southampton PD, it seemed logical to suggest you as FBI liaison with the NYPD. This case began in the United States, and it may well end here. I've arranged for you, working with Captain Hayward, to be that liaison. It will require you to be in touch with her on a regular basis, via phone and email." D'Agosta gave a nod. Pendergast was looking at him. "I trust you'll find that a satisfactory arrangement?" "Fine with me." D'Agosta hoped he wasn't blushing. "Is there anything this guy doesn't know?" "Very good." Pendergast rose. "And now I must pack for the trip and speak briefly with Constance. She'll be remaining behind, of course, to manage the collections and do any additional research we may require. Proctor will see that you're comfortable. Feel free to ring if you need anything." He rose, offering his hand. "Buona notte, and pleasant dreams." The room D'Agosta was shown to was on the 3rd floor, facing the rear. It was exactly what he dreaded most. Dimly lit and tall-ceilinged, with dark crushed velvet wallpaper and heavy mahogany furniture. It smelled of old fabric and wood. The walls were covered with paintings in heavy gilt frames, landscapes, still lifes, and some studies in oil that were strangely disturbing if you looked at them too closely. The wooden shutters were closed tight against the casements, and no external noise filtered through the heavy stonework. Yet the room, like the rest of the house, was spotlessly clean. The fixtures were modern, and the huge Victorian bed, when he at last turned in, was exceptionally comfortable with fresh, clean sheets. The pillows had been aired and fluffed by some invisible housekeeper. The comforter, when he drew it up, was a luxuriously thick eiderdown. Everything about the room seemed guaranteed to provide an ideal night's sleep. And yet, sleep did not come quickly to D'Agosta. He lay in bed, eyes on the ceiling, thinking of Diogenes Pendergast for a long, long time. Locke Bullard sat in the rear of the Mercedes as it cruised along the Viale Michelangelo above Florence, the great 18th-century villas of the wealthiest Florentines, invisible behind enormous walls and massive iron gates. As the limousine passed the Piazzale, Bullard barely glanced out at the stupendous view: the Duomo, the Palazzo Vecchio, the Arno River. The car descended to the ancient gate of the Porta Romana. "Cut through the old city," said Bullard. The driver flashed his permesso at the policeman on duty at the gate, and the limo eased into the crooked streets, heading first north, then west, passing back through another gate in the ancient walls surrounding the city. The Renaissance palazzi turned into modest 19th-century apartment houses. These, in turn, gave way to anonymous blocks of apartments, built mid-century, and finally to hideous projects and high-rises of gray concrete. There were no highways, just a maze of jammed streets and decaying factories, punctuated here and there by tiny kitchen gardens or a few hundred square feet of vineyard. In half an hour, the limousine was crawling through the shabby streets of Signa, one of the ugliest of the industrial suburbs, a gray expanse of buildings spread out in the floodplains of the Arno. Laundry hung on concrete balconies in the listless dead air. The only reminder that this was Bella Tuscany was the distant green hills of Carmignano, the tallest topped by the barest outline of a castle. Bullard saw nothing beyond the smoked windows, said nothing to the chauffeur. His craggy face was utterly blank, his deep-set eyes cold beneath the great jutting brows. The only sign of the great turmoil within were the slowly bulging muscles of his jaw, tensing and relaxing again and again. At last, the limo turned down an unanonymous dead-end lane, arrived at a shabby chain-link fence with a gate and guardhouse. Beyond, the endless suburbs stopped, and a surprising new world began. A strange world of dark trees, vines, and a riot of ivy-covered mounds and shapes. The limo was checked, then waved forward into the darkly fantastical landscape. From this closer vantage point, the green shapes could be described as ruined buildings, so sunken in creepers as to look like natural cliffs. And yet, these were not ancient ruins like those so often seen in Italy. These heaps of fallen masonry were never visited by tourists.
The ruins dated only back to the early decades of the 20th century. As the limousine moved like a shark through the ruins, it passed old dormitories, tree-lined boulevards passing through rows of once fine houses, past overgrown railroad sidings and wrecked laboratories, and, dominating it all, a brick smokestack that rose 30 stories into the blue Tuscan sky. The only clue as to what all this had once been was the faded remains of a sign painted on the stack, where Nobel's SGEM could still barely be discerned. Security seemed deceptively slack. The chain-link fence along the outer perimeter was old and decrepit. A determined group of teenagers could have easily entered. And yet, the ruined compound showed no sign of casual human trespass. There was no litter, no graffiti, no sign of campfires or broken wine bottles. The limousine wound its way slowly along a maze of weed-choked roads, curving past a row of giant warehouses, now empty, windows like dead eyes, fields of wild strawberries growing around the cracked walls. The car continued through an archway in an old brick wall, past more ruins and heaps of brick and broken concrete, until it hit a second gate. This gate was far more modern than the first, attached to a sophisticated double perimeter of blast-proof, topped with glittering coils of concertina, and surrounded by a wide motion sensor field. Again, the limousine was inspected, this time much more thoroughly, before the gate opened electronically on well-oiled hinges. And now, a shocking contrast met the eye.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Beyond one last ruined facade drowning in vegetation lay a manicured lawn, sweeping up to a gleaming building dressed in titanium and glass, an architectural masterpiece hidden among the ruins. It was framed by shrubbery that had been trimmed and shaped to perfection. An automatic sprinkler system cast an arc of water that glittered rainbows in the strong Florentine sunlight. In front of the building stood 3 men. As the black car pulled up,
One of them, clearly agitated but making a strong effort, came over and opened the door. "Bentornato, Signor Bullard," he said. Bullard got out, his enormous frame swelling as he stood up. Ignoring the proffered hands, he arched his back, stretched his arms. He seemed to be looking over the heads of the men as if they didn't exist. His massive, ugly, knotted face was an impenetrable mask. "We should be pleased if you could lunch with us, sir, before—" "Where is it?" Bullard cut him off. There was a dismayed silence. "This way." The small group turned, and Bullard followed them down the limestone walkway into the cool interior of the building. They passed down a corridor through 2 sets of automatic doors, each requiring a retinal scan from the leader of the group. At one point, Bullard stopped and looked into a room leading off the corridor. The others paused expectantly. The room was a laboratory, full of equipment and whiteboards covered with formulas. He stepped into the room, glanced at a nearby table covered with what appeared to be aircraft nose cones. Each was painted a different color, and a pin was stuck into each bearing a label of notes and chemical formulas. In a sudden blind rage, Bullard raised his arm and swept the nose cones from the table. Then he turned back and, without a word, continued down the corridor. They came to a third door, thicker and smaller than the others, made of stainless steel and brass. There was a shout from behind. Everyone turned. An elegantly dressed man was striding toward them, his face white with anger. "Stop," he said. "Io domando una spiegazione, Signor Bullard, anche da lei." "I demand an explanation, even from you." The man blocked their way, half the size of Bullard, almost noble in his outraged dignity. There was a flash of movement, a grunt, and the man sank to the ground, punched in the gut. He clutched his midriff, groaning, and Bullard gave him a vicious kick with the toe of his shoe, so hard the snapping of the ribs was audible to all. The man gasped and rolled in agony. Bullard turned to one of the men. "I fired this man. Martinetti was trespassing. I deeply regret that he resisted apprehension, assaulted a security officer, and had to be subdued by that officer." He turned to one of the security officers escorting them. "Did you hear what I said?" "Yes, sir," the man said in an American accent. "Make it so." "Yes, sir. Call a detail to remove this man and prefer charges against him for trespassing." Bullard stepped over the prostrate form and looked into the retinal scan himself. There was a click of disengaging metal, then the vault door swung open, exposing machined stainless steel and brass. Beyond lay a small vault. On one side were several hard drives, locked in transparent plastic cases and carefully stacked atop plastic filing cabinets. On the other was a small rectangular box of polished walnut, surrounded by a cluster of sophisticated electronics, climate control sensors, humidity readouts, a seismograph, gas analyzer, barometers, and temperature gauges. Bullard strode over to the box, picked it up gently by the handle. It was so light that in Bullard's massive grip it seemed weightless. He turned. "Let's go." "Mr. Bullard, perhaps you might care to check the contents." Bullard turned to the man who'd spoken. "I'll check soon enough. If it isn't there, losing your jobs will be the least of your worries." "Yes, sir." The tension in the room was palpable. The men shifted uneasily, apparently reluctant to leave. Bullard brushed past them, started to duck through the vault door, turned back. "You coming?" The men followed him out of the vault. The door hissed shut behind. Bullard stepped over Martinetti again and walked through the 3 sets of doors, the men in his wake. The only sound, the clicking of heels on the polished corridors. In another few minutes, he was back at the curb where the limousine sat idling. The men stood on the sidewalk uncertainly, looking at Bullard. There was no more mention of lunch. Without a backward glance, Bullard got in the car, slammed the door. "To the villa," he said, placing the wooden box very carefully on his lap. D'Agosta stood at the windows of his suite in the Lungarno Hotel, looking out over the deep green of the Arno, the pale yellow palaces of Florence lining both banks, the Ponte Vecchio with its crooked little buildings perched out over the water. He felt strangely expectant, even a little lightheaded. He wasn't sure if it was jet lag, the opulence of his surroundings, or the fact that he was in his country of origin for the first time in his life. D'Agosta's father had left Naples as a boy with his parents right after the war to escape the terrible famine of '44. They settled on Carmenite Street in New York City. His father, Vito, outraged by the rising power of the mafia, had fought back by becoming a New York City cop, and a very good one. His shield and award still stood in a glass case on the mantel like holy relics: Police Combat Cross, Medal of Honor. D'Agosta had grown up on Carmenite Street, surrounded by Italian immigrants from Naples and Sicily. Immersed in the language, the religion, the cycles of saints' days and celebrations. From childhood, Italy had for him taken on the air of a mythical place, and now here he was. He felt a lump rising in his throat. He had not expected it to be such an emotional experience. This was the land of his ancestors going back millennia. Italy was the birthplace of so much: art, architecture, sculpture, music, science, and astronomy. The great names of the past rolled through his mind: Augustus Caesar, Cicero, Ovid, Dante, Christopher Columbus, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo. The list stretched back more than 2,000 years. D'Agosta felt certain no other nation on earth had produced such genius. He opened the window. It was something his wife never understood, his immense pride in his heritage. It was something that she had always thought a little silly. Well, no wonder. She was English. What had the English done but scribble a few plays and poems? Italy was the birthplace of Western civilization, the land of his ancestors. Someday he would take his son Vinny here. These delicious reveries were interrupted by a knock on the door. It was the valet with his luggage. "Where would you like it, sir?" the valet said in English. D'Agosta made a flourish with his hand and launched nonchalantly into Italian. "Buongiorno, Guaiole. Per piacere lasciate I valigie a vicino o letto, grazie." The valet looked at him strangely, with what seemed to D'Agosta a fleeting look of disdain. "Excuse me?" he asked in English. D'Agosta felt a brief swell of irritation. "I valigie a giarit, mettitele a là."
It was also huge, almost an apartment really, with a bedroom, sitting room, marble bath, kitchen, and well-stocked bar, along with a wall of windows looking out over the Arno, the Ponte Vecchio, the Uffizi Gallery, and the great cupola of the Duomo. The room must have cost a fortune, but D'Agosta had long ago given up worrying about how Pendergast spent his money, if indeed it was his money. The guy remained as mysterious as ever. There came another soft knock on the door, and D'Agosta opened it. It was Pendergast. The detective, still dressed in his usual black, which somehow looked less out of place in Florence than it did in New York, glided in. He carried a sheaf of papers in one hand. "Accommodations to your satisfaction, Vincent?" "A bit cramped, lousy view of some old bridge, but I'll get used to it." Pendergast settled on the sofa and handed D'Agosta the sheaf of papers. "You will find here a permesso di soggiorno, a firearm permit, an investigative authorization from the questura, your codice fiscale, and a few other odds and ends to be signed, all through the Count's good offices." D'Agosta took the papers. "Fosco?" Pendergast nodded. Italian bureaucracy moves slowly, and the good Count gave it a swift kick forward on our behalf. "Is he here?" D'Agosta asked with little enthusiasm. "No, he may come later." Pendergast rose and strolled to the window. There is his family's palazzo, across the river, next to the Corsini Palace. D'Agosta glanced out at a medieval building with a crenellated parapet. Nice pile. Indeed, it's been in the family since the late 13th century. Another knock came at the door.
Traversi, D'Agosta called, proud to be able to use his Italian in front of Pendergast. The valet came in again, carrying a basket of fruit. Signori, facitemi stu piacere lasciate l'engoppa o tavole. The valet made no move toward the table, saying instead, "Where shall I put it?" in English. D'Agosta glanced at Pendergast and saw a twinkle of amusement in his eye. "O tavole," he answered more brusquely. The man stood there with the fruit in his hand, looking from the table to the desk, finally placing it on the desk. D'Agosta felt a surge of irritation at his willful incomprehension. Hadn't he given the man a big enough tip? Words he had so often heard from his father flowed unbidden off his lips. "Allora, qual è o problema? Si sordo? Non mi capisci? Ma che parlo francese? Mannaggia miseria." The man backed out of the room in confusion. D'Agosta turned to Pendergast, to find the agent making a rare and unsuccessful attempt to suppress an effervescence of mirth. "What's so funny?" D'Agosta said. Pendergast managed to compose his features. "Vincent, I didn't know you had such a flair for languages." "Italian was my first language." "Italian? Do you speak Italian too?" "What the hell do you think I was speaking?" "It sounded remarkably to me like Neapolitan, which is often called a dialect of Italian, but is actually a separate language. A fascinating language too, but of course incomprehensible to a Florentine." D'Agosta froze. Neapolitan dialect? The thought had never occurred to him. Sure, there were families that spoke the Sicilian dialect where he grew up in New York, but he'd just assumed his own language was real Italian. Neapolitan? No way. He spoke Italian. Pendergast, noticing the look on D'Agosta's face, continued. When Italy was united in 1871, there were 600 dialects. A debate began to rage as to what language the new country should speak. The Romans thought their dialect was the best because, after all, they were Rome. The Perugians thought theirs was the purest because that's where the oldest university in Europe was. The Florentines felt theirs was correct because theirs was the language of Dante. He smiled again. Dante won. I never knew that. But people continued to speak their dialects. Even when your parents immigrated, only a small portion of the citizenry spoke official Italian. It wasn't until the arrival of television that Italians began abandoning their dialects and speaking the same language. What you consider Italian is actually the dialect of Naples, a rich but sadly dying language with hints of Spanish and French. D'Agosta was stunned. Who knows? Perhaps our researches will take us south, where you can shine. But for now, seeing as how it is getting on toward dinner time, shall we head out for a bite to eat? I know a wonderful little osteria in Piazza Santo Spirito, where there is also a curious fountain I believe might be of interest to our investigation. 5 minutes later they were walking through the crooked medieval streets of Florence, which led them to a broad, spacious piazza, shaded by horse-chestnut trees and shut in on 3 sides by lovely Renaissance buildings stuccoed in hues of ivory, yellow, and ochre. Dominating the end closest to the river was the plain facade of the Chiesa di Santo Spirito, severe in its simplicity. An old marble fountain splashed merrily in the center of the piazza. Students with backpacks clustered around it, smoking cigarettes and chatting. Pendergast casually removed Beckman's photograph from his pocket, held it up toward the fountain, and then slowly circled the piazza until the background matched. He stared for a long moment. Then he put the photo away. "That's where the 4 of them stood, Vincent," he said, pointing. "And there, behind, is the Palazzo Guadagni, now managed as a student pensione. We shall inquire there tomorrow to see if they remember any of our friends, although I do not hold out much hope. But let us dine. I find myself in the mood for linguine with white truffles. I could really do a cheeseburger and fries." Pendergast turned to him, a stricken look on his face. D'Agosta smiled back crookedly. "Just kidding." They strolled across the piazza toward a small restaurant, the Osteria Santo Spirito. Tables had been set up outside, and people were eating and drinking wine, their lively conversation floating into the piazza. Pendergast waited until they were shown to a table. "I must say, Vincent, you are looking fitter these days. Been working out? And after that jaunt in Riverside Park, I've also been brushing up at the shooting range. Your firearm skills are the stuff of legend. That just might come in handy for the little adventure we'll be having tomorrow night." Adventure? D'Agosta was tired, but jet lag only seemed to energize Pendergast. "We are going to Cigna to visit Bullard's secret laboratory. While you were unwinding in your hotel room this afternoon, I was speaking with various Florentine officials, trying to procure the files on Bullard and BAI's doings here. But even Fosco's influence got me nowhere. It seems Bullard is well connected with the right people, or at least knows where to spend his money. All I was able to procure was a long, outdated map of his plant site. In any case, it's clear we're not going to get anywhere through regular channels. I take it he doesn't know we're coming. Our visit will be in the manner of an insertion. We can get the gear we need tomorrow morning." D'Agosta nodded slowly. "Could be exciting. Let us hope not too exciting. As I get older, Vincent, I have come to prefer a quiet evening at home to a bracing exchange of gunfire in the dark." Bryce Harriman walked north along Fifth Avenue, threading his way through the crowds with practiced ease, his mind on the devil killings. Ritz was right. The Von Menck piece had really touched a nerve in the city. He'd been flooded with calls. Mostly from cranks, of course. This was the Post, after all. But still, he couldn't recall a bigger reaction to a story. The whole business of the golden ratio, and the way everything fit so neatly with the historic dates, the aura of mathematics. For an ignorant person, it had all the ring of hard scientific fact. And Harriman had to admit, it was a bit uncanny how the dates just happened to fall in line like that. There came another soft knock on the door, and D'Agosta opened it. It was Pendergast. The detective, still dressed in his usual black, which somehow looked less out of place in Florence than it did in New York, glided in. He carried a sheaf of papers in one hand. "Accommodations to your satisfaction, Vincent?" "A bit cramped, lousy view of some old bridge, but I'll get used to it." Pendergast settled on the sofa and handed D'Agosta the sheaf of papers. "You will find here a permesso di soggiorno, a firearm permit, an investigative authorization from the Questura, your codice fiscale, and a few other odds and ends to be signed, all through the Count's good offices." D'Agosta took the papers. "Fosco?" Pendergast nodded. "Italian bureaucracy moves slowly, and the good Count gave it a swift kick forward on our behalf." "Is he here?" D'Agosta asked with little enthusiasm. "No, he may come later." Pendergast rose and strolled to the window. "There is his family's palazzo, across the river, next to the Corsini Palace." D'Agosta glanced out. A medieval building with a crenellated parapet. "Nice pile." "Indeed. It's been in the family since the late 13th century." Another knock came at the door. "Traversi," D'Agosta called, proud to be able to use his Italian in front of Pendergast. The valet came in again, carrying a basket of fruit. "Signori?" "Facitemi stu piacere lasciate l'ingoppa o tavole." The valet made no move toward the table, saying instead, "Where shall I put it?" in English. D'Agosta glanced at Pendergast and saw a twinkle of amusement in his eye. "O tavole," he answered more brusquely. The man stood there with the fruit in his hand, looking from the table to the desk. He passed the Metropolitan Club, glimpsing the marvels of old New York money within. That was his world in there, or rather, the world of his grandparents. Although he was approaching the age where he could start expecting the first of several prestigious club invitations arranged by his father, he worried that his current position at the Post would be an impediment. He needed to get back to the times, and fast. This was the story that could do it. Ritz loved him, at least as much as that reptile could love anyone. But a good story was like a fire. It needed to be fed. And this one was already guttering. He sensed Ritz's good favor could fade as quickly as it came, leaving him and his big new raise uncomfortably exposed. He needed a development, even if it was manufactured.
That was what he hoped this return visit to Cuthbert's building might provide. His earlier pieces had already swelled the ranks of the Bible thumpers, devil worshippers, goths, freaks, Satanists, and New Agers who now gathered daily along the fringes of Central Park opposite the building. There had already been a couple of fistfights, some name-calling, a few visits by New York's finest to break things up. But it was all disorganized. All reactions needed a catalyst, and this was no exception. He was nearing 68th Street. He could already see the gatherings of freaks on the park side of Fifth Avenue, each in its own little clump. He sidled up to the milling groups, elbowing his way through the ring of rubberneckers. Nothing much had changed from the last time he was there, except the crowd had swelled. A Satanist in black leather, clutching a bud, was hurling curses at a New Ager in hemp robes. There was the smell of beer and pot, not unlike a rock concert. At the far end, a man in faded jeans and a black watch plaid short-sleeved shirt was speaking to a rather large crowd. Harriman couldn't hear what he was saying, but of all the acts going on in this circus, his seemed to be the biggest. Harriman peeled out of the group of onlookers and inserted himself back in, much closer to the man. He was preaching, that much was clear, but he looked normal, and his voice, instead of cracking at the edge of hysteria, sounded calm, educated, and reasonable. Even as he spoke, the crowd around him was swelling. A lot of onlookers were attracted by what he was saying, and even some Satanists and Goths were listening. "This is an amazing city," the man was saying. "I've been here just 24 hours, but I can already safely say there's nothing else on earth like it. The tall buildings, the limousines, the beautiful people. It dazzles the eye, it surely does. This is my first time in New York City. And you know what strikes me most, more than the glitter and the glamour? It's the hurry. Look around you, friends. Look at the pedestrians. Look how fast they walk, talking into their phones or staring straight ahead. I've never seen a thing like it. Look at the people in the taxis and buses as they pass. Even when they're not moving, they seem to be in a rush. And I know what they're all so busy with. I've been doing a lot of listening since I arrived. I've probably listened to 1,000 conversations already, most of them one-sided, because people on this Manhattan Island seem to prefer talking into cell phones than talking to real people, face to face. What are they busy with? They're busy with themselves, with tomorrow's big meeting, with dinner reservations, with cheating on their spouses, with backstabbing a business associate. All sorts of plans and schemes, and none of them any more foresighted than, say, next month's trip to Club Med. How many of all these busy folk are busy thinking 30, 40 years ahead, to their own mortality? How many of these folks are busy making their peace with God, or thinking of the words of Jesus in Luke, "Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass away till all be fulfilled"? Precious few, I'd guess, if any. Harriman looked more closely at the preacher. He had sandy hair, neatly cut, a good-looking all-American face, well-developed arms, trim, neat, clean-shaven. No tattoos or piercings, no metal-studded leather codpiece. If he had a Bible, it wasn't in evidence. It was as if he was talking to a group of friends, people he respected. "I've done something else since reaching New York," the man went on. "I've visited churches, lots of churches. I never knew one city, no matter how big, could boast so many churches. But see, friends, here's the sad thing. No matter how many people were thronging the streets outside, I found every one of these churches empty. They're starving, they're perishing from neglect. Even St. Patrick's Cathedral, as beautiful a Christian place as I've ever seen in my born days, had only a sprinkling of worshipers. Tourists? Yes, indeed, by the hundreds. But of the devout? Less than the fingers on my 2 hands. And this, my friends, is the saddest thing of all. To think that
In a place of so much culture, so much learning and sophistication, there can be such a terrible spiritual emptiness. I feel it all around me like a desert, drying the very marrow of my bones. I didn't want to believe what I read in the papers, the awful stories that brought me here to this place almost against my will. But it's true, my brothers and sisters, every last word of it. New York is a city devoted to mammon, not God. Look at him, and he pointed to a well-dressed 20-something passing by in a pinstripe suit yakking into a phone. When do you suppose was the last time he thought about his mortality? Or her? He pointed to a woman with bags from Henry Bendel and Tiffany's climbing out of a cab. Or them. His accusing finger aimed at a pair of college students walking hand in hand down the street. Or you. His finger now swiveled across the crowd. How long since you thought about your own mortality? It may be a week away, 10 years, or 50, but it's coming. As sure as my name is Wayne P. Buck, it's coming. Are you ready? Harriman shivered involuntarily. This guy was good. I don't care if you're an investment banker on Wall Street or a migrant worker in Amarillo, death has no prejudice. Big or small, rich or poor, death will come for us all. People in the Middle Ages knew that. Even our own forebears knew that. Look at old gravestones and what do you see? The image of winged death. And like as not, the words memento mori, remember, you will die. Do you think that young fellow ever stops to think about that? Amazing! All these centuries of progress, and yet we've lost sight of that one fundamental truth that was always, always the first thought of our ancestors. An old poet, Robert Herrick, put it like this: "Our life is short, and our days run as fast away as does the sun, and as a vapor or a drop of rain, once lost, can ne'er be found again." Harriman swallowed. His luck was holding. This guy Buck was a personal gift to him. The crowd was swelling rapidly, and people were shushing their neighbors so they could hear the man's quiet, persuasive voice. He didn't need a Bible. Christ, he probably had the whole thing in his head. And not only the Bible, he was quoting metaphysical poets as well. He carefully reached over to his shirt pocket and pressed the record button on his microcassette recorder. He didn't want to miss a word. Pat Robertson with his pancake makeup couldn't hold a candle to this guy. That young man isn't stopping to think that every day he spends out of touch with God is a day that can never, ever be reclaimed. Those two young lovers aren't stopping to think of how their deeds will be held accountable in the afterlife. That woman loaded with shopping bags most likely never gave a thought to the real value of life. Most likely, none of them even believe in an afterlife. They're like the Romans who stood blindly aside while our Lord was crucified. If they ever do stop to think about the afterlife, they probably just tell themselves that they'll die and be put in a coffin and buried, and that's it. Except, my brothers and sisters, that is not it. I've held a lot of jobs in my life, and one of them was a mortuary assistant. So I speak to you with confidence. When you die, that is not the end. It is just the beginning. I've seen what happens to the dead with my own eyes. Harriman noticed that the crowd, though growing all the time, had fallen utterly silent. Nobody seemed to move. Harriman realized he, too, was almost holding his breath, waiting to hear what the man would say next. Perhaps our important young man with the cell phone will be lucky enough to be buried in the middle of winter. That tends to slow things down a piece. But sooner or later, usually sooner, the dinner guests arrive. First come the blowflies, Formia regina, to lay their eggs. In a fresh corpse, there's a population explosion of sorts. That kind of population growth, we're talking half a dozen generations here, adds up to tens of thousands of maggots, always moving, always hungry. The larvae themselves generate so much heat that those at the center must crawl out to the edges to cool before burrowing back in again to the task at hand. In time-lapse photography, it all becomes a boiling, churning storm. And of course, the maggots are only the first arrivals. In time, the fragrance of decomposition brings a host of others. But I see no reason to trouble you with all the details. So much, my friends, for resting in peace. Perhaps then our young fellow with the cell phone might decide cremation is the way to go. This leaves no corpse behind to be violated over slow years by the beetles and the worms. Surely cremation is a quick, a dignified end to our human form. Aren't we told as much? Then let me be the one to tell you, my brothers and sisters, no death is dignified that befalls us outside the sight of God. I've witnessed more cremations than I can count. Do you have any idea how hard it is to burn a human body? How much heat is required? Or what happens when the body comes in contact with a 600-degree flame? I will tell you, my friends, and forgive me if I do not spare you. You will learn there is a reason I do not spare you. First, the hair, from head to toe, crisps in a blaze of blue smoke. Then the body snaps to attention, just like a cadet in a parade review. And then the body tries to sit up. Doesn't matter that there's a casket lid in the way, it tries to sit up all the same. The temperature rises maybe to 800 degrees. And it is now that the marrow boils and the bones themselves begin to burst, the backbone exploding just like a string of black cats. And still the temperature goes up. 1,000 degrees, 1,500, 2,000. The eruptions keep on, rattling the retort oven like gunshots. But again, I will refrain from naming just what is exploding at this point. Leave me only say that this goes on for as long as 3 hours before the mortal remains are reduced to ash and fragments of bone. Why have I not spared you more of these details, my brothers and sisters? I will tell you why. Because Lucifer, the prince of darkness, who never sleeps in his tireless pursuit of corruption, will not spare you either. And the fires of that crematorium burn far cooler and far briefer than the fires to which that important young man's soul is surely destined. 2,000 degrees or 10,000, 3 hours or 3 centuries, these are nothing to Lucifer. These are but a warm spring wind passing for the briefest of moments. And when you try to sit up in that burning lake of brimstone, when you bump your head on the roof of hell and fall back into that unquenchable flame, burning so hot it surpasses all powers of my poor tongue to describe it, who will hear your prayers? Nobody. You already had a lifetime to pray, tragically squandered. And that is why I am here, my friends. Up in that beautiful building, towering so high over our puny heads, Lucifer showed his face to this great city and seized the soul of a man named Cutforth. Revelation tells us that in the end days, Lucifer will openly walk the earth. He has arrived. The death out on Long Island, the death right here, these are but the beginning. We have been given a sign, and we must act, and act now. It is not too late. The crypt or the crematorium urn, the maggot or the flame, you must all of you understand that it makes no difference. When your soul is laid bare before the judge of all, what will be your account? I ask you to look into yourself now, in silence, and in silence to judge yourself. And then, in a little while, we will pray together. Pray for forgiveness, and for the time still upon this earth, and in this doomed city, in which to find redemption. Almost mechanically, without taking his eyes from Buck, Harriman slipped his cell phone out of his pocket and called the photo department, speaking very softly. It was Klein's shift, and he understood exactly what Harriman wanted. No caricature of a Bible-thumping preacher here, just the opposite. Harriman would make the Reverend Buck look like a man the readers of the Post would respect, a man who seemed the most reasonable, thoughtful person alive. And if you heard him speak, you might believe it yourself. Harriman slipped the phone back into his pocket. This Reverend Buck might not know it yet, but soon, very soon, he was going to be page 1 news. The night was humid and fragrant. Crickets trilled in the close darkness. D'Agosta followed Pendergast along an abandoned railroad track between squalid-looking concrete apartments. It was midnight, and the moon had just set, lowering a velvety cloak over the city. The tracks ended, leaving only the railroad grade, which was crossed by a sagging chain-link fence running off into darkness on both sides. On the far side of the fence lay blackness, with just the faintest outline of large trees silhouetted against the night. Following Pendergast, D'Agosta turned and walked along the fence for a few hundred yards until they reached a cluster of trees. In the center was a tiny clearing, carpeted with dead leaves and old chestnut burrs. "Well prep here," said Pendergast, setting down the bag he'd been carrying. D'Agosta put down his own bag and took a few deep breaths. He was glad he'd begun working out after the chase through Riverside Park, but wished he'd thought of it sooner. Pendergast didn't even seem winded. Pendergast stripped off his suit, folding it up into neat packets which he stowed in his bag. Underneath, he was wearing black pants and shirt. D'Agosta stripped down to a similar costume. "Here." Pendergast tossed D'Agosta a jar of face paint, taking another for himself, and began blackening his face with the tips of his fingers. D'Agosta began to apply the paint as he examined the perimeter fence. It looked about as low security as you could get, rusty and leaning, with numerous rents and tears. He took off his shoes and pulled on another pair Pendergast had supplied him with, black and tight-fitting, with smooth soles. Pendergast slipped out his less bare and began applying blacking to the gun. D'Agosta winced. It was a hell of a thing to do to such a beautiful firearm. "You need to do the same, Vincent. A single glint, no matter how small, would be all their spotters need." D'Agosta reluctantly removed his weapon and began blacking it. "Undoubtedly you are wondering if all this is really necessary. The thought had crossed my mind." Pendergast tugged on a pair of black gloves. "The fence, as you've surely guessed, is deceptive. There are several rings of security. The first is purely psychological, which no doubt is one reason Bullard chose this site to begin with." "Psychological? The site was once El Dinamitificio Noble, one of Alfred Noble's dynamite factories." Pendergast checked his watch.
One of the great ironies of history is that Nobel, who established the Nobel Peace Prize, made his fortune with what at the time was the cruelest invention in human history. Dynamite? Exactly. 17 times more powerful than gunpowder. It revolutionized warfare. We're so used to mass killing, Vincent, that we've forgotten what war was like with only black powder, cannon, and bullets. A terrible thing, to be sure, but nothing like what it would become. Now a single bomb, instead of killing 2 or 3, could kill hundreds. Shells and bombs could blow up entire buildings, bridges, and factories. With the invention of the airplane, bombs could level entire city blocks, burn cities to the ground, murder thousands. We tend to focus on the terror of nuclear weapons, but the fact is, dynamite and its derivatives have killed and maimed millions more than the atomic bomb ever did, or probably ever will. He slipped a clip into his weapon and quietly racked the slide. Right. Alfred Nobel had a patent on modern warfare.
At the height of his success, he had hundreds of factories all over Europe making dynamite. These factories had to be built on large campuses like this one because no matter how carefully they handled their materials, once in a while it went off, killing hundreds. He cited his factories in impoverished areas, which would provide an endless source of desperate, expendable workers. This factory was one of his largest. He swept his hand toward the darkness beyond the fence. Nobel might have gone down in history as a thoroughly evil man had not a curious thing happened. In 1888, his brother died, and the newspapers of Europe mistakenly reported his brother's death as his own. "The Merchant of Death is dead," ran the headlines. Reading his own obituary shocked Nobel deeply and made him realize how history would see him. His reaction was to establish the Nobel Prizes, including the famed Peace Prize, as a way to redirect what would certainly have been the dreadful judgment of history on his life. "Seems to have worked," muttered D'Agasta. "Which brings me to the point. By the time this factory closed, hundreds of people had been killed in explosions. On top of that, many thousands had been devastated by some of the chemicals used in the manufacture of dynamite, chemicals that affected the brain. As a result, this is a cursed place. It is shunned by the locals. Except for the visits of a caretaker, the area saw no human beings until Bullard bought the property 7 years ago." "So Bullard's letting the rep of the place handle security for him," D'Agasta said. "Clever. It's a clever deterrent, at least for the locals. Nevertheless, there will be security, and probably quite sophisticated security at that. I can only speculate as to its nature. My inquiries, as you know, have not been fruitful. But I have a few tools that should aid us." Pendergast removed a haversack from his bag and slung it over one shoulder. Reaching back into the bag, he removed several pieces of aluminum tubing and fitted them together, affixing a small disc to one end. He approached the fence, slowly moving the device back and forth. Reaching the fence, he bent down, sweeping the ground before him carefully. A small red light glowed faintly on the small disc. Pendergast rose, stepped back. "As I suspected. There is a 60 Hz alternating electromagnetic field indicating electric current." "You're saying that fence is electrified?" D'Agasta asked. "That old thing?" "Not the fence itself. A pair of sensor wires are buried just inside to alert security if anyone passes over them." "So how do we deactivate it?" "We don't. Follow me." Stowing their bags in the thicket, they crept along the fence until they reached a weak spot where several large holes had been crudely patched with baling wire. Pendergast knelt and, with a few deft twists, unwired the largest. Then, carefully extending the detector through the hole, he scanned the ground inside the fence. Numbers glowed from a tiny LED screen on the disc. He withdrew the device and, reaching for a stick, carefully scraped away the leaves and dirt, exposing a pair of wires. Then he repeated the process at another spot a few feet away, exposing more wires. Reaching into his haversack, he retrieved a pair of alligator clips mated to tiny electronic devices. He attached one of these clips to each end of the wire. "What are you doing?" "I'm using these clip and capacitor components to reduce our electromagnetic signature to that of a 70-kilogram wild boar and its mate. They are common in this area, and no doubt Bullard's night security detail is plagued by boars roaming the fence line. Now, quickly." They crawled through the hole, Pendergast swiftly wiring up the opening and removing the clips. Then, with another stick, he filled the holes and covered them with dead leaves. Finally, he pulled a small spritzer bottle and misted the disturbed ground. An acrid smell reached D'Agasta. Diluted boar urine. "Follow me." The two ran parallel to the fence for a few hundred yards, crouching low, until they reached a heavy thicket. As quietly as possible, they crawled deep inside. "Now we wait for security to investigate. It will be a while. Regulate your breathing and stay calm." They'll be coming in with night vision and infrared, no doubt, so stay low and don't move. Since they're already assuming it's a boar, their search will not be long." Silence fell. It was utterly black in the dense thicket. D'Agosta waited. To his left, Pendergast remained so motionless, so silent, that he seemed to disappear completely. The only noise was the faint rustle of wind, the occasional call of a night bird. 3 minutes passed, then 5. D'Agosta felt an ant moving on his ankle. He reached down to flick it away. "No," whispered Pendergast. D'Agosta left the ant alone. Soon he could feel it crawling over his shin, exploring with short, herky-jerky movements. It worked its way down to his shoe, where it began trying to dig into his sock. When he tried to think about something else, he realized his nose had begun to tickle. How long had they been still? 10 minutes? Jesus, remaining motionless like this was harder than running a marathon. D'Agosta could see absolutely nothing. A cramp had come up in his leg. He should have taken more care to seat himself comfortably. He longed to move. His nose was itching fiercely now, all the worse for his not being able to scratch it. More ants, emboldened by the investigations of their scout, began to crawl over his skin. The cramp in his leg grew worse, and he could feel his calf muscle twitching involuntarily. Then came the faint sound of voices. D'Agosta held his breath. He could see the distant gleam of a light, almost obscured by leaves. More voices, a burst of static from a walkie-talkie, some desultory conversation in English. Then silence returned. D'Agosta expected Pendergast to give the all-clear, but the FBI agent said nothing. Now all of his muscles were screaming with pain. One of his legs had gone to sleep, and the ants were all over him. All right. Pendergast rose, and D'Agosta followed, hugely grateful, shaking out his legs, rubbing his nose, slapping away the ants. Pendergast glanced at him. "Some day, Vincent, I will teach you a useful meditation technique, perfect for situations such as that. I could use it. Talk about agony. Now that we've bypassed the first layer of security, on to the second. Keep directly behind me and stay in my tracks." They moved through the woods, Pendergast still scanning with his device. The trees thinned, and they emerged into an overgrown field. Beyond stood a row of ruined buildings, enormous brick warehouses with peaked roofs and vacant doors. Vines crawled up the sides, sprouting off in dark heads that nodded and swayed in the heavy air. Pendergast consulted a small map, and they moved toward the first warehouse. Inside, it smelled of mold and dry rot. Their footsteps, even with the silent shoes, seemed to echo. They passed through a far door into a gigantic square surrounded by buildings. The cement of the square was riddled with cracks, through which thrust dark vegetation. "What if they have dogs?" D'Agosta whispered. "Loose dogs are a thing of the past. They're unpredictable, noisy, and often end up attacking the wrong person. Dogs are now only used for tracking. What we have to watch out for will be far more subtle." They crossed the expanse of concrete. Nocturnal animals rustled in the foliage as they passed. At the far end of the courtyard was a grassy alley between 2 rows of ruined buildings, the heaps of masonry covered with ivy that, in the darkness, looked like spreading stains. Pendergast proceeded more cautiously now, using a small hooded flashlight to illuminate their way. Halfway along the alley he paused, knelt, and examined the ground. Then he picked up a branch and gave a little poke to the grass ahead. He prodded harder, and the stick suddenly broke through into space. "A pit," he said. "Notice that, with these ruins flanking either side, this alley is the only way to proceed. A booby trap? Undoubtedly. But disguised to look like some part of the old factory, so that when the intruder falls in and is killed, nobody would be blamed. How did you spot it? Lack of boar tracks." Pendergast carefully withdrew the stick and turned. We shall have to make our way through one of these ruined laboratories. Take care, there may still be the odd bottle of nitroglycerin around, strategically placed to snag the unwary. We should consider this the next ring of security, Vincent. We must be both quiet and vigilant. They entered a dark doorway, and Pendergast flashed his hooded light around. The floor was covered with broken glass, rusty pieces of metal, broken tile, and bricks. Pendergast paused, then signaled to Dagosta to back out. 2 minutes later, they were in the concrete courtyard. What was wrong? Dagosta asked. Too much broken glass, too evenly spread, and the glass was too modern to be from the original factory. A noise trap, with sensors ready to pick up the telltale crunch of human feet. Motion sensors, too, I expect. In the greenish glow of his lantern, Pendergast's face seemed troubled. What now? Back to the pit. They circled back around to the alleyway, and Pendergast crept forward alone, prodding with a stick until he'd located the pit. Then he lay on his stomach, carefully parted the thick grass and vegetation, and shone his light into the dark hole. A moment later he withdrew, snapping off his light. Wait here. And then he was gone, melting into the night. Dagosta waited. Pendergast hadn't told him to remain still and silent. He hadn't needed to. He crouched in the inky darkness, barely daring to breathe. 5 minutes passed. Left alone, the tension began to take its toll. Dagosta could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Relax. And then, as suddenly and silently as he had disappeared, Pendergast was back, a long plank in his hands. He laid it across the brushy opening, then turned to Dagosta. Beyond this, no talking unless absolutely necessary. Follow my lead. Dagosta nodded. They crossed the wobbly plank, one after the other. On the far side, the brush was thicker, presenting a dark wall. Pendergast moved forward, probed with his sensor, sniffed. He briefly turned on the light, then turned it off again. They moved parallel to the brushy area, then veered into it on what appeared to be an animal trail. The boars are saving us, Dagosta thought. They crept slowly through the thick brush. A brick wall loomed to their right, a blast wall, judging by its massiveness. In one place it had been knocked down by what Dagosta guessed was an old explosion. They moved through this gap, still following the boar trail. Dagosta could barely see Pendergast, and could hear even less. The man moved as silently as a leopard. The trail petered out in a large meadow less overgrown than the others they had passed. Pendergast paused to reconnoiter, motioning for Dagosta to stay back. At the far end lay the dark silhouette of more wrecked buildings, and beyond that, the faint glow of light. Pendergast slipped a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket. Turning back toward Dagosta, and very carefully shielding a cigarette with his hands, he lit up. Dagosta watched, astonished. Pendergast inhaled lazily, turned, and blew out a stream of smoke. Not 3 feet in front of them, the drifting smoke revealed a brilliant beam of blue light, a laser. It was set just high enough to clear the back of a boar. Pendergast got down on his stomach and began to slither forward through the tall grass, motioning Dagosta to do likewise. Slowly, painstakingly, they advanced across the field. Now and then, Pendergast would take a drag on the concealed cigarette and blow a stream of smoke overhead, illuminating the laser beams that crisscrossed the field. Dark woods and ruins surrounded the verge of the meadow, and it was impossible to see where the beams were coming from. When the cigarette went out, he lit another. In 5 minutes, they were across. Pendergast ground out the stub, rose, and moved at a crouch to an empty doorframe, withdrawing his light and directing it inside. The beam briefly illuminated a long passageway, rooms fronted with metal bars facing each other across the corridor. To Dagosta, it looked almost like a prison. The ceilings had caved in, along with some of the walls, leaving a maze of broken masonry, beams, and tile. Pendergast paused in the doorway to wave a handheld meter of some kind, then advanced cautiously. What was left of the edifice seemed about to collapse, and from time to time, Dagosta could hear the creaking and groaning of a beam, or the rattle of falling plaster. As they moved through the vast crumbling space, the faint light ahead grew stronger, coming in through a row of shattered windows at the far end. Reaching the windows, they cautiously peered out. An astonishing sight greeted Dagosta's eyes. Beyond the ruined building was a double chain-link fence topped with concertina wire, enclosing a sweeping lawn swathed in light. A new building stood there, behind trimmed shrubbery and flowers, a postmodern structure in glass, titanium, and white paneling, glowing like a crystal in the night. To the far right, Dagosta could see a guardhouse and a gate in the fence. They moved away from the window, and Pendergast sat against the wall. He seemed to be thinking. Several minutes passed before he roused himself and motioned Dagosta to follow. Keeping low, they moved the length of the far wall and exited a side door. Thick brush and gooseberry bushes grew up to within about 10 yards of the double fence, where the closely clipped lawn began. They wormed their way into the brush and began crawling forward. Then Dagosta felt Pendergast freeze. The sound of voices was rapidly approaching, along with the probing of a bright spotlight. Dagosta flattened himself in the bushes, hoping to God his black outfit and face paint would keep him invisible. But the voices were getting close, too close, and they were loud, and the light was drawing ever nearer. Dagosta lay motionless, hardly daring to breathe, while the beam of the spotlight lanced through the leaves and vines. The voices were even closer now, and he could make out what the men were saying. They were American. There were 2 of them, it seemed, and they were walking slowly along the inner perimeter of the fence. He felt a sudden, almost irresistible desire to look up. But then the brilliant beam landed square on his back, and he went still as death. The beam lingered, unmoving. The men had stopped. There was a scratching sound, the flaring of a match, followed by the faint smell of cigarette smoke. "Real bastard," came one of the voices. "If it weren't for the money, I'd go back to Brooklyn." "The way things are going, we might all be heading back," replied the other. "The fucker's gone crazy." A grunt of assent.
They say he lives in a villa once owned by Machiavelli. Who? Machiavelli. He's that new tight end for the Rams, right? Forget it. The light abruptly swiveled away, leaving sudden darkness in its wake. It was a handheld torch, Dagosta realized, carried by one of the men. The cigarette arced through the darkness, landing near Dagosta's left thigh, and the men continued on. Several minutes passed. Then, abruptly, Pendergast was at his side. "Vincent," he whispered, "the security here is considerably more sophisticated than I had hoped. This is a system designed not just to thwart corporate espionage, but to keep out the CIA itself. We can't hope to get inside with the tools at hand. We must retreat and plan another avenue of attack. Such as? I have developed a sudden interest in Machiavelli." "I hear you." They crept back the way they had come, through the groaning, ruined building. The trip seemed longer than before. When they were halfway through, Pendergast paused. "Nasty odor," he murmured. Dagosta smelt it too. The wind had shifted, and the scent of decay reached them from a far room. Pendergast opened a shutter on the flashlight, allowing a faint illumination. The greenish light disclosed what had once been a small laboratory, its roof caved in. Below, several heavy beams lay crisscrossed on the ground, and, protruding from them, a rotting, partly skeletonized head of a boar, its tusks broken off into stubs. "Booby trap?" whispered Dagosta. Pendergast nodded. Designed as an unstable, rotting building. He let the shaft of green light fall here and there, finally pausing on a doorsill. "There's the trigger. Step on that and you bring down the works." Dagosta shivered, thinking how he'd blithely crossed this very threshold not 10 minutes before.
They passed carefully through the rest of the building, warning creaks of wood sounding occasionally over their heads. Beyond lay the broad field. It looked to Dagosta like a lake of blackness. Pendergast lit another cigarette, then knelt and moved forward cautiously, blowing smoke before him once again, until the first laser beam became visible, pencil-thin and glowing dully. Pendergast nodded over his shoulder, and they returned to the laborious work of crawling through the field, keeping under the beams. This time the process seemed interminable. When Dagosta finally allowed himself a glance ahead, he was shocked to find they had only reached the middle of the field. Just then there was a sudden commotion in the grass ahead of them. A family of hares burst into view, startled, leaping in several directions at once and bounding off into the blackness. Pendergast paused, took in another lungful of smoke, and blew it at the spot where the rabbits had been. A crisscrossing of laser beams became visible. "Nasty bit of luck," he said. "Triggered the beam? I'm afraid so. What do we do now?" "We run." Pendergast leaped up and flew like a bat across the field. Dagosta rose and began to follow, doing his best to keep up with the agent. Instead of heading back the way they had come, Pendergast was making for the woods to their left. As they approached the trees, Dagosta heard distant shouts and the starting of car engines. A moment later, several pairs of headlights came sawing across the meadow, trailed by the much more brilliant beam of a mounted spotlight as a pair of military-style jeeps came tearing around the ruined buildings. Pendergast and Dagosta crashed into the dense undergrowth of the woods, clawing through brambles and heavy brush. After 100 yards, Pendergast took a sharp turn and continued at a right angle to their previous course, the haversack bouncing wildly on his shoulder. Dagosta followed, heart hammering in his ears. Pendergast took another sharp turn, and they plunged on. Suddenly they emerged onto an old road filled with waist-high grass. They pushed through it, Dagosta struggling to keep Pendergast in sight. Already he was growing winded, but fear and adrenaline spurred him on. A powerful beam lanced down the length of the road, and they dived to the ground. Once it swept past, Pendergast was up and running again, this time into another copse at the far end of the abandoned road. More beams flickered through the trees, farther away, and voices floated toward them over the sullen air. Inside the copse, Pendergast stopped to pull out his map and scan it with the green flashlight, while Dagosta caught up. Then they continued on, this time along a gentle rise. The woods grew thicker, and it seemed they had managed to put space between themselves and their pursuers. For the first time, Dagosta allowed himself to hope they might escape, after all. The trees thinned, and Dagosta saw a scattering of starlight. And then, suddenly, rising before them was an immensity of black, a wall 20 feet high, all rotten bricks, dangling vegetation and vines. "This isn't on the map," said Pendergast. "Another blast wall, a late addition, it seems." He glanced in either direction. Through the trees below, Dagosta could see the flicker of flashlights. Pendergast turned and ran along the base of the wall. It curved along the top of a gentle ridge, its overgrown rim outlined against the night sky. Ahead, where the wall descended, Dagosta could see dancing lights through the vegetation. "We climb," said Pendergast. He turned, seized a root, pulled himself up. Dagosta did likewise. He grabbed a stem, another, found a foothold. In his haste, one of the plants tore out of the wall, sending down a shower of rotting brick. Dagosta dangled, recovered. He could see Pendergast already far above him, climbing like a cat. The lights below were coming up the hill, while another group to their right was also closing in. "Faster," Pendergast hissed. Dagosta seized a vine, another, slipping, scrambling, one leg scrabbling in space. He now heard a cacophony of voices behind him. Pendergast was just reaching the top of the wall. There was a shot and the thud of the bullet on the wall to his right. One more hoist up, one more foothold. 2 more shots. Pendergast was reaching down, grabbing him by the arms, hauling him to the top. The lights had now reached the open area just before the wall, bobbing frantically, flashing up on the wall and hitting them. Down. Dagosta was already throwing himself down on the crumbling, overgrown top of the massive wall. It was at least 10 feet from side to side. Crawl. Digging in his elbows and knees, he began to crawl across the top of the wall, keeping cover in the vegetation. There was a burst of automatic weapons fire, the rounds snicking through the bush above, showering him with twigs and leaves. They reached the other side, only to see more men there, arriving with dogs, silent dogs held on leashes. Dagosta ducked back and rolled from the edge as more shots raked the bushes to one side of him. Jesus! He lay on his back for a moment, staring at the unmoving stars. The sudden baying of dogs reached his ears. The dogs had been released. Now there were voices on either side, a babble of Italian and English. Powerful lights passed overhead, shone from below. Dagosta could hear the rustle and scramble of climbing. Pendergast was suddenly at his ear. We stand up and run, stay in the middle of the wall and run at a crouch. They'll shoot us. They're going to kill us anyway. Dagosta stood, began to run. Not exactly run, but push and crash through the heavy vegetation, growing out of what must have once been a walkway at the top. Lights raked the top of the wall, and a burst of gunfire sounded. And a voice, "Non sparate!" "Keep running," Pendergast cried. But it was too late. There, in front of them on the wall, dark figures were mounting, blocking the way. Light shone in a direction. Dagosta and Pendergast dove to the rubble, flattening themselves. "Non sparate!" someone shouted again. "Do not shoot!" From behind, Dagosta saw that a second group had surmounted the wall. They were surrounded.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming crying. Dagosta lay huddled in a pool of brilliant light, feeling exposed, naked. Ecoli, there they are, hold your fire. And then a voice, quiet and reasonable, said, "You may both stand up now and surrender, or we will kill you. Your choice."
Lock Bullard stared across the table at the two men shackled to the wall. Two difficult men dressed in black special ops outfits. They were Americans, that much was clear. Probably CIA. He turned to his security chief. "Wipe the paint off their faces. Let's see who they are." The man pulled out a handkerchief and brusquely wiped off the paint. Bullard could hardly believe his eyes. They were the two people he least expected, the police sergeant from Long Island and Pendergast, the FBI special agent. Immediately, he realized Vasquez had failed, or more likely, run off with the money. Unbelievable. Yet even without Vasquez, it stunned Bullard to think these two had somehow followed him to Italy and managed to break through several layers of security at the lab. He kept underestimating them, again and again. He had to get out of that habit. These two were formidable, and that's exactly what he didn't need. He had something a lot more important to do than mess around with these two. He turned to his security director. What happened? They penetrated outer security at the old railroad grade, made it as far as the second ring. They tripped the laser grid at the inner field. You found out what they're after? What they heard? They heard nothing, sir. They got nothing. You sure they never made it past the second ring? Absolutely, sir. Any comm devices on them? No, sir. And none dropped. They came in deaf and dumb. Bullard nodded, his shock slowly giving way to rage. These two had insulted him. They damaged him. He cast his eye toward the fat one, who, as it happened, didn't look quite so fat anymore. "Hey, DaGosta, you shed a few pounds? How's that issue with arousal?" No answer. DaGosta really was looking at him with hatred. Good, let him hate. And the not-so-special agent, if that's what you really are. Want to tell me what you're doing here? No response. Didn't get jack, gosh, did you? This was a waste of time. They hadn't penetrated the second, let alone the third ring of security, which meant they couldn't have learned anything of value. Best thing now was to get rid of them. Sure, the feds would be all over the place tomorrow, but this was Italy, and he had friends in the Questura. He had 500 acres in which to hide the bodies. They wouldn't find, gosh. One hand was in his trouser pocket, rolling around some euros. The hand fell on his pocket knife. He removed it, opened the nail file, began idly cleaning his nails. Without looking up, he asked, "Wife still doing the RV salesman, DaGosta? You're a Johnny One-Note, you know that, Bullard. Makes me think you've had some problems along those lines yourself." Bullard felt a surge of rage, which he quickly mastered. He was going to kill them, but first, DaGosta was going to pay a little. He continued with his nails. "Your hitman really messed up," DaGosta went on. "Too bad, him going the cyanide highway before he could implicate you. We'll still see you get stuck with a conspiracy rap, though. You'll do hard time. Hear me, Bullard? And once you're safely in the big house, I'll personally make sure you face significant challenges. Oh, you'll find yourself in a very difficult situation, Bullard." It was only through long practice that Bullard managed to keep his composure. So Vasquez hadn't run off with the money. He'd taken the job and failed. Somehow he failed. He reminded himself it hardly mattered now. He examined his work, closed the nail file, opened the long blade. He kept it razor sharp for occasions just like this one. Who knew, he might even get some information. He turned to one of his assistants, put his right hand on the table. While one guard grabbed DaGosta's face in a meaty paw and slammed it back against the wall, the other unmanacled one hand, jerked it forward, and pinned it to the table. The cop struggled briefly. Bullard eyed the class ring on the hand. Some gosh-awful P.S. in Queens, probably. "Play the piano, DaGosta?" No answer. He swiped the knife down across DaGosta's right middle fingernail, splitting the tip of the finger. DaGosta jerked, gasped, pulling his finger free. Blood welled out from the wound. slowly at first, then faster. The man struggled wildly, but the guards regained a lock on him. Slowly they forced the hand back into position against the table. Bullard felt a flush of excitement. Son of a difficult person. DaGosta groaned. "You know what?" Bullard said. "I like this. I could do this all night." DaGosta struggled against the guards. "You're CIA, aren't you?" DaGosta groaned again. "Answer me." "No, for goodness sake." "You." He turned to Pendergast. "CIA? Answer me. Yes or no?" "No." "And you're making an even larger mistake than you made earlier." "Sure I am." Why was he bothering? And what difference did it make? These were the troublemakers who had humiliated him in front of the whole city. He felt rage seize him again and, more carefully now, he took the knife and sliced it hard across the table, taking the tip off DaGosta's already damaged finger. "Really?" DaGosta screamed. "You troublemaker." Bullard stepped back, breathing hard. His palms were sweating. He wiped them on the sleeve of his jacket, took a fresh grip on the knife. Then he caught sight of the wall clock. It was already close to 2. He couldn't let himself get caught up in a minor distraction. He had something much more important to do before dawn. Something much, much more important. He turned back to his security chief. Kill them, then get rid of the bodies. Dump their weapons with them. Do it over at the old shafts. I don't want any forensics left on the premises, especially not around the lab. You know what I mean. Hair, blood, anything with DNA. Don't even let them spit. Yes, sir. You, began Pendergast, but Bullard spun around and landed a massive uppercut in his stomach. Pendergast doubled over. Gag them both. The security men rammed balls of cloth into their mouths, then bound them tightly with duct tape. Blindfold them too. Yes, Mr. Bullard. Bullard looked at DaGosta. Remember how I promised to pay you back? Now your finger's as short as your perceived importance. DaGosta struggled, making inarticulate sounds as the blindfold went on. Bullard turned to his assistant, nodded at the table. Clean up that mess, and then get the hell out of here. Gagged and blindfolded, hands cuffed behind his back, DaGosta was herded along by one of the 2 security men. He could hear the chink of Pendergast's shackles beside him. They were moving through what seemed a long, damp underground passageway. The air stank of fungus, and he could feel the chill humidity soaking into his clothes. Or maybe it was his own sweat. He tried to force the sense of unreality away, tried to do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Silence. Underlying tension. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He tried to force the sense of unreality away, tried to forget the searing pain, struggled to think of some last-minute escape, some way to turn the tables on the two men that were so matter-of-factly leading them off to their deaths. But there was nothing in his training, nothing even in the detective books he'd read or written, to give him a clue. They paused, and D'Agosta heard the groan of rusty metal being forced open. Then he was shoved forward, and the trilling of crickets and the humid night air hit his nostrils. They were outside. He was prodded forward by what was undoubtedly the barrel of a gun. Now they were walking on what felt through the soft shoes like a grassy trail. He could hear the rustling of leaves above his head. Such small, insignificant sensations, and yet they had suddenly grown unbearably precious to him. "Christ," said one of the men, "this dew is going to ruin my shoes. I just paid 200 euros for them, handmade over in Panzano." The other chuckled. "Good luck getting another pair. That old geezer makes like 1 pair a month. We always get the mess jobs." As if to underscore this, the man gave D'Agosta another shove. "They're soaked through already, very." D'Agosta found his thoughts stealing toward Laura Hayward. Would she shed a tear for him? It was strange, but the one thing he most wanted right now was to be able to tell her how he went out. He thought that would make it easier to bear, easier than just vanishing, than never knowing. A little shoe polish and they'll be like new. Once leather gets wet, it's never the same. You and your really shoes. If you paid 200 euros, you'd be pissed too. D'Agosta's sense of unreality grew. He tried to embrace the throbbing pain in his finger, because as long as he could feel that, he knew he was still alive. What he feared was when the pain ended. Just a few more minutes now. He took a step forward, another, then stumbled against something in the grass. A slap to the side of the head. "Watch your step, jerk." The air had grown cooler, and there was a smell of earth and decaying leaves. He felt a terrible helplessness. The gag and blindfold robbed him of all ability to make eye contact with Pendergast, to signal, to do anything. The trail to the old quarry goes that way. There was a rustling, then a grunt. "Jesus, it's overgrown in here." "Yeah, and watch where you put your feet." D'Agosta felt himself shoved forward once again. Now they were pushing through wet foliage. "It's right up ahead. There's a lot of stones near the edge. Don't trip." A guffaw. "It's a long way down." More pushing through bushes and wet grass. Then D'Agosta felt himself brusquely halted. "Another 20 feet, his man said. Silence. D'Agosta caught a whiff of something wet and cold, the exhalation of stale air from a deep mine shaft. "One at a time. We don't want to really this up. You go first. I'll wait here with this one. And hurry up, I'm getting bitten already." D'Agosta heard Pendergast being pushed forward, heard the swish of wet footsteps through the undergrowth ahead. The first man had a tight hold on his cuffs, a gun barrel pushed hard into his ear. He should do something. He had to do something. But what? The slightest move and he was dead. He couldn't believe what was happening. His mind refused to accept it. He realized that, deep down, he'd been certain Pendergast would manage to do something miraculous, pull another rabbit out of his hat. But the time for that was past. What could Pendergast do? gagged, blindfolded, a gun to his head, standing at the edge of a precipice. The last small bit of hope drained away. "That's far enough," came the voice from about 30 feet away, slightly muffled by the foliage. It was the second man speaking to Pendergast. D'Agosta caught another whiff of cold air from the mine shaft. Insects whined in his ear. His finger throbbed. It really was over. He heard the sound of a round being racked into a pistol chamber. "Make your peace with God, scumbag." A pause. And then the sound of a gunshot, incredibly loud. Another pause. And then from far below, echoing up the shaft, the sound of a heavy object hitting water. There was a longer silence, and then the man's voice came back, a little breathless. "Okay, bring up the other one." 3 a.m. Loch Bullard stood in the enormous, vaulted salon of his villa, isolated on a hill south of Florence, his feelings betrayed only by the muscles working slowly above his massive jawline. He walked to the leaded windows that looked over the walled gardens, opened one with a shaking, knotted hand. The stars were obscured by clouds, the night sky perfectly black. A perfect night for this kind of business, as perfect as that other night had been all those years ago. God, what he would give to undo that night! He shivered at the memory, or maybe it was just the cool breath of the wind sighing through the ancient trees in the pineta beyond the garden. He stood at the window for some time, struggling to calm himself, to suppress a growing feeling of dread. Below, on the terrace, the indistinct white shapes of marble statues glowed faintly. Soon it would be over, he reminded himself, and he would be free. Free. But right now he had to keep calm. He had to put his old rational view of the world aside, if only for one night. Tomorrow he could tell himself it had all been a bad dream. With a great effort he cleared his mind, tried to focus on something else, even briefly. Beyond the swaying tops of the umbrella pines, he could see the outlines of cypresses on the far hills, and then the distant cupola of the Duomo next to Giotto's tower, brightly lit. Who was it that said only if you lived within sight of the Duomo were you a true Florentine? This was the same view Machiavelli had seen, exactly this. Those hills, that famous dome, the distant tower. Perhaps Machiavelli had stood in this very spot 500 years ago, working out the details of the prince. Bullard had read the book when he was 20. It was one of the reasons he jumped at the opportunity to own the villa Machiavelli was born and raised in. Bullard wondered how Machiavelli would have reacted to this predicament. The great courtier would no doubt have felt the same things he did, dread and resignation. How do you make a choice when faced with a problem that has two solutions, both intolerable? He corrected himself. One was intolerable, the other unthinkable. You accepted the intolerable. He turned from the window and looked across the dim room at the clock on the mantelpiece. 10 minutes after 3. He needed to make his final preparations. He moved toward a table and lit a huge ancient candle, whose glow illuminated an old piece of parchment, a certain page from a 13th century grimoire. Then, taking up the ancient Arthame knife that lay beside it, Bullard carefully began to score a circle in the terracotta floor of the room, working slowly, taking the utmost care to make sure the circle remained unbroken. When that was done,
there would be, of course, minor loose ends to take care of. The disappearance of Pendergast and D'Agosta, for example. The Chinese and what had happened in Patterson. But it would be a relief to return to business as usual. Those problems, as tricky as they were, belonged to the real world, and he could handle them. They were small potatoes compared to this. He went over the manuscript page again, then yet again, making sure he had missed nothing. Then, almost against his will, his gaze shifted to the old rectangular box sitting on the table. Now it was time for that.
He reached out, undid the brass latch. He caressed the polished surface of the box, and then, with a terrible reluctance, opened it. A faint scent of antique wood and horsehair wafted upward. He breathed it in, this ancient perfume, this priceless scent. With a trembling hand, he reached into the darkness of the box, stroked the smooth object inside. He did not dare take it out. Handling it had always frightened him a little. It was not made for him at all. It was made for others. Others who, if he was successful, would never see it again. A sudden rush of regret, anger, fear, and helplessness staggered him. He was almost overwhelmed by the sheer force of it. Incredible that a thought could virtually bring him to his knees. He gasped again, breathing hard, took a firm grip on the heavy table. What had to be done had to be done. He carefully closed the box, latched it, and placed it on the ground inside the smaller broken circle. He wouldn't look at it again, wouldn't torture himself further. With a troubled heart, he glanced over at the clock. It responded by chiming out the quarter hour, the bell-like tones a strange counterpoint to the oppressive darkness of the room. Bullard swallowed, worked his jaw, and finally, with a supreme effort, spoke the words he had memorized so carefully. It was the work of 90 seconds to complete the incantation. At first, nothing happened. He strained, listening, but there was not a sound, not a sigh, nothing. Had he said it incorrectly? With the help gone, the place was as quiet as the tomb. His eye drifted back to the manuscript page. Should he recite it again? But no, the ceremony had to be performed precisely, without deviation. Repetition could have disastrous, unimaginable consequences. As he waited, there in the faint light, he wondered if perhaps it wasn't true after all, that it was all hollow superstition. But at this thought, such a desperate mixture of hope and uncertainty rose within him that he forced himself to push it aside. He was not wrong. There could be no other answer. Then he felt, or thought he felt, a strange shifting of the air. A faint smell came to him, drifting across the salon. It was the acrid odor of sulfur. A breeze shifted the curtains of the window. The room seemed to grow dimmer, as if a great darkness was encroaching from all directions. He felt himself go rigid with fear and anticipation. It was happening. The incantation was working, just as promised. He waited, almost afraid to breathe. The smell got stronger, and now it almost seemed as if tendrils of smoke were drifting in the lazy air of the room, tendrils that licked about the windows and curled in the corners. He felt a strange sense of apprehension, of physical dread. Yes, it was a physical sensation, a harbinger of what was to come, and the air seemed to congeal with a rising warmth. Bullard stood within the greater circle, his heart pounding, his eyes straining to see beyond the darkened doorway. A vague outline, a lumbering, slow-moving shape. He'd done it. He'd succeeded. The moment was here. It was truly happening. Dagosta felt numb. The shot, the silence, and the final splash. This was really it. "Come on," his minder said, giving him a push. Dagosta couldn't move. He couldn't believe what was happening. Move! The man jabbed Dagosta in the back of the head with his gun barrel. He stumbled forward, mechanically trying to keep his footing among discarded pieces of stone. The moldy breath of the open shaft washed over him. 6 steps, 8, a dozen. Stop. Now he could feel the foul air tickling his nose, stirring his hair. Everything seemed abnormally clear, and time had slowed to a crawl. Jesus, what a way to go out! The gun barrel pressed hard against his skull. Dagosta squeezed his eyes tightly closed behind the blindfold, prayed for a quick end. He took a shallow breath, another. Then came a deafening gunshot. He fell forward into space. Vaguely, as if at a great distance, he sensed a steel arm shooting out from behind and hauling him back from the utter brink. The hand let go, and Dagosta collapsed immediately onto the rock-strewn grass. A moment later, he heard a body, not his, hitting the water far below. Vincent? It was Pendergast. A snick, and his blindfold was removed. Another snick, and Pendergast had cut off his gag. Dagosta lay where he had fallen, stunned. "Wake up, Vincent." Slowly, Dagosta came back. Pendergast was standing to one side, gun trained on his own minder, binding him to a tree. Dagosta's man was nowhere to be seen. Dagosta stumbled woodenly to his feet. He felt a strange wetness on his face. Tears? Dew from the grass? It seemed a miracle. He swallowed, managed to croak, "How?" But Pendergast simply shook his head and glanced into the yawning mouth of the shaft. "I think his shoe troubles are over." Then he glanced at the remaining guard and flashed him a brief, chilling smile. The man paled and mumbled something through his gag. Pendergast turned to Dagosta. "Show me your finger." Dagosta had forgotten all about it. Pendergast took his hand, examined it. "Done with a sharp knife. You're lucky. Neither the bone nor the root of the nail was affected." He tore a strip of cloth from the hem of his black shirt and bandaged it. "It might be wise to get you to a hospital." "The hell with that. We're going after Bullard." Pendergast raised his eyebrows. "I'm delighted to hear that we are of the same opinion. Yes, now is a good opportunity. As for your finger, forget the finger. As you wish. Here's your service piece." Pendergast handed him the Glock 9mm, then turned to his minder and aimed his own less bare at the man's temple. "You have one chance, only one, to tell us the best route out. I already know a great deal about the layout of this place, so any attempt to deceive will be detected and instantly answered with a bullet to the parietal lobe. Understand?" The man couldn't talk fast enough. An hour later, Pendergast and Dagosta were driving south of Florence on the Via Volterrana, a dark stone-walled road that curved along the hilltops south of the city. A faint scattering of lights winked from the surrounding hills. "How did you do it?" Dagosta asked. He could still hardly believe it. "I thought we were about to buy the farm." They were still in their black stealth outfits, and only Pendergast's hands and face could be seen. In the dim light of the dashboard, his expression was hard and flat. "I have to admit a moment of discomfort back there myself. We were lucky they decided to separate, to kill us one at a time. That was their first mistake. The second was overconfidence and inattention. The third was my man keeping his gun pressed into me, which, of course, revealed exactly where the weapon was at all times. I always carry a few small tools in my shirt cuff, the hem of my trousers, other places. It's an old magician's trick. I used these to pick the lock of my cuffs. Luckily, the Italian locks were rather crude. When we halted at the pit, I disarmed my opponent with a blow to the solar plexus, removed my blindfold and gag. I then shot the gun into the air while pushing a heavy rock into the quarry with my foot. Next, I instructed my guard to order you brought forward, which he did as soon as he recovered his wind. I regret shooting your guard, but there would have been no way to manage both of them. I do not care for killing people in cold blood, but there was...
He fell silent, and do not read aloud any technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He fell silent. D'Agosta felt his own anger grow. He had no sense of regret. His finger was throbbing painfully again, in time to the beat of his heart. Bullard. Pendergast had been correct. The man would pay dearly. The car swung around a curve, and there, a half-mile ahead, D'Agosta could see the outline of a villa silhouetted against the faint glow of the night sky, a crenellated tower on one end framed by cypress trees. Machiavelli's place of exile, murmured Pendergast. The car dipped into a valley, cruising along an ancient wall. Pendergast slowed as they approached an iron gate, then turned off the road. They hid the car in an olive grove and approached the gate. "I was expecting heavy security," Pendergast said after quickly examining the lock. "Instead, this gate's open." He peered through. "And the guardhouse appears to be unoccupied. Are you sure we're at the right villa?" "Yes." He slowly eased the gate open, and they stepped into the darkness of the villa's great park. 2 rows of cypresses lined a drive that led up a hill covered with more olive groves. Pendergast paused, dropping to his hands and knees to examine faint tread marks in the gravel of the drive. Then he stood, looked around, and nodded toward a dense forest of umbrella pines that lay to one side. That way. They moved through the pines, Pendergast stopping every now and then, apparently looking for guards or other signs of security. "Odd," he murmured to himself, "very odd." Soon they reached a thick hedge of laurel, immaculately clipped and impenetrable. They walked along the hedge to a locked gate, which Pendergast deftly picked. Beyond lay a formal Italian garden, low boxwood hedges laid in rectangular shapes, bordered by beds of lavender and marigolds. In the center stood a marble statue of a faun playing panpipes. water pouring from the pipes and splashing into a mossy pool below. Beyond rose the dark facade of the villa. They paused to examine the huge structure. It was stuccoed in a pale yellow. A loggia ran across the 4th floor, just under the tiled roof, a row of columns topped by Roman arches. The only sign of life was a faint, flickering glow through the open leaded windows of what appeared to be a grand salon on the 2nd floor. Pendergast moved forward again, and D'Agusta followed, the burbling fountain masking their footsteps. In another few minutes, they reached the outer wall of the villa itself. There was still no sign of any security. "Strange," whispered Pendergast. "Maybe Bullard isn't home." They passed under one of the great windows of the salon. That was when the smell hit D'Agusta. It was just a fleeting whiff, yet it felt like a physical blow. Instantly his anger turned to disbelief, then to creeping dread. Sulfur. Indeed. Fumbling half unconsciously for his cross, D'Agusta followed Pendergast around the side of the house to the great portone of the villa. "It's open," Pendergast said, slipping inside. After the briefest of hesitations, D'Agusta followed. They paused in the entryway, examining the great vaulted spaces of the piano terra, dark with ancient frescoes and trompe l'oeil. The smell was stronger here. Sulfur, phosphorus, and burned grease. Now Pendergast moved up the great sweep of stairs leading to the 2nd floor and the salon. D'Agusta followed him down a vaulted hallway to a massive set of wooden doors, bolted and banded in iron. One was ajar, and a flickering light came from beyond. Pendergast pushed it wide. It took D'Agusta a moment to register. The light came, not from a burning candle or the great fireplace in the far wall, but from the middle of the room. There, in the center of a crude circle, something was in the last stages of burning, just a few licks of flame rising from charred lumps. It was the outline of a human being. With horror and disbelief, D'Agusta took in the smoldering, greasy outline, the ashy remnants of the skeleton, every fire-cracked bone in place, spread eagled on the floor. There, in its proper place, was the belt buckle. There were the 3 metal buttons of a jacket. Where one of the pockets had been was now a fused lump of euros. The remains of a gold pen rested among the ashes of the upper ribs. The burned bones of one hand still sported a pair of familiar-looking rings. But not all had burned. A single foot was perfectly preserved, burned only as far as the ankle. It looked absurdly like a movie prop, still encased in a beautifully polished handmade wingtip. And there at the other end was another piece of the body, just the side of the face, with one staring eye, a lock of hair, and a perfect pink ear, all intact, as if the fire that had consumed this person had suddenly ceased at a line drawn down the side of the head. The other half was mere skull, blackened, split, and crumbled by heat. Enough of the face remained to leave no doubt who this was. Locke Bullard. D'Agusta found he'd been holding his breath. He let it out with a shudder, took in a lungful of what stank of sulfur and burned roast. As his faculties began to return, he noticed that the silk-draped walls and ceiling were covered with a greasy film. The large circle the body lay within appeared to have been incised into the floor, surrounded by mysterious symbols, the whole enclosed in a double pentagram. Nearby was a smaller circle, but this second circle was never complete. I believe it was constructed as a broken circle. Pendergast walked toward it and bent down, examining the circle intently. He removed a pair of tweezers from his cuff and plucked something from the center of the circle. "Right," D'Agusta managed to say, swallowing again.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction.
Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I'm very curious to know what was in this broken circular object, evidently placed there as a gift to the, devil. The devil. The Lord is with thee. Pendergast examined the tip of his tweezers closely, turning it this way and that. Then his eyebrows shot up, a look of astonishment on his face. D'Agosta stopped in mid-prayer. What is it? Horsehair. And D'Agosta saw, or thought he saw, a flash of realization spread over the agent's pale features. What is it? What does it mean? Pendergast lowered the tweezers. Everything. Harriman strolled past the Plaza Hotel and into Central Park, breathing in the crisp air with relish. It was a glorious fall evening, the golden light tinting the leaves above his head. Squirrels ran around gathering nuts. Mothers pushed babies in strollers. Groups of bicyclists and rollerbladers glided past on South Park Drive. His piece on Buck had run in the morning edition, and Ritz had loved it. The phones had been ringing all day, fax machines humming, reader emails flowing in. Once again, he'd touched a chord. On this glorious evening, Bryce Harriman strolled northward, back to the site of his earlier triumph, in search of fresh glory. What was needed now was an interview with the good Reverend Buck himself, a Post exclusive. And if anyone could get that exclusive, he could. As he came around the back of the Central Park Zoo and past the old arsenal, he stopped in surprise. There was a tent here, an old canvas tent, pitched in the overgrown area just north of 65th Street along the Fifth Avenue side. As he walked up a small rise, more tents came into view. He crested the rise to find a veritable tent city spread before him, the smoke from dozens of fires rising into the autumn air. Harriman paused, surprise changing to a glow of satisfaction. He had done this. He had kept the story alive, identified a leader, kept the people coming, and now this. He moved into the outskirts of the camp.
Some people, especially the numerous high school and college-aged kids, were wrapped only in newspapers. Others had sleeping bags of various makes and colors. Still others had makeshift tents made of sheets held up by sticks. A few had fancy tents from North Face and Antarctica Limited, trust fund brats from Scarsdale and Short Hills, probably. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a couple of cops along the Fifth Avenue wall, eyeing the situation. And to his left were more cops, just standing around, keeping a low profile. No wonder, there must be 500 people camped in here. He wandered into the encampment and down a makeshift alley between rows of tents. It was almost like a Depression-era shanty town. Little narrow lanes built among the woodsy hollows and exposed rock faces. Cooking fires, people sitting around on quilts and blankets drinking coffee. Here and there, people were arriving with backpacks and setting up more tents. It had to extend at least to 70th Street, 4 square blocks of parkland. It was incredible. Had anything like this happened in New York before? Quickly, he got out his cell phone and ordered up a pool photographer. Harriman then stopped to ask directions and within minutes had located Buck's tent, a large Army surplus job near the camp center. Just inside, he could make out Buck himself, seated at a card table and writing. He was a curiously dignified figure, and Harriman was reminded of old pictures he'd seen of Civil War generals. He hoped that very photographer would hurry up. As Harriman approached the entrance to the tent, a young man cut him off. "Can I help you?" "I'm here to see Mr. Buck." "A lot of people are here to see the Reverend. He's busy, can't be disturbed. I'm Harriman from the Post." "And I'm Todd from Levittown." The aide-de-camp stood firm, blocking the way, a kind of dreamy, supercilious smile on his face. No jerk like a born-again jerk, Harriman thought. He glanced beyond the self-appointed guardian to Buck, working at his card table, ignoring them. What was that he saw, taped to the inside wall of the tent? A row of articles clipped from the Post. His articles. He felt emboldened. The Reverend will want to see me. He pushed past the fellow, ducked into the tent, and strode over to Buck, hand extended. "Reverend Buck?" The man rose. "And you are?" "Harriman from the Post." "He just barged in, Reverend," the aide-de-camp began, but a slow smile was spreading across Buck's face. "Harriman." "It's all right, Todd. I've been expecting this gentleman." Deflated, Todd retreated to a corner of the tent, while Buck shook the extended hand. Seen up close, he looked shorter than he did while preaching. He wore a simple checked short-sleeved shirt and a pair of chinos. No blow-dried helmet of hair or polyester suits for this preacher. His forearms were meaty, and one sported a tattoo. His handshake was a crusher. "Ex-prison," guessed Harriman. "You've been waiting for me?" he asked. Buck nodded. "I knew you'd come." "You did?" "It's all part of the plan. Won't you sit down?" Harriman took a plastic seat at the card table and removed his microcassette recorder. "May I?" "Be my guest." Harriman turned it on, tested it, set it carefully on the table. "Perhaps we should begin with this plan of yours. Tell me about it." Buck smiled indulgently. "I was referring to God's plan." "Right. Okay. Which is?" Buck spread his hands. "What you see all around you. I am nothing, just one flawed human trying my best to fulfill God's plan. You, Mr. Harriman, whether you know it or not, are a part of that plan too. An important part, as it turns out. Your articles have swelled this crowd, brought people together, those with ears to hear and eyes to witness. Witness what? The rapture. Excuse me? God's promise to his followers in the end days, when the faithful will be lifted into heaven while the wicked sink into filth and fire. Buck hesitated briefly, and in that hesitation Harriman detected a flash, just a flash, of nervousness. Perhaps the man was a little scared at what he'd unleashed. What makes you think the end days are here? God sent me a sign. It was your article in the newspaper, the article on the deaths of Grove and Cutforth, that first brought me here, all the way from Yuma, Arizona. And just who are all these people camped around you? The saved, Mr. Harriman. Out there are the damned. Which are you? Harriman was taken aback by the suddenness of the question. Buck was eyeing him with an almost Rasputin-like intensity. Does it matter? Harriman laughed weakly. Does it matter whether you spend eternity boiling in a lake of fire or lying sweetly in the lap of Jesus? Because the time has come to make a choice. These awful deaths have made that clear. No more sitting on the fence, wondering where the
Harriman, and join and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective, yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. Harriman, and join me? Or will you walk away like that rich man in the Gospel of Luke? Harriman thought about this. Had Jesus really said that? Something must have been lost in the translation. Maybe another tack would break this impasse. So, when, Reverend, is all this going to happen? If everybody knew when the day of judgment would dawn, we'd have a whole lot of converts the night before. It will come when the world least expects it, but you expect it, and very soon. Yes, because God has sent His faithful a sign, and that sign was the death that took place right across the street. Harriman noted that the group of policemen in the distance had grown a little bigger. They were talking and taking notes. He realized abruptly this little Shangri-La wasn't going to last. If Christ didn't come soon, the police would. You couldn't have hundreds of people making a mess in the bushes of Central Park forever. And come to think of it, there was an odd smell wafting on the air. "What will you do if the police move in to evict you?" he asked. Buck paused, his face betraying another fleeting glimpse of uncertainty. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared. The serene expression returned. "God will be my guide, Mr. Harriman. God will be my guide." D'Agosta heard the sirens first, shattering the peace of the Tuscan countryside with their dissonant two-note ditty.
Next came the headlights of two vehicles speeding around a nearby hill and sweeping up the drive. They ground to a halt before the villa with an audible spray of gravel. Police lights cartwheeled across the ceiling of the salon. Pendergast rose from his crouch. The tweezers that had magically appeared from his clothing just as magically disappeared. He glanced at D'Agasta. "Shall we retire to the chapel? We wouldn't want these good gentlemen to think we've been tampering with their crime site." D'Agasta, still gripped with fear and dread, nodded dumbly. The chapel. That seemed like a good idea. A really good idea. The chapel was in the traditional location, at the far end of the salon. A tiny but exquisite Baroque room, which could fit little more than a priest and half a dozen family members. There didn't seem to be any electric lights, so Pendergast lit a votive candle in a red glass holder, and they settled on the hard wooden benches to wait. Almost immediately there was the sound of a door booming open, boots echoing in the downstairs hall, police radios blaring. D'Agasta was still holding his cross, his eyes on the small marble altar. The candle gave out a flickering reddish glow, and the air was redolent with frankincense and myrrh. He resisted the impulse to go down on his knees. He reminded himself he was a policeman. This was a crime scene, and the idea that the devil had come and claimed Bullard's soul was ridiculous. And yet, in the perfumed darkness, it didn't feel the least bit ridiculous. His hand shook as it clutched the cross. Now the carabinieri burst into the salon. D'Agasta heard a gasp, some muffled expostulations of shock, what sounded like a prayer being quickly intoned. Then came the familiar sounds of a crime scene being secured, and floodlights being set up. A moment later, the room beyond was bathed in almost unbearably bright light. A beam lanced into the chapel, striking the marble Christ behind the altar and setting it aglow. A man appeared in the doorway, casting a long shadow. He was dressed not in uniform, but in a tailored gray suit, a couple of gold leaves on his lapel signifying rank. He paused, staring. To D'Agasta, he seemed no more than an outline, framed in brilliant light, a short-barreled 9mm Beretta Parabellum in his hand. "Rimanete seduti, mani in alto, per cortesia," he said calmly. "Remain seated, hands in view," translated Pendergast. "We're polizia." D'Agasta suddenly remembered they were dressed in black, their faces still half-painted. God only knew what this police officer was thinking. The man advanced, gun in hand, not exactly aimed at them, but not quite aimed away either. "Who are you?" he asked, in lightly accented English. "Special Agent Pendergast, Federal Bureau of Investigation, United States of America." Pendergast's wallet was in his hand, and it fell open to reveal his shield on one side, his ID on the other. "And you?" "Sergeant Vincent D'Agasta, Southampton Police Department, FBI Liaison." "We're basta." The man stepped forward. He reached for Pendergast's wallet, looked at the badge, the ID card. "Are you the one who called in the homicide?" "Yes." "What are you doing here?" "We are investigating a series of murders in the United States, which that man," Pendergast nodded out into the great room, "was connected to." "Mafiosi?" "No." The man looked visibly relieved. "You know the identity of the deceased?" "Locke Bullard." The man handed back the wallet, gestured at their outfits. "Are these the newest uniforms among the FBI?" "It's a long story, Colonello." "How did you get here?" "You will find our car, if you haven't already, in the olive grove across the street, a black Fiat Stilo. I will, of course, prepare a formal report for you on all the particulars, who we are, why we're here. Some of it is already on file at the Questura. God, no reports. It is so inconvenient when facts get written down. At the proper time, we will talk about it over an espresso, like civilized human beings." The man moved out of the glaring backlight. For the first time, D'Agasta could see his features, prominent cheekbones, cleft chin, and deep-set eyes. He was about 60, and he moved with a stiff military bearing, his graying hair brushed back, restless eyes taking in everything. "I am Colonnello Orazio Esposito. Forgive me for not introducing myself earlier." He shook their hands. "Who is your liaison at the Questura?" "Commissario Simoncini." "I see. And what do you make of this?" He nodded again toward the great room. "This casino? It is the third in a series of murders, the first two which took place in New York." A cynical smile grew on Esposito's face. "I can see we're going to have quite a lot to talk about, Special Agent Pendergast. Listen, there is a nice little café in Borgo Ognissanti, just 2 doors down from the church and very near our headquarters. Shall we meet there at 8 this morning? Unofficially, of course. It would be my pleasure. And now it would be better if you leave. We'll make no note of your presence in the official report. To have the American FBI reporting a crime on Italian soil?" His smile broadened. It just wouldn't do. He briskly shook their hands and turned on his heel, crossing himself so rapidly as he passed the altar, D'Agosta wasn't sure if he had done it at all. D'Agosta had seen a lot of police headquarters in his time, but the so-called barracks of the Carabinieri in Florence beat them all. It wasn't a barracks at all, but rather a decaying Renaissance building. D'Agosta thought it was Renaissance anyway, facing a narrow medieval street. It was huddled up beside the famous Ognissanti church, its gray limestone facade streaked with dirt, every ledge and projection covered with needle-like spikes to ward off pigeons. Florence itself was nothing like what he'd imagined. Even in the warm,
The Colonnello turned into the grand arched entryway of the barracks, over which hung a limp Italian flag, the first D'Agosta had seen since arriving in Italy. They passed through a colonnaded corridor and into a vast interior courtyard. Once elegant, the courtyard itself had been turned into a parking lot and was wall to wall with police vans and cars, packed together with such mathematical precision it seemed impossible to move one without moving them all. The windows looking down on the courtyard were all open, and from them issued a continuous clamor of ringing telephones, voices, and slamming doors, magnified and distorted by the confined space. They turned into another vaulted corridor lined with stone pillars, the crumbling remains of religious frescoes still visible, past a battered statue of a saint, then up a massive flight of stone stairs and into a warren of modern cubicles constructed haphazardly out of what had once been a single-pillared room. "The caserma," said Esposito as they walked, "was once the monastery connected to the Ognissanti church. That large room is the secretarial pool, and beyond," he waved his hand at a series of small but massive oaken doors giving onto tiny offices, "are the workspaces of the officers, built in the former cells of the monks." They turned a corner and proceeded down yet another vaulted corridor. The refectory, where the monks used to eat, has an important fresco by Ghirlandaio that nobody ever sees. Indeed. Here in Italy we make do with what we have. Reaching the far end of the corridor, they went up another flight of stairs. From the landing, they passed through what D'Agosta realized must have once been a secret door in the wall, mounted a tiny circular staircase, passed through crowded rooms smelling of mold and overheated fax machines, and then suddenly arrived at a small, grimy door bearing nothing but a number. Here Esposito stopped with a smile. Then he pushed the door open and ushered them in. D'Agosta stepped into a light-flooded room that ended in a wall of glassed-in columns and arches. Beyond lay a sweeping view southward over the Arno River. Almost despite himself, he was drawn toward the view. From above, finally, Florence looked like he had imagined it. A city of church domes and towers, red tile roofs, gardens and piazza, surrounded by steep green hills covered with fairy tale castles. There was the Ponte Vecchio and the Pitti Palace, the Boboli Gardens, the dome of San Frediano in Cestello, and, beyond, the hill of Bello Sguardo. It was a moment before he could shift his attention back to the room itself. It was large and open, filled with rows of old mahogany desks. The floor, polished by 500 years of feet, was inlaid in a striking array of colored marbles, and on the stuccoed walls hung giant paintings of old men in armor.
There was a tense air in the room, and a number of men in suits at the desks were glancing nervously in their direction. The killing, and its bizarre particulars especially, were clearly on everyone's mind. Welcome to the Nucleo Investigativo, the elite unit of the Carabinieri of which I am in charge. We investigate the major crimes. Esposito looked at D'Agosta sideways. Is this your first visit to Italy, Sergeant D'Agosta? It is. And how do you find it? It's not quite what I expected. He could see a faint look of amusement in the man's eyes. Esposito's hand swept over the skyline. Beautiful, no? From up here? The Florentines, he rolled his eyes, they live in the past. They believe they created everything beautiful in the world. Art, science, music, literature, and that is enough. Why do anything more? They've been resting on their laurels for 400 years. Where I grew up, we have a saying, Nun cagna a via vecchia pa nova, ca sai quello che nace, nun sai quello che trov. Don't live in the past. You will know what you've lost, but not what you found? D'Agosta asked. Esposito went still. Then he smiled. Your family is originally from Naples? D'Agosta nodded. This is remarkable. And you actually speak Neapolitan? I thought I grew up speaking Italian. Esposito laughed. This is not the first time I have heard of this happening. You are fortunate, Sergeant, to speak a beautiful and ancient language no longer taught in any school. Anyone can learn Italian, but only a real man can speak Napolitano. I myself am from Naples. Impossible to work there, of course, but a marvelous place to live. Si sogni Napoli viato a te, D'Agosta said. Esposito looked even more astonished. Blessed be you if you dream of Naples. What a lovely saying. I've never heard it before. When I was a little boy, my grandmother used to whisper that in my ear every time she kissed me good night. And did you ever dream of Naples? I sometimes dreamed of a city that I thought was Naples, but I'm sure it was all my imagination. I've never been there. Then don't go. Live in your dreams. They are always so much better. He turned to Pendergast. And now, as you Americans say, to business. He led them to a small sitting area in a far corner of the room, couches and chairs positioned around an old stone table. Esposito waved his hand. Café per noi per favore. In moments, a woman appeared with a tray of tiny cups of espresso. Esposito took one, tossed it back, then drank a second just as quickly. He slipped out a pack of cigarettes, offered them around. Ah, you Americans never smoke. He took one himself, lit it, exhaled. This morning, between 7 and 8, I received 16 telephone calls, 1 from the American Embassy in Rome, 5 from the American Consulate on the Lungarno, 1 from the U.S. State Department, 2 from the New York Times, 1 from the Washington Post, 1 from the Chinese Embassy in Rome, and 5 from various unpleasant people in Mr. Bullard's company. He looked up, eyes twinkling. Given that, and what you told me just now in the cafe, it's clear this Bullard was an important man. You didn't know him? Pendergast asked. By reputation only. Inhale, exhale. My colleagues at the Polizia have a file on him already, which naturally they will not share with us. I could supply you with far more on Bullard, but it would do you no good. The information will only distract you, as it did me. Esposito turned to the 2 carabinieri who were whispering together behind him. Basta custi fesarie, mettitevi ad fatigar, maronna meia, cesti so proprie scemi. D'Agosta suppressed a laugh. I understood that. I didn't, said Pendergast. He was just telling those men in, Neapolitan, cut the bullshit and get back to work. My men are foolish and superstitious. Half of them believe this to be the work of the devil. The other half think it the work of some secret society. As you know, Florentine nobility is rife with them. Inhale, exhale. It appears to me, Mr. Pendergast, that we have a joker on our hands. On the contrary, our killer could not be more serious. But all this, ceste nascenero diavolo. Come now, all this may scare my men half to death, but you, I assure you there is a most purposeful design here. I see you already have a theory as to what happened to Mr. Bullard. Perhaps you will be kind enough to share it with me." The Colonello leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "After all, I've already done you an enormous favor by not reporting your presence at the scene of the crime. Otherwise, you would be filling out paperwork from now until Christmas." "I am grateful," said Pendergast. "But for now, there's little more I can tell you than what I mentioned last night. We're investigating 2 mysterious deaths that took place recently in New York State. Locke Bullard was a possible suspect. At the very least, he was involved in some extremely shady dealings. But, as it happens, his own death patterns the first 2. "I see. And do you have any ideas? Conjectures?" "It would be unwise for me to answer that question, and you wouldn't believe me if I did. Vabe."
Well then, what now? And do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Well then, what now? He leaned back, picked up yet another cup of espresso, and tossed it back like a Russian tosses back a shot of vodka. "I would like you to do a search of all deaths in Italy over the past year in which the body was found burned or partially burned." Esposito smiled. Another favor. He let his voice trail off into a cloud of smoke. "Here in Italy, we believe in the principle of reciprocity. I would like you to tell me, Mr. Pendergast, what you will be doing for me." Pendergast leaned forward. "Colonello, all I can say is, one way or another, I will return the favor." Esposito gazed at him for a moment, stubbed out his cigarette. "Well then, you're looking for a burned corpse in Italy," he laughed. "That would involve half the homicides in the South. The Mafia, Camorra, Cosa Nostra, the Sardinians, burning their victims after killing them is a time-honored tradition. We can safely eliminate homicides related to organized crime, family or business feuds, or any for which you've already caught the killer. We're looking for one that is isolated, perhaps an older person, probably rural." D'Agosta stared at Pendergast. What was he driving at? There was an eager glint in his eyes. He was clearly hot on some trail, and as usual, wasn't sharing it with anyone. "That will narrow things down tremendously," said Esposito. "I'll get someone on it right away.
It might take a day or two. We're not nearly as computerized as your FBI. I am most grateful." Pendergast rose and shook Esposito's hand. The policeman leaned forward and said, "Quando diavolo t'accarezza vola nema." As they exited into the sun, Pendergast turned to D'Agasta. "I find that I need to call on you again for a translation." D'Agasta grinned. "It's an old Neapolitan proverb. You need a strong heart to resist the devil's caresses." "Appropriate." Pendergast inhaled. "What a fine day. Shall we go sightseeing? What'd you have in mind? I hear Cremona is lovely this time of year." D'Agasta stepped out of the Cremona train station into the warm sunlight of late morning. A wind had sprung up and was shaking the leaves of the plane trees in the broad piazza that lay before them. Beyond was the old part of the city, a cheerful medieval jumble of red brick buildings rising from a maze of narrow streets. Pendergast chose one of these, the Corso Garibaldi, and began striding down it quickly, his black suit coat flapping behind him in the stiff wind. With a sigh of resignation, D'Agasta hastened to keep up. He noticed the agent hadn't bothered to consult a map. Pendergast had spent most of the train ride talking about the history of the nearby marble quarries at Carrara and the extraordinary coincidence that the source of the purest white marble in the world was located only a few dozen miles downriver from the birthplace of the Renaissance, giving the Florentine sculptors options other than black or green marble. He had deftly deflected D'Agasta's inquiries as to the reason why sightseeing had taken them here. "Now what?" D'Agasta asked, sounding a little more irritated than he intended. "Coffee." Pendergast swerved into a cafe and approached the zinc bar. D'Agasta felt his irritation swell. "Du caffè, per favore," Pendergast said. "Since when did coffee become your favorite drink? I thought you were a green tea man." "Usually, yes, but when in Rome, or Cremona as the case may be." The coffees arrived, in the usual tiny espresso cups. Pendergast stirred his, tossed it down in the Italian manner. D'Agasta drank his more slowly, catching Pendergast's sigh. There it was again, that look of eagerness. "My dear Vincent, please don't think I'm being intentionally mysterious. In certain kinds of police work, there can be great danger in propounding theories. They take on a life of their own. They are like wearing colored spectacles, becoming the truth we see even when it is wrong. So I hesitate to bandy theories, especially with someone whose judgment I respect as much as yours, until I have proof in hand. That is why I have not asked for your theories either. I don't have any theories. You will before the day is up." He tossed a €2 coin on the counter and they went out. "Our first stop is the Palazzo Comunale, a fine example of medieval civic architecture, containing a notable marble chimney-piece by Pedoni." "Heck, I've always wanted to see that chimney-piece," Pendergast smiled. A 10-minute walk brought them to the heart of the city, and a crooked piazza. On one side stood an enormous cathedral with a soaring tower. Pendergast gestured at it as they passed. "That is said to be the tallest medieval tower in Italy. Built in the 13th century, the height of a 33-story skyscraper. Amazing! And here is the Palazzo Comunale." They entered a massive, unadorned medieval palace built of brick. A guard nodded at them as they passed the entrance, and D'Agasta wondered if it was Pendergast's air of utter self-confidence or something else that allowed them such easy entry. He followed Pendergast up a flight of stairs and down several stone corridors, to a small, barren room. A glass case stood in its center, and an enormous Venetian glass chandelier hung from above, bristling with light bulbs and giving the room the brilliance of a movie set. An armed guard stood nearby. In the glass case were 6 violins. "Ah," said Pendergast, "here we are, the Saletta dei Violini." Violins! Not just any violins. What we are looking at is the history of the violin, in one case, which is, in microcosm, a history of music. "I see," said D'Agasta, letting a note of sarcasm creep into his voice. Pendergast would eventually get to the point. "The first one there was made by Andrea Amati in 1566. You'll recall the violin Constance plays is also in Amati, though very much inferior to these. Those two beside it are by his sons, that one by his grandson. That next was built by Giuseppe Guarneri in 1689. Pendergast paused. And that last one was made by Antonio Stradivari in 1715, as in Stradivarius, the world's most celebrated violin maker. He invented the modern violin, and during his lifetime made 1,100, of which about 600 survive. Although all his instruments remain among the greatest ever made, there was a period when he made a string of violins that had a most gloriously perfect tone, perhaps 20 or 30. We call that his golden period. Okay, Stradivari was a man of many secrets. To this day, no one has ever solved the mystery of how he made such perfect violins. He kept his methods and formulas in his head, never wrote them down. He passed these priceless trade secrets on to his two sons, who took over his workshop. But when they died, all Stradivari's secrets died with them. Ever since, people have been trying to duplicate his violins. A number of scientists have tried to recreate his secret formulas. But to this day, Stradivari's secret has never been cracked. They must be worth a lot of dough. Not so long ago, you could buy a good Strat for $50,000 or $100,000. But the market for violins has been ruined by the super-rich. Now a top Strat can fetch $10 million or more. No, gosh. The best are priceless, especially those made during his golden period. In those instruments, he got the formula just right. Nobody really knows why. It's quite humbling, Vincent, to realize we can land a spaceship on Mars, we can build a machine to perform 1 trillion calculations a second, we can split the nucleus.
And now, for the real reason we came to Cremona. Stick close behind me, please, and don't get lost. Pendergast led the way through a maze of back passages and narrow staircases to a side alley behind the palazzo. There they paused at least a minute while Pendergast made a careful inspection of the alley and surrounding buildings. Then, moving very quickly, he led D'Agosta through a winding series of ever more tortuous medieval streets, the ancient brick and stone buildings crowding in above. Some of the streets were so narrow they were dark despite the midday sun. Now and then, Pendergast would duck into a doorway or side alley and make another visual scan. "What's up?" D'Agosta asked at one point. "Just caution, Vincent, habitual caution." They finally arrived at a street so narrow it could hardly admit a bicycle. It twisted into a dead end at what appeared to be a deserted shop front, a plate glass window rudely affixed to a medieval stone arch. The plate glass was cracked and taped and opaque with dirt. A metal grate had been fitted and locked over the front, where it seemed to have rusted in place. Pendergast slid his hand through the grate and pulled a string. There was a small tinkle in the shop beyond. "Would it compromise your investigation completely if you told me who we're visiting now?" "This is the laboratory and workshop of Il Dottor Luigi Spezzi, one of the world's foremost experts on Stradivarius violins. He is a bit of a Renaissance man himself, being a scientist and engineer as well as a fine musician. His recreations of the Stradivarius violins are among the best in the world. But, I warn you, he is known to be a little cranky." Pendergast pulled again, and a voice rumbled from the back. "Non lo voglio, va via." Pendergast rang again, insistently. A gray shape materialized behind the glass, an enormous stooped man in a leather apron with long gray hair and a gray mustache. He waved both hands at Pendergast in a shooing motion. "Che really, via ho detto." Pendergast took out a business card, wrote a single word on the back, and slipped it through the mail slot in the door. It fluttered to the floor. The man picked it up, read the back, and went very still for a moment. He looked up at Pendergast, looked down at the card, and then began the laborious process of unlocking the door and raising the grate. Within a minute, they had stooped beneath the arch and were standing in his shop. D'Agosta looked around curiously.
The walls of the shop were almost completely covered with the hanging bellies, backplates, and purflings of violins in various stages of carving. It had a pleasant smell of wood, sawdust, varnish, oil, and glue. The man stared at Pendergast as if he were staring at a ghost. He was wearing a dirty leather apron, and he removed a pair of sawdust-covered glasses in order to peer at the agent more closely. "So, Aloysius Pendergast, Ph.D.," he said in almost flawless English. "You have gotten my attention. What is it you want? Is there a place where we can talk?" They followed him through the confines of the narrow shop, perhaps 8 feet wide, to a much larger space in the back. Spetsy indicated for them to sit on a long bench. He himself perched against the corner of a work table, folded his hands, and stared. In the rear wall, Dagosta could see a stainless steel door, grossly out of place, with a single small window. On the far side of the window was a gleaming white laboratory, racks of computer equipment, and CRTs bathed in unpleasant fluorescent light. "Thank you for agreeing to see me, Dr. Spetsy," Pendergast said. "I know you are a very busy man, and I can assure you we will not waste your time." The man bowed his head, mollified slightly. "This is my associate, Sergeant Vincent Dagosta of the Southampton Police Department." "Very pleased." The man leaned forward and shook his hand. He had a surprisingly strong grip. Then he sat back again and waited. "I propose an exchange of information," Pendergast said. "As you wish. You tell me what you know of Stradivari's secret formulas. I will tell you what I know of the existence of the violin mentioned on my card. Naturally, I will keep your information secret. I will write nothing down and speak to no one about it, except to my associate, who is a man of complete discretion." Dagosta watched the man's deep, pale eyes stare back at them. He appeared to be thinking about, perhaps even struggling with the proposal. Finally, he nodded curtly. "Very well, then," said Pendergast. "I wonder if you could answer some questions about your work." "Yes, but first, the violin. How in the world?" "First things first. Tell me, dottore, since I am a man who knows nothing about violins, tell me what makes the sound of a Stradivarius so perfect?" The man seemed to relax, evidently realizing he was not dealing with a spy or competitor. "This is no secret. I would characterize it as very lively. It is an interesting sound. On top of that, it has a combination of darkness and brilliance, a balance between high and low frequencies, a tone that is rich but as pure and sweet as honey. Of course, each Strad sounds different. Some have a fatter tone, others are lean, even harsh. Some are thin and quite disappointing. Some have been repaired and rebuilt so many times they can hardly be called original. Only 6 Strads, for example, retain their original necks. When you drop a violin, it's always the neck that breaks. But there are about 10 or 20 that sound almost perfect. Why? At this, the man smiled. That, of course, is the question. He rose, went to the steel door, unlocked it, and swung it open, revealing 2 hard disk recording workstations and racks of digital samplers, compressors, and limiters. The walls and ceiling were covered with acoustic foam paneling. They followed him in, and he shut and locked the door behind them. Then he switched on an amplifier, pulled up the faders on a nearby mixing console. A low hum began to sound from the reference speakers set high in the walls. The first really scientific test done on a Stradivarius was performed about 50 years ago. They hooked a sound generator to the bridge of a violin and had it vibrate the instrument. Then they measured how the violin vibrated in return. An absurd test, really, because it has nothing to do with the way a violin is played. But even such a crude test showed the Strad gave back an extraordinary response in the 2,000 to 4,000 Hertz range, which, not at all coincidentally, happens to be the range of sound that the human ear is most sensitive to. Later, high-speed computers allowed real-time processing of a Strad being played. Let me give you an example. He turned to one of the digital samplers, used an attached keyboard to select an audio sample, sent the output to the mixer. The sweet sound of a violin filled the room. This is Joshua Heifetz playing the cadenza of Beethoven's Violin Concerto on the Messiah Stradivarius. A complex series of dancing lines appeared on a monitor sitting behind the mixer. Spetsy pointed at them. That is a frequency analysis from 30 to 30,000 hertz. Look at the richness of the low-frequency sounds. They give the violin its darkness, its sonority. And in the 2,000 to 4,000 range I mentioned, see how lively and robust it is. This is what fills the concert hall with sound. D'Agosta wondered what any of this had to do with Bullard or the murders. He also wondered what Pendergast had written on the business card the man was still clutching in one fist. Whatever it was, it had clearly made this man remarkably cooperative. And these are the high frequencies. Look how they leap and flicker like the flame of a candle. It's these transients that give the Strad that breathing, trembling tone, so delicate and fleeting. Pendergast inclined his head. So, Dottore, what's the secret? Spetsy reached for the sampler, and the music stopped. There is no one secret.
It was a whole catalog of secrets, some of which we've cracked, others we haven't. For example, we know exactly what kind of architecture Stradivari used. With computerized tomography, we can map a Strad perfectly in 3 dimensions. We know all there is to know about Stradivari's designs for the belly, backplate, purfling, everything. We also know just what types of wood he used. We can make a perfect copy. He turned to one of the computers, typed again, and the image of a beautiful violin appeared on its screen. There it is, an absolutely perfect copy of the Harrison Strad, down to the very nicks and scratches. It took me almost half a year, back in the early 80s, to complete. He glanced over at them with a mirthless smile. It sounds dreadful. The real secret, you see, was in the chemistry. Specifically, the recipe for the solution Stradivari soaked his wood in, and the recipe for his varnish. This has been the thrust of my research ever since. And? The man hesitated. I don't know why I am inclined to trust you, but I do. The wood Stradivari used was cut in the foothills of the Apennines and dumped brain into the Po or Adige rivers, floated downstream, and stored in brackish lagoons near Venice. This was purely for convenience, but it did something critical to the wood. It opened up its pores. Stradivari purchased the wood wet. He did not season it. Instead, he soaked it further in a solution of his own making, as far as I can deduce, a combination of borax, sea salt, fruit gum, quartz, and other minerals, and ground-colored Venetian glass. He soaked it for months, perhaps years, while it absorbed these chemicals. What did they do to the wood? Amazing, complex, miraculous things. First, they preserved it. The borax made the wood tighter, harder, stiffer. The ground quartz and glass prevented the violin from being eaten by woodworms, but it also filled in the air spaces and gave it a brilliance and clarity of tone. The fruit gum caused subtle changes and acted as a fungicide. Of course, the real secret lies in the proportions, and those, Signor Pendergast, I will not tell you. Pendergast nodded. Over the years, I've made hundreds of violins from wood treated this way, experimenting with the ratios and the length of time in solution. The resulting instruments had a big, brilliant sound, but it was a harsh sound. Something was needed to dampen the vibrations, the overtones. He paused. Here is where the true genius of Stradivari comes in. He found that in his secret varnish. He moused up the computer screen, clicked through a few menus. A new image appeared in black and white, a landscape of incredible ruggedness, looking to D'Agosta like some vast mountain range. Here is the varnish of a Stradivarius under a scanning electron microscope, 30,000 times. As you can see, it is not the smooth, hard layer it seems to the naked eye.
Instead, there are billions of microscopic cracks. When the violin is played, these cracks absorb and dampen the harsh vibrations and resonances, allowing only the purest, clearest tone to escape. That's the true secret to Stradivari's violins. The problem is, the varnish he used was an incredibly complex chemical solution involving boiled insects and other organic and inorganic sources. It has defied all analysis, and we have so little of it to test. You can't strip the varnish off a Strad. Removing even a little will ruin a violin. You'd need to destroy an entire instrument to get enough varnish to analyze it properly. Even then, you couldn't use one of his inferior violins. Those were experimental, and the varnish recipe changed many times. No, you'd have to destroy one from the golden period. Not only that, but you'd need to cut into the wood and analyze the chemistry of the solution he soaked them in, as well as the interface between the varnish and the wood. For all these reasons, we have not been able to figure out exactly how he did it. He leaned back. Another problem. Even if you had all his secret recipes, you still might fail. Stradivari, knowing all that we don't, managed some mediocre violins. There were other factors to making a great violin, some apparently even beyond his controls, such as the particular qualities of the piece of wood he used. Pendergast nodded. And that, Mr. Pendergast, is all I can tell you. The man's face glittered with feverish intensity. And now, let us speak of this. He opened his hand and smoothed the crumpled business card. And for the first time, D'Agosta glimpsed what Pendergast had written on it. It was the word storm cloud. The man held out the card in a trembling hand. Pendergast nodded in return. Perhaps the best way to start would be for you to tell Sergeant D'Agosta what you know of its history. Spezzi turned to D'Agosta, his face filling with regret. The storm cloud was Stradivari's greatest violin. It was played by a string of virtuosi in an almost unbroken line from Monteverdi to Paganini and beyond. It was present at some of the greatest moments in the history of music. It was played by Franz Clement at the premiere of Beethoven's Violin Concerto. It was played by Brahms himself at the premiere of his second Violin Concerto, and by Paganini for the first Italian performance of all 24 of his caprices. And then, just before World War I, on the death of the virtuoso Luciano Toscanelli, may God curse him, it disappeared. Toscanelli went insane at the end of his days, and, some say, destroyed it. Others say it was lost in the Great War. It wasn't. Spezzi straightened abruptly. You mean it still exists? A few more questions, if I may, Dottore. What do you know of the ownership of the storm cloud? That was one of its mysteries. It was always owned by the same family, apparently, who it was said purchased the instrument directly from Stradivari himself. It was passed down from father to son only in name, being on continuous loan to a string of virtuosi. That's normal, of course. Most of the Strads today are owned by wealthy collectors who turn them over to virtuosi to play on long-term loan. Just so with the storm cloud. When the virtuoso who was playing it died, or if he had the misfortune to give a bad concert, it was taken away by the family that owned it and given to another. There would have been intense competition for it. No doubt that is the reason the family remained anonymous. They didn't want to be harried and importuned by aspiring violinists. They made secrecy of their identity a strict condition of playing the violin. No virtuoso ever broke the silence? Not as far as I know. And Toscanelli was the last virtuoso to play it. Yes, Toscanelli. The great and terrible Toscanelli. He died a syphilitic wreck in 1910 under strange and mysterious circumstances. The violin was not beside his body and was never found. Who should the violin have gone to after Toscanelli? A good question. Perhaps the Russian child prodigy, young Count Radetzky, murdered in the Revolution, though, a great loss. What a terrible century that was. And now, Mr. Pendergast, I am almost expiring from curiosity." Pendergast reached into his pocket and slipped out a glassine envelope, held it up to the light. A fragment of horsehair from the bow of the storm cloud. The man reached out with trembling fingers. "May I? I promised an exchange. It's yours." The man opened it, removed the horsehair with a pair of tweezers, placed it on a microscope stage. A moment later, the image appeared on a computer screen. It's definitely horsehair from a violin bow. You can see the grains of rosin here, and the damage that playing has done to the microscopic scales on the shaft. There. He straightened. Of course, any bow with the storm cloud almost certainly isn't the original, and even if it was, the horsehair must have been replaced 1,000 times. This is hardly proof. I'm well aware of that. It was only the first clue that led me on a string of deductions, the conclusion of which was that the storm cloud still exists. It is here, Dottore.
If only it were so, where did you get this hair? From a crime scene in Tuscany. For God's sake, man, who has it? I don't yet know for certain. How will you find out? First, I need to learn the name of the family that originally owned it. Spizzi thought for a moment. I'd start with Toscanelli's heirs. She was said to have had 12 children from almost as many mistresses. God knows, one might still be alive somewhere. And now that I think of it, it seems to me there's a granddaughter or some such here in Italy. He was a notorious womanizer, drinker of absinthe, indiscreet in his later years. Perhaps he told one of his mistresses, who then might have passed it on to her issue. An excellent suggestion. Pendergast rose. You have been most generous, Dottore. When I do learn more about the storm cloud's whereabouts, I promise I shall share the facts with you. For now, I thank you for your time. Pendergast led the way back out through the narrow streets with the same caution he'd shown in approaching Spizzi's workshop. By the time they'd reached the cafe, however, he seemed to have satisfied himself on some point and suggested they stop for another espresso. Standing at the bar, he turned to D'Agosta with a smile. "And now, my dear Vincent, do you have a theory?" D'Agosta nodded. "Most of one, anyway." "Excellent. Don't tell me yet. Let us continue our investigations in silence just a little longer. The time will soon come when we need to share our conclusions." "Fine by me." D'Agosta sipped the bitter drink. He wondered if it was possible to get a cup of decent American coffee somewhere in Italy instead of this poisonous black stuff that stripped the inside of your throat and boiled in your stomach for hours afterward. Pendergast tossed his off, then leaned against the bar. Can you imagine, Vincent, what the Renaissance would have been like had Michelangelo's David been carved in green marble? Captain of Detectives Laura Hayward sat in the orange plastic chair, coffee going cold in its styrofoam cup. She was acutely aware of being both the youngest person and the only female in this room full of high-ranking police officers. The walls of the conference room were painted the usual pale puce. A picture of Rudolph Giuliani decorated one wall, framed together with a picture of the Twin Towers and, below, a list of police officers killed in the attacks. No picture of the current mayor, president of the U.S., or anyone else. Hayward liked that. Commissioner of Police Henry Rocker sat at the head of the table, his large hand permanently closed around a huge mug of black coffee, his permanently tired face gazing down the middle of the table. To his right sat Milton Grable, captain of patrol for the precinct in which Cutforth had been murdered and the tent city erected. Hayward checked her watch. It was 9 a.m. sharp. "Grable?" Rocker said, opening the meeting. Grable cleared his throat, shuffled some papers. "As you know, Commissioner, this tent city is becoming a problem, a big problem." The only acknowledgement of this, it seemed to Hayward, was that the dark circles under Rocker's eyes grew darker. "We got a couple hundred people living across the street from the most exclusive neighborhood in my precinct, the whole city, in fact, and they're trashing the park, urinating in the bushes, making a mess everywhere." His eyes darted to Hayward. "Sorry, ma'am." "It's all right, Captain," Hayward said crisply. "I'm acquainted with both the term and the bodily function."
"Right. Proceed," the commissioner said dryly. Hayward thought she noticed a subtle flicker of amusement in Rocker's tired eyes. "We're getting calls up the wazoo," another glance at Hayward, "from important people. You know who I'm referring to, sir. They're demanding, they're screaming for something to be done. And they're right. These people in the park have no permit." Hayward shifted in her chair. Her job was on the Cutforth murder, not listening to some precinct captain talk about permits. "It isn't a political protest, a question of freedom of speech," Grable went on. "It's a bunch of religious nuts egged on by this so-called Reverend Buck, who, by the way, did 9 years in Joliet for murder too, shot some clerk over a pack of gum." "Is that right?" Rocker murmured. "And why not murder one? Plea bargained it down. The point I'm making, Commissioner, is that we're not dealing with a simple fanatic here. Buck's a dangerous man, and the very Post is beating the drum, doing all they can to keep things stirred up. It's getting worse by the day." Hayward knew the facts already, and she half-tuned Grable out, her mind turning to Dagosta. She realized, with a twinge she didn't fully understand, that he was overdue for a phone update. Now that was a real cop. And where did it get him? It was guys like Grable who got the promotions, desk jockeys. This isn't just a precinct situation. It's a problem for the whole city. Grable laid his hands on the table, palms up. "I want a SWAT team to go in there and bring this man out before we have a riot on our hands." When Rocker replied, his voice was gravelly and calm. "And that's just what we're here for, Captain, to figure out a way not to have a riot on our hands." "Exactly, sir." Rocker turned to a man sitting at his left. "Wentworth?" Hayward had no idea who this was. She'd never seen him before, and there were no insignia on his suit to indicate rank. He didn't even look like a cop. Wentworth turned, eyes half-lidded, fingers tented, and took a long, slow breath before answering. "Psychologist," thought Hayward. "As far as this, Buck fellow is concerned," Wentworth drawled, "he's a common enough personality type. Without an interview, of course, it's impossible to develop a firm diagnosis. But from what I've observed, he exhibits a marked psychopathology, possibly paranoid schizophrenic, potential for a messianic complex. There's a good chance he suffers from a delusion of persecution. This is complicated by the fact that the man is prone to violence. I would definitely not recommend sending in a SWAT team." He paused thoughtfully. "The others are simply followers, and will respond as Buck responds, with violence or with cooperation. They will follow his lead. The key here is getting Buck out of the picture. I would suggest that the movement will collapse of its own accord once Buck is removed." "Right," said Grable. "But how do you get him out, if not with a SWAT team? If you threaten a man like Buck, he'll lash out. Violence is the language of last resort for such a man. I would suggest sending an officer or two in there, unarmed, non-threatening, preferably female and attractive, to take him out. A gentle and non-provocative arrest. Do it quickly, surgically. Within a day, the tent city will be gone, his followers off to the next guru, or Grateful Dead concert, or whatever they were doing before they read those articles in the Post." Another long exhalation. "That is my considered advice." Hayward couldn't help rolling her eyes. Buck, a schizophrenic? His speeches, as lovingly quoted in the Post, showed none of the disorganized thought processes you'd expect from schizophrenia. Rocker, who was about to pass over her, caught her expression. "Hayward, do you have something to contribute?" "Thank you, sir. While I agree with some of Mr. Wentworth's analysis of the situation, I disagree with his recommendation, with all due respect." She found Wentworth's watery eyes on her, clearly pitying her ignorance. Too late, she realized she had called him Mr. instead of Doctor. A cardinal sin among academics, and his antagonism was palpable. "Well, forget him. There's no such thing as a non-provocative arrest," she went on. "Any attempt to go in there and take Buck away by force, even gently, won't work. If he's crazy, then he's crazy like a fox. He'll refuse to come. As soon as the cuffs appear, your two preferably female and attracted cops will find themselves in a nasty situation. Commissioner, Grable interrupted, this man is openly flouting the law.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I'm getting 1,000 calls a day from businesses and residents on Fifth Avenue, the Sherry Netherland, the Metropolitan Club, the Plaza. The phone lines are jammed, and you can bet that if they're calling me, they're calling the mayor. He paused, letting this sink in. I am acutely aware they have been calling the mayor, Rocker said, his voice low and unamused. Then you know, sir, that we don't have the luxury of time. We've got to do something. What other options are there besides arresting this man? Does Captain Hayward have a better idea? I'd like to hear it. He leaned back, breathing hard. Hayward spoke coolly. Captain Grable, these businesses and residents you mention should not be allowed to push the police into a hasty and ill-considered operation. In other words, she thought, they can go bother themselves. Easy for you to say from your perch in the detective bureau. These people are in my face every day. If you had solved the Cutforth homicide, we wouldn't have this problem, Captain. Hayward nodded, keeping her face neutral. Score 1 to Grable. Rocker turned to her. Speaking of that, how is the investigation proceeding, Captain? There's some new forensic evidence the boys in lab coats are going over. We're still checking the people on Cutforth's call list during his last 72 hours. And we're reviewing the security video cams from his apartment lobby, cross-checking them against residents and known visitors. And, of course, the FBI is following up some promising leads in Italy. This was thin, and Hayward knew it sounded that way. The fact was, they didn't have squat. So, what's your plan for dealing with this guy, Buck? Grable, sensing he had the upper hand, faced her belligerently. I would advise an even less aggressive approach. Don't push it. Don't do anything to provoke things. Instead, send someone in there to talk to Buck. Lay it out for him.
He's got hundreds of people there, ruining the park and disturbing the neighborhood. He is a responsible person at heart and will naturally want to do something about that. He'll surely want to send his followers home to shave, gosh, and shower. That's how I'd put it. On top of that, I'd offer Buck a deal. If he sends his followers home, we give him a parade permit. Treat him like a rational human being, all carrot, no stick. Then, as soon as they've broken camp, fence the area under the guise of reseeding. And then give them a parade permit for 8 o'clock Monday morning for the far corner of Flushing Meadows Park. That will be the last you see of them. She saw another cynical glimmer in Rocker's eye. She wondered if it indicated agreement with or amusement at her suggestion. Rocker had a good rep among the rank and file, but he was notoriously hard to read. Treat him like a rational human being? Grable repeated. The man's a convicted murderer. The psychologist chuckled. Hayward glanced at him, and he returned the look. His expression had become even more condescending. She wondered if he knew something she didn't. This was all beginning to look like a foregone conclusion. And if your plan doesn't work, Commissioner Rocker asked her, then I would defer to, Mr. Wentworth. That's Duck, began Wentworth, but he was interrupted by Grable. Commissioner, we don't have the time to try first one plan and then another. We need to get Buck out now. Either he comes nicely or in cuffs, his choice. We do it quick at dawn. He'll be sweating in the back of a squad car even before his followers know he's missing. Silence. Rocker was looking around the room. There were a couple of men who hadn't spoken. Gentlemen? Nods, murmurs. Everyone, it seemed, agreed with the psychologist and Grable. Well, said Rocker, rising, I have to go along with the consensus. After all, we don't have a psychologist on staff only to ignore his advice. He glanced at Hayward. She couldn't quite read his expression, but she sensed something not unsympathetic in the look. We'll go in with a small group, as Wentworth suggests, Rocker continued. Just 2 officers. Captain Grable, you'll be the first. Grable looked at him in surprise. It's your precinct, as you took pains to point out, and you're the one advocating quick action. Grable quickly mastered his surprise. Of course, sir. Quite right. And also, as Wentworth suggests, we'll send in a woman. Rocker nodded to Hayward. That would be you. The room fell silent. Hayward saw Grable and Wentworth exchanging glances, but Rocker was still looking directly at her. Keep things rational for me, Hayward, the look seemed to say. Buck will appreciate 2 ranking officers. That should appeal to his sense of importance. Rocker turned. Grable, you've got seniority, and it's your operation. I leave it to you to organize the details and timing. This meeting is adjourned. The morning after the trip to Cremona was bright and crisp, and D'Agosta squinted against the noonday sun as he accompanied Pendergast back to Piazza Santo Spirito, across the river from their hotel. You checked in with Captain Hayward? Pendergast asked as they walked. Just before going to bed. Anything of interest? Not really. What few leads they'd been following up on Cutforth all turned into dead ends. The security video cams at his building told them nothing. It's the same with Grove, apparently. And now all the top New York brass are preoccupied with this preacher who's taken up residence in Central Park. This time, D'Agosta found the piazza not nearly as quiet as before. Its tranquility was spoiled by a large group of backpackers sitting on the steps of the fountain, smoking pot and passing around a bottle of Brunello wine, talking loudly in half a dozen languages. They were accompanied by at least 10 loose dogs. Careful where you step, Vincent, murmured Pendergast with a wry smile. Florence, such a marvelous mixture of high and low. He raised his hand above the piles of dog mess and gestured at the magnificent building which occupied the southeast corner. For example, the Palazzo Guadagni, one of the finest examples of a Renaissance palace in the entire city. It was constructed in the 1400s, but the Guadagni family goes back several more centuries. D'Agosta examined the building. The first story was built in rough blocks of dun-colored limestone, while the upper floors were covered in yellow stucco. Most of the top floor was a loggia, a roofed portico supported by stone columns. The structure was restrained but elegant. There are various offices and apartments on the second floor, a language school on the third, and the top floor was a pensione, run by a Signora Donatelli. That, without doubt, is where Beckman and the rest met back in 1974. Does this woman own the palazzo? She does, the last descendant of the Guadagni. You really think she'll remember a couple of college students who visited 3 decades ago? One can only try, Vincent. They picked their way gingerly across the piazza and through an enormous pair of iron-studded wooden doors. A once grand but now grimy vaulted passageway led to a stairway, and a second-floor landing. Here, a shabby piece of cardboard had been hung on the cornice of a faded Baroque fresco. A hand-drawn arrow and the word "reception" had been scrawled on the cardboard with a firm hand. The reception room was incongruously small for such a giant palace.
You are policemen, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. You are policemen. Yes. What is it that you want? My time is limited. The voice was sharp and intimidating. In the fall of 1974, I believe, several American students stayed here. Here is a picture of them. Pendergast took out Beckman's photo. She did not look at it. Do you have the names? Yes. Then come with me. And she turned and walked around the transom, through a back door, and into a much larger room. DaGosta saw it was an old library of sorts, with bound books, manuscripts, and vellum documents filling shelves from floor to ceiling. It smelled of parchment and dry rot, old leather and wax. The ceiling was coffered and had once been elaborately gilded. Now it was crumbling with age, the wood riddled with holes. The archives of the family, she said. They go back 8 centuries. You keep good records? I keep excellent records, thank you. She made a beeline to a low shelf at the far end of the room, selected a massive register, carried it to a center table. She opened the register, revealing page after page of accounts, payments, names, and dates written in a fanatical, tiny hand. Names: Bullard,
Cutforth, Beckman, and Grove. She began flipping pages, scanning each with tremendous rapidity, each flip sending up a faint cloud of dust. Suddenly she stopped. There. Grove. A bony finger, burdened with a huge diamond ring, pointed to the name. Then it slid down the rest of the page. Beckman, Cutforth, Bullard. Yes, they were all here in October. Pendergast peered at the register, but even he was clearly having trouble deciphering the minuscule hand. Did their visits overlap? Yes. A pause. According to this, one night only, that of October 31. She closed the book with a snap. Anything else, Senora? Yes, Senora. Will you do me the courtesy of looking at this photograph? Surely you don't expect me to remember some slovenly American students from 30 years ago. I am 92, sir. I have earned the privilege of forgetting. I beg your indulgence. Sighing with impatience, she took the photograph, looked at it, and visibly started. She stared a long time, what little color there was in her face slowly disappearing. Then she handed the photograph back to Pendergast. As it happens, she said in a low tone, I do remember. That one. She pointed to Beckman. Let me see. Something terrible happened. He and some other boys, probably those others in the photograph, went off somewhere together. They were gone all night. He came back and was terribly upset. I had to get a priest for him. She paused, her voice trailing off. Gone was the crisp confidence, the unshakable sense of self. It was the night before All Saints' Day. He came back from a night of carousing, and he was in a bad state. I took him to church. What church? The one right here, Santo Spirito. I remember him panicked and begging to go to confession. It was long ago, yet it was such a strange occurrence it stuck in my mind. That, and the expression on the poor boy's face. He was begging for a priest as if his life depended on it. And he went to confession, and right afterwards he packed up his belongings. And the other American students? I don't recall. Every year they celebrate All Saints' Day, or rather the day before, which I believe you call Halloween. It's an excuse to drink. Do you know where they went that evening, or who they might have encountered? I know nothing more than what I have told you. The ring of a bell came from the front office. I have guests to attend to, she said. One last question, Senora, if you please, Pendergast said. The priest who heard the confession, is he still alive? That would have been Father Zenobi. Yes, Father Zenobi. He is now living with the monks of Laverna. She turned, then paused and slowly glanced back. But if you think you can persuade him to break the sacred seal of the confessional, sir, you are sadly mistaken. D'Agosta assumed that upon leaving the palazzo, they would return directly to their hotel. But instead, Pendergast lingered in the piazza, strolling, hands in his pockets, eyes glancing first left, then right. After a few minutes, he turned to D'Agosta. Gelato. Some of the best in Florence, if I am not mistaken, can be found right here at Cafe Ricci. I've given up on ice cream. I haven't. Indulge me. They entered the cafe and approached the bar. Pendergast ordered his cone, tiramisu and crème anglaise, while D'Agosta asked for an espresso. I didn't know you had a sweet tooth, D'Agosta said as they leaned against the bar. I have something of a weakness for gelato. But our main reason for stopping here is to learn his intentions. His intentions? Whose intentions? The man who's following us. D'Agosta straightened up. What? Nondone look. He's nondescript, mid-30s, wearing a blue shirt and dark pants, quite professional. Pendergast's cone arrived and he took a dainty bite. Then, suddenly, a change came over his face. He's just entered the pensione, he said. Abandoning his gelato, Pendergast dropped a few euros on the counter and strode out of the cafe, D'Agosta following. Are you afraid for the Signora? The Signora is perfectly safe. It's the priest for whom I fear. The priest? Suddenly, D'Agosta understood. Then we can stop this guy when he leaves the pensione. That would serve no purpose but to embroil us in endless legalities. Our best chance is the monastery itself. Come, Vincent, we haven't a moment to lose." In 20 minutes, they were driving through the hills northeast of Florence, Pendergast at the wheel of their rented Fiat. Although D'Agosta had done more than his share of high-speed driving, and though Pendergast was clearly an expert, D'Agosta's heart was beating at an uncomfortable rate. The car was squealing around a series of hairpin curves, none of which at guardrails, at a terrifying clip. With each climbing turn, a rising sea of mountains swam into view before them, the great spine of the Apennines. "I've been aware of surveillance for some time now," Pendergast said, "since we found Bullard's body, and perhaps even before. At important moments, such as our trip to Cremona, I've managed to keep him at arm's length. I haven't yet confronted our shadower, hoping instead to learn who's behind him. I did not think he would take such a direct approach as he did just now in the piazza. It means we are getting close to the truth. It also means increased danger, for us and for those with crucial information, such as Father Zanobi." The car squealed around another curve. D'Agosta braced himself against the lateral G-forces, sweat breaking out on his brow. "I've seen you weasel information out of all kinds of people," he said, when it was safe to draw breath again. "But if you can convince a priest to reveal a 30-year-old confession, I'll swim all the way back to Southampton." Another long, screeching turn, the car hanging practically over the edge of a chasm. This time, D'Agosta almost had to pry his fingers from the dashboard. "Do you think we might slow down?" "I don't think so," and Pendergast nodded over his shoulder. The car made another semi-controlled skid around a corner, and as D'Agosta fell against the passenger window, he got a terrible glimpse back down the mountainside. About 3 switchbacks below, he could see a motorcycle, black and chrome, its angular chassis exposed and gleaming. It was approaching fast.
They tore around another corner, scattering clouds of dust as the Fiat slewed, first right, then left. But already the motorcycle was biting into the same corner, leaning at an incredible angle, almost pegging the road. The rider straightened quickly and began closing the gap, preparing to pass. "Hang on, Vincent!" The car swerved into the left lane just as the motorcycle came alongside, then swerved back with a shriek of rubber, cutting him off. D'Agosta looked back and saw the motorcyclist dropping back, preparing to make another run past them. "He's coming on the right!" he shouted. At the last minute, Pendergast jerked the car to the left again, correctly anticipating a feint. There was a screech of tires behind them as the motorcyclist dumped his rear brake and the bike rose in a reverse wheelie. The rider straightened, recovered. D'Agosta saw him reach into his jacket. "He's got a gun!" D'Agosta planted himself against the passenger door and waited, his own weapon at the ready. He doubted that a man on a motorcycle going 80 miles an hour on a winding mountain road could fire with any accuracy, but he wasn't going to take any chances. With a burst of speed, the motorcycle closed again, the gun leveling, steadying. D'Agosta aimed his weapon. "Wait until he fires," Pendergast murmured. There was a bang, and a blue puff, instantly whisked away. A simultaneous thump, and the back window went abruptly opaque, a web of cracks running away from a perfect 9mm hole. An instant later, Pendergast braked with terrifying suddenness, throwing D'Agosta forward against the seatbelt, then swerved and accelerated again. D'Agosta unbuckled the seatbelt, jumped into the back seat, kicked away the sagging rear window, steadied his gun, and fired. The cyclist swerved and dropped back behind a curve, kicking his way down through the gears. The jerk! The car slid into the next corner, fishtailing on loose gravel and sliding perilously close to the cliff edge. D'Agosta knelt in the rear seat, hardly daring to breathe, aiming through the ruined window, ready to fire as soon as the motorcycle reappeared. As they ripped around another hillside, he saw the Ducati flash into view about 100 yards back.
Pendergast downshifted, the engine screaming with the effort, the RPM needle redlining. The car went into another long, sickening turn. As they accelerated out of the curve, the road emerged onto a shoulder of a mountain, heading straight through a long, dark forest of pine trees, tunneling into shade. A sign flashed past, Ciusi della Verna, 13 kilometers. Keeping watch on their rear, D'Agosta could see a whirlwind of dancing pine needles thrown up by their passage. And there came the Ducati, swinging around the curve. D'Agosta aimed, but it was an impossible shot, 200 yards back from a moving car. He sat, awaiting his chance. With a piercing whine, the motorcycle came surging forward, screaming into fifth, then sixth gear, approaching at ever-increasing speed. The man had put away his gun, and both his gloved hands were on the handlebars, his head lowered. He's going to try another run past us, no doubt. Pendergast stayed in the center of the road, accelerator floored. But the car was no match for the Ducati. It came straight up behind them, accelerating all the way. The thing must top out at 180, D'Agosta thought. He knew it would try to turn and dart past them at the last moment, and there would be no way for Pendergast to guess if the rider would veer to the right or the left. He steadied his gun. He had vastly improved his shooting from many sessions at the 27th Precinct range, but with the vibration, the motion of the car, the motion of the bike, it was going to be tough. The bike was going at least twice their speed now, coming up on them fast. D'Agosta squeezed off a shot, aiming low at the machine, and missed. The car made a violent motion to the right as the bike came blasting past on the left, dual silencers flashing, rider leaning so far forward he seemed draped over the front fork, and was gone around the next curve. "I lost that coin toss," Pendergast said dryly. They were now approaching the curve themselves, their speed beyond any possibility of controlling the turn. Pendergast braked hard, while simultaneously jamming on the gas pedal and twisting the wheel left. The car spun violently around, twice, perhaps 3 times. D'Agosta was too shaken to be sure, before coming to rest on the very edge of the cliff. They paused just a moment, the acrid smell of burned brake pads wafting over the car. "Fiat, for all its troubles, still knows how to make a decent vehicle," said Pendergast. "Eurocar isn't going to like this," Pendergast replied. Pendergast jammed on the gas, and the car screeched back onto the road, accelerating into the next turn. They tore through the fir forest once again, before mounting another series of steep switchbacks, worse than the last. D'Agosta felt his stomach begin to rise uncomfortably. He allowed himself a single glance out over the edge. Far below, very, very far below, he could see the Casentino Valley, dotted with fields and villages. He looked quickly away. Turn after turn they mounted, Pendergast driving in grim silence. D'Agosta reloaded and checked his gun. It beat looking out the window. Suddenly houses flashed past, and they whipped through the town of Ciusi della Verna, Pendergast leaning on the horn, pedestrians jumping into the doorway of a shop in terror as the car blasted by, clipping the side view mirror from a parked van and sending it bouncing and rolling down the street. Just past town was another faded sign, Santuario della Verna, 6 kilometers. The road climbed steadily through a steep forest, one brutally sharp turn after another. And then suddenly they emerged from the trees into a meadow, and there, directly ahead, but still 1,000 feet above them, stood the monastery of La Verna, a great tangle of ancient stone, perched on a crag that seemed to hang over open space. It was windowless, so old and scarred by time, it looked a part of the cliff face itself. Despite everything, D'Agosta felt a chill go down his spine. He knew from Sunday school that this was perhaps the holiest Christian monastery in the world, built in 1224 by St. Francis himself. The car blasted back into the forest, and the monastery disappeared from view. "Have we got a chance?" D'Agosta asked. "It depends on how quickly our man finds Father Zenobie. The monastery is a big place. If only they had a phone." The car careened around another turn. D'Agosta could hear a bell ringing, the faint sound of chanting floating toward him over the noise of the engine. "I think the monks are at prayer," he said. He glanced at his watch. It would be the service of sixth hour of the Opus Dei. Yes, most unfortunate. Pendergast pushed the car around the final bend, wheels slipping on ancient mossy cobbles instead of asphalt. The cobbled road, clearly never built to be driven upon, led up behind the monastery. There, at the stone archway leading through the outer wall of the monastery into a massive cloister, D'Agosta saw the Ducati lying on its tubular frame, fat rear wheel still spinning lazily. Pendergast slewed to a stop and was out, gun drawn, even before the car was completely at rest. D'Agosta followed hard on his heels. They ran past the bike, across a stone bridge, and into the cloisters. A large chapel stood to the right, its doors wide, the vigorous sounds of plain chant rising and falling on the cool breeze. As they ran, the chanting seemed to hesitate, then die away in a ragged confusion. They rushed into the church, just in time to see the figure in red leather, his arm extended, rigid, fire point blank into an old monk who was kneeling, his hands raised in surprise or prayer. The report of the gun was shockingly loud in the confined space, reverberating even as the notes of the plainsong died away.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. D'Agosta shouted out in dismay, rage, and horror as the priest fell and the shooter raised his gun, execution style, taking careful aim for a second shot. In the pre-dawn light, Hayward stood with Captain Grable on a rocky point just north of the Central Park Arsenal.
From here, they commanded a good view of the tent city, still slumbering in the quiet morning air. They'd been briefed on the location of Wayne Buck's tent, and she could make it out clearly. A large green canvas job in the heart of the encampment. Hayward's misgivings increased. This was no clean shot, in and out. The makeshift city had grown much larger than she realized. There had to be 300 tents, maybe more, scattered through the foliage. And the landscape wouldn't help. Deep green swales and leafy hollows, surrounded by grassy hummocks, their sides frequently exposing long swaths of dark gray rock. Through the thicket of tree branches, she could just make out, parked along Fifth, the cop car that would take Buck away. It was idling on the park side of the avenue, right opposite the entrance to Cutforth's building. Fact was, this was just about the last place she wanted to be at the moment. By rights, she should be pursuing the Cutforth murder. She shouldn't be out here, not anymore, not when there was an open homicide to be worked. It felt too much like the bad old days when she was a rouster for the transit police. She glanced at Grable. She had talked to D'Agosta the night before, briefly, and now she wished he was here. There was a guy you could count on. As for Grable adjusted his tie, squared his shoulders. Let's circle around and come in from the west. He was sweating, his shirt plastered to his chest despite the cool morning. Hayward nodded. As I see it, the key here is speed. We don't want to be caught in there. Grable swallowed, hiked up his belt. Captain, unlike some in the force, I didn't waste my time in the classroom piling up degrees. I came up through the rank and file. I know what I'm doing. There was a long moment while Grable looked down on the slumbering tent city. Hayward glanced at her watch. The light was coming up moment by moment, and the sun would rise within minutes. Why the hell was Grable waiting? "We're running a little late, if you don't mind me saying so," she said. "I don't operate on a timetable, Captain." Hayward tried to suppress her misgivings. This was Grable's operation. Rocker had made that clear, and she was to follow his lead. Going in with a bad attitude wasn't going to do any good. And the plan might work. Hell, it would work if they could just get in and out fast enough, drag Buck to the waiting squad car before he'd even managed to wake up. It could work, she told herself, as long as Grable moves fast. If you're going to arrest someone, you do it. You don't give them time to think about it first. She glanced at Grable again, wondering why he was taking so long. "Right," said Grable, noticing the glance. "Let's go." They cut west through the low trees and brushy undergrowth, circling the flank of the tent city, sticking close to one side of a shallow defile. Soon they reached what looked like a herd path, leading directly into the makeshift community. They were downwind now, and the odor of raw sewage and unwashed humanity hit Hayward hard. Grable quickened his pace as they approached the fringes. A few people were already up, some cooking on little backpacking stoves, others wandering around. Grable hesitated just inside the ragged outer ring of tents. Then he nodded brusquely to Hayward, and they started forward again. Hayward nodded in a friendly way to those who were up and watching them pass. The ground flattened, and the tents huddled closer together, forming narrow lanes and alleys. In a few minutes they had arrived at the center clearing around Buck's tent. So far, so good, thought Hayward. The front flap was tied on two side posts. Grable stopped before the entrance and called in a loud voice. "Buck? This is Captain Grable of the NYPD. Hey!" A tall, clean-cut fellow appeared out of nowhere. "What are you doing?" "None of your business," said Grable brusquely. "Gosh," thought Hayward, "not like that." "There's no problem," she said. "We're just here to talk to the Reverend." "Yeah? What about?" "Back off, pal," said Grable. "What is it?" came a muffled voice from inside the tent. "Who's there?" "Captain Grable, NYPD." Grable began untying the knotted drawstring that held the flap shut against one of the side poles. He had it almost undone when a hand reached from inside, closed over his, and removed it. The flap lifted, and then Buck stood there, straight and stern. "This is my home," he said coldly and with dignity. "Do not violate it." Cuff him, Hayward thought. Cuff the son of a difficult person and get the hell out. We're New York City police officers, and this is public land. This isn't some private dwelling. Sir, I ask you once again to stand back from my home. Hayward was astonished by the man's presence. She turned to see how Grable was going to handle it. She was shocked to see his face paling beneath the sheen of sweat. "Wayne Buck, you are under arrest." Grable tried to unclip his handcuffs, but his hands were shaking slightly, and it took longer than it should have. Hayward couldn't believe it. Grable was out of his depth. That was the only answer. He'd ridden the desk so long he'd lost his street smarts, if he ever had them, and he'd forgotten how to deal with a fluid situation like this. That explained his hesitation back at the arsenal, his sweating, everything. He'd wanted the commissioner to send in a large party to deal with Buck. But when Rocker had given the job directly to him, he couldn't refuse. Now, with no SWAT team to back him up, confronted by the implacable Buck, he was losing his nerve. Buck stared, making no move to cooperate, but not doing anything to resist either. The clean-cut man, who seemed to be Buck's bodyguard or aide-de-camp, turned, cupped his hands, and cried out in a tremendous voice, "Arise! Arise! The cops are here to arrest the Reverend!" There was a stirring, a sudden murmur of voices. "Turn around and place your hands behind your back," said Grable, but his voice was trembling. Still Buck made no move. "Arise!" "Captain," said Hayward, her voice low, "he's resisting arrest. Cuff him." But Grable made no move. In an instant, Hayward sized up the situation and realized their window of opportunity had already closed. Looking around, she recalled the time when, as a kid on a dare, she'd poked a stick into a hornet's nest. There was a moment, just a moment of suspension. Then a muffled hum just before the hornets came boiling out, madder than hell. That's what the tent city felt like. People were up, but not yet out of their tents, a dull hum of activity that was about to explode. "Defend the Reverend! The police are here to arrest him! Arise!" Now came the boiling. Suddenly hundreds of people were up and out of their tents, pulling on shirts, moving toward them. Hayward leaned in toward Grable. This paused the front of the crowd, but with others, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice.
Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. This paused the front of the crowd, but with others behind pressing forward, it was only a matter of time before they were overwhelmed. Grable dropped the handcuffs and went for his gun. "Grable, no!" Hayward yelled. Immediately a roar went up. "He's going to shoot! Murderer! Judas!" The front wall surged forward. Whang! Went the gun into the air, the reaction to the sudden sound rippling through the crowd. And in that instant, Buck, standing only a few feet behind Grable, knocked the gun from his hand with one swift, sure motion. "Thank God," thought Hayward, keeping her hands in sight and well away from her own piece. Something had to be done right away, or they were toast. She turned and spoke to Buck. "You better do something, Reverend. It's all in your hands." Buck stepped forward, raising his hands. There was silence from the crowd, an instant stillness. He let a moment pass, and then slowly lowered his arm and aimed a steady finger at Grable. "This man came here under the cloak of the Prince of Darkness to arrest me. But God has exposed his deceit." Grable appeared speechless. "These centurions, these soldiers of Rome, entered our encampment like skulking snakes on the devil's own errand, and they have been defeated by their own shame and cowardice. Shame, cowards." Hayward took advantage of a lull to speak quietly to Buck. "We'd like to go now." Another roar erupted from the crowd. "Shame!" A stick flew out of the crowd, landing in the dust by their feet. She could see others being brandished above the crowd. People on the fringes had begun to hunt among the shrubbery for rocks. Hayward leaned forward, speaking again in a low voice she hoped only Buck could hear. "Reverend Buck, what's going to happen to you and your followers if we get injured or taken hostage? How do you think the NYPD will react to that?" She smiled coldly. "It'll make Waco look like a Sunday barbecue." There was a moment of silence. Then, not even acknowledging he'd heard, Buck raised his hands again and bowed his head. Once more a silence immediately fell. "My people," he said, "my people. We are Christians. They may come with malice, but we must show them compassion and forgiveness." He turned to his aide-de-camp. "Open a way for the unclean ones, Todd. Let them go in peace." Slowly the sticks were lowered. A lane appeared amidst the shuffling throng. Hayward bent forward, face burning, picked up Grable's gun, tucked it into her belt. She turned away only to realize Grable wasn't following. He was still rooted in place. "You comin', Captain?" He started, looked around, then walked past without looking at her. After a moment, he broke into a trot. A great cheer rose up from the crowd. Hayward followed at a dignified walk, eyes straight ahead, struggling not to betray in any way, through expression, posture, voice, that she was enduring the worst humiliation of her entire career. A gunshot, terribly loud, sounded in Dagosta's ear. It was Pendergast, firing over the heads of the crowd. The assassin turned and saw them approaching. He glanced back down at the crumpled figure at his feet, looked quickly around him, then turned and fled. Monks in brown robes were clustered around their fallen brother, some praying, others crying out and gesticulating. A number of monks were pointing to the back of the church. "Da questa parte, è scappato di là." Pendergast shot them a glance. "Vincent, after him." He had his cell phone out and was already calling for a medevac helicopter. A monk leaped up and grasped Dagosta's arm. "Ich help you," he said in broken English. "Follow me." They ran together through a door to the right of the altar, down a dark passageway and into an inner cloister, then across its courtyard and through a second stone passageway that abruptly terminated in the cliff face itself. Here they stopped. A lateral passage crossed their path, arches and pillars carved out of the living stone. He went this way. The monk turned and raced down the ancient, frescoed corridor. There was an iron door at its end, hanging ajar, and the monk threw it wide. Sunlight flooded the dark passage. Dagosta followed the monk through the doorway and into open air. A dizzying stone staircase fell away below them, carved directly into the cliff face. No protection from a breathtaking drop save for a rotten iron railing. Dagosta leaned away from the cliff face, glanced over the railing. For a moment, vertigo overwhelmed him. Then he glimpsed the red-suited figure below, scrambling down the stone pathway. Eccolo! The monk resumed the chase, robes flapping behind him. Dagosta followed as quickly as he dared. The stairs were so polished by time, so damp with humidity, they felt as slippery as ice. The staircase was old and disused, so eroded in places they had to step over yawning blue space. "You know where he's headed?" Dagosta asked between gasps. "To the forest below." The stairway leveled off briefly, and they moved slowly over another gap. The iron railing had rotted away at this spot, and rough handholds were their only protection. A stiff, cold wind buffeted them. A shot rang out from below. The monk slipped, clutched at a handhold, scrambled to regain his balance. Dagosta pressed himself against the rock face. He was completely exposed, unable to help, unable even to move forward. With both hands clutching the rock, he couldn't even unholster his gun. Another shot rang out. Dagosta felt a spray of rock slash his face. Glancing down, he could make out the killer 100 yards farther down the stairway, pointing his handgun directly at them. There was no help for it. He couldn't just stand here waiting to get shot. Dagosta let go with one hand, desperately bracing himself against the cliff edge with his feet and his knees, and drew out his gun. Aiming as best he could, he fired once, twice. 2 close shots, missing by inches. The man gave a cry and ducked out of sight below. Meanwhile, the monk had recovered and moved on to a safer spot. Dagosta felt himself slipping. He was going to have to drop his gun. "Ame!" said the monk. Dagosta tossed him the Glock, which the monk deftly caught. Then he pulled himself back into position and leaped over the gap. Just as he got to the far side, another shot rang out. "Down!" They crouched on the stone walkway, in the feeble cover of a small projecting rock. Another shot, another spray of rock. "Gosh," thought Dagosta, "we're pinned." Unable to move forward, unable to go back. He would have to return fire again. The monk handed him his gun. Dagosta slid out the magazine, checked it. 8 rounds left. He slapped it back in place. "When I shoot, you go. Capisci?" The monk nodded. In one motion, Dagosta rose, aimed, squeezed off a string of suppressing fire, just clipping the top of the rock behind which the shooter was crouching, keeping him down, unable to fire. The monk scrambled across the open section of trail, finding good cover at the far end where the pathway once again began to descend a crude staircase. Magazine spent, Dagosta ducked back behind the rocky projection. He slapped in his spare magazine, then ran across the open area.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace.
Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Does the monastery have dogs? No. We can call the police. The monk shrugged again. Takes time. For dogs, 2-3 days maybe. D'Agusta looked back into the endless forest. Gosh. Back at the chapel, the scene remained one of confusion. Pendergast was bending over the prostrate form of the monk, applying heart massage and artificial respiration. Several of the monks were kneeling in a half-circle, apparently led by the head of the order. Others were standing well back, murmuring in low, shocked tones. As D'Agusta walked across the chapel, utterly winded, he could hear the distant beat of a chopper. He knelt and took the old priest's frail hand. The man's eyes were closed, his face gray. In the background, the steady murmur of prayers continued, soothing in its measured cadence. "I think he's suffered a heart attack," Pendergast said, pressing down on the man's chest. "The trauma of the gunshot wound. Still, with the medevac arriving, he might be saved." Suddenly, the monk coughed. A hand fluttered and his eyes opened, staring directly at Pendergast. "Padre," said Pendergast, his voice low and calm, "mi dica la confessione più terribile che lei ha mai sentito." The eyes, so wise and so close to death, seemed to understand all. "Un ragazzo americano che ha fatto un patto con il diavolo, ma l'ho salvato, l'ho sicuramente salvato." He sighed, smiled, then closed his eyes and took one long, final shuddering breath. A moment later, the paramedics burst in with a transport stretcher. There was an eruption of furious activity as they worked to stabilize the victim. One attached a cardiac monitor, while another relayed the lack of vitals to the hospital and received orders in return. The stretcher was rushed back out the door, and within seconds the sound of the helicopter was receding again. And then it was over. The church seemed suddenly empty, the smell of incense drifting on the air, the steady sound of prayer adding a curious note of peace to a most shocking act of violence. "He got away," D'Agusta gasped. Pendergast laid a hand on his arm. "I'm sorry, Vincent." "What did you say to the priest just now?" Pendergast hesitated a moment. "I asked him to recall the most terrible confession he'd ever heard. He said it was from a boy, an American boy, who had made a pact with the devil." D'Agusta felt revulsion constrict his stomach. So it was true, after all. It was really true. He added that he had certainly saved the boy's soul. In fact, he knew he'd saved his soul. D'Agusta had to sit down. He hung his head a moment, still breathing hard, and then looked up at Pendergast. "Yeah, but what about the other three?" The Reverend Buck sat at the desk inside his tent, the beams of bright morning sun slanting through the doornet and setting the canvas walls ablaze. Everybody in camp was still keyed up from the showdown with the police, still abuzz with energy. Buck could feel that same energy coursing through his being. The passion and belief of his followers had astonished, had heartened him. Clearly the Spirit of God was among them. With God, anything was possible. The problem was, the police would not rest. They would act decisively, and act soon. His moment was about to arrive. The moment he had come so far, worked so hard to fulfill. But what moment? And how exactly would he fulfill it? The question had been growing within him, gnawing at him for days now. At first, it had been just a faint voice, a sense of disquiet. But now it never left him, despite his praying and fasting and penitence. God's path was unclear, his wishes mysterious. Yet again he bowed his head in prayer, asking God to show him the way. Outside, in the background, he could hear the excited hum of 100 conversations. He paused to listen. Everybody was talking about the aborted attempt to arrest him. Strange that the police had sent in only 2. They probably didn't want to make a show of aggression, have a Waco on their hands. Waco. That little aside from the woman cop had sobered him up. It had been almost like a surgical thrust. She was something, that one. Couldn't be more than 35, a real looker, self-assured as anything. The other was just another weak, vainglorious bully, like any number of the screws he dealt with in the big house. But she had the confidence, the power of the devil behind her. Should he resist? Put up a fight? He had tremendous power in his hands, hundreds of followers who believed in him heart and soul. He had the power of conviction and the Spirit. But they had the power of physical arms. They had the might of the state behind them. They had weapons, tear gas, water cannon. If he resisted, it would be a butchery. What did God want him to do? He bowed, prayed again. There was a knock on one of the wooden posts of the tent. Yes? It's almost time for your morning sermon and the laying on of hands. Thank you, Todd. I'll be out in a few minutes. He needed an answer, if only for himself, before he could face his people once again. They relied on him for spiritual guidance in this greatest crisis of all. He was so proud of them, of their bravery and conviction. Soldiers of Rome, they'd shouted so aptly at the cops. Soldiers of Rome, that was it. Suddenly, like the cogs of some vast spiritual machine, a series of connections fell together like dominoes in his mind. Pilate, Herod, Golgotha. It had been there all the time, the answer he'd been searching for. He just needed the strength of faith to find it. He knelt a moment longer. "Thank you, Father," he murmured. Then he rose, feeling suffused with light. Now he knew exactly how he would face the armies of Rome. He armed aside the tent flap and strode toward the preaching rock. He glanced around at the beauty of the morning, the beauty of God's earth. Life was so precious, such a fleeting gift. As he climbed the path that circled behind the rock, he reminded himself that the next world would be far better, far more beautiful. When the infidels came, 1,000 strong, he knew exactly how he was going to deliver them unto defeat. He raised his hands to a thunderous cheer. The cellar of the Carabinieri barracks looked more like the dungeon it had once been than a basement, and as D'Agasta followed Colonnello Esposito and Pendergast through the winding tunnels of undressed stone, streaked with cobwebs and lime, he was half surprised to find no skeletons chained to the walls. The Colonnello paused at an iron door, opened it. "As you'll see, alas, we have yet to join the 21st century," he said as he gestured for them to enter. D'Agasta stepped into a room wall to wall with filing cabinets and open shelves. Fascicles of documents sat on the shelves, tied up in twine. Some were so old and moldy they must have dated back centuries. An officer in a neat uniform of blue and white, with a smart red stripe down the outside of the slacks, stood and saluted crisply. "Basta," said the Colonnello in a tired voice, then gestured at some old wooden chairs arranged around a long table. "Please sit." As they seated themselves, the Colonnello spoke to the younger officer, who in turn produced a dozen folders and laid them on the table. Here are the summaries of the homicides that fell within your requirements. Unsolved murders over the last year in which the victim was found burned. I have been through them myself and found nothing of the slightest interest. I am much more concerned.
The only sound was the gentle whisper of forced air carried into the basement by shiny aluminum ducts that snaked along the vaulted ceilings in a futile attempt to bring fresh air into these depths. D'Agosta looked at each case and its associated photograph, struggling to comprehend the Italian, able to get the gist but no more. Occasionally, he jotted down a note more to have something to report to Hayward on their next call than for his own recollection. In less than an hour, they'd gone through them all. Pendergast turned to D'Agosta. "Anything?" "Nothing stood out." "Let us take a second pass." The Colonello glanced at his watch, lit a cigarette. "There's no need for you to stay," said Pendergast. Espositos waved his hand. "I am quite content to be buried down here, out of reach, my cell phone dead. It is not so pleasant upstairs, with the Procuratore della Repubblica calling every half hour. Thanks again, I fear, to you." He looked around. "All that's lacking is an espresso machine." He turned to the officer. "Caffè per tutti." "Si, signore." D'Agosta heaved a sigh and began leafing again through the barely comprehensible files. This time he paused at a black and white photo of a man lying in what looked like an abandoned building. The corpse lay curled in a cracked cement corner, very badly burned. It was a typical police photo, sordid, vile. But there was something else, something wrong. Pendergast instantly detected his interest. "Yes?" D'Agosta slid the photo over. Pendergast scrutinized it for a few seconds. Then his eyebrows shot up. "Yes, I do see." "What is it?" asked the Colonello, reluctantly leaning forward. "This man. You see the small pool of blood there underneath him? He was burned and then shot. And so? Usually victims are shot, then burned, to conceal evidence. Have you ever heard of burning a man first and then shooting him? Frequently, to extract information. Not over half the body. Torture burning is localized." Esposito peered at the photo. "That means nothing. A maniac, perhaps. May we see the complete file?" The Colonello shrugged, rose, shuffled to a distant cabinet, then returned with a fat bundle of documents. He put it on the table, cut the twine with his pocket knife. Pendergast looked through the documents, pulled one out, began to summarize in English. Carlo Vanni, aged 69, retired farmer. Body found in a ruined Casa Colonica in the mountains near Abetone. There was no physical evidence recovered at the site, no fingerprints, fibers, shell casings, prints, tracks. He glanced up. "This does not look like the work of a maniac to me." A slow smile gathered on the Colonello's face. Even among the Carabinieri, incompetence has been known to occur. Just because no evidence was recovered does not mean there was no evidence to recover. Pendergast flipped the page. A single shot to the heart. And what's this? Some droplets of molten aluminum recovered by the medico legale, burned deep into the man's flesh. He flipped another page. Now this is even more intriguing. Several years before his murder, Vanni was accused of molesting children in the local community. He got off on a technicality. The police theorized that the murder was simple vengeance, and it appears they did not try very hard to find the killer. The Colonello stubbed out his cigarette. Allora, a revenge killing, someone from the community. The killer wanted to make this pedophile suffer for what he had done. Hence the burning, then the shot to the heart. It explains everything. It would seem so. A long silence. "And yet," said Pendergast, almost to himself, "it's too perfect. If you wanted to kill someone, Colonello, but it made no difference who it was, who would you choose? A man exactly like this, guilty of a heinous crime, but never punished for it.
A man with no family, no important connections, no job. The police aren't going to exert themselves to find the killer, and the townspeople will do all they can to hinder the investigation. That is too clever, Agent Pendergast. Never in my life have I dealt with a criminal who would be capable of such sophisticated planning. And why kill someone at random? It is like something out of Dostoevsky. We are not dealing with an ordinary criminal, and our killer had a very specific reason to kill. Pendergast laid the file down and gazed at D'Agosta. Vincent? Worth pursuing. May I have a copy of the report of the medico legale? Pendergast asked. The colonnello murmured to the officer, who had just returned with the coffee. The man took the folder to a photocopier machine, returning with the copy a moment later. The colonnello handed it to Pendergast, then lit a cigarette, his face creased with irritation. I hope you are not going to ask me for an exhumation order. I'm afraid we are. Esposito sighed, smoke dribbling out of his nostrils. Mio Dio, this is all I need. You realize how long this will take? At least a year. Unacceptable. The colonnello nodded. That's Italy. A thin smile worked himself into his face. Of course. Of course what? You could always go the unofficial route. You mean grave robbing? We prefer to call it il controllo preliminare. If you find something, then you do the paperwork. Pendergast rose. Thank you, colonnello. For what? I said nothing. And he made a mock bow. Besides, the place is out of my jurisdiction. A satisfactory arrangement for all concerned, save perhaps Carlo Vanni. As they were leaving, the colonnello called after them. Do not forget to pack panini and a good bottle of Chianti. The night, I fear, will be long and chilly. The church where Carlo Vanni was interred lay in the foothills of the Apennines above the town of Pistoia, at the end of a winding road that seemed to climb forever through darkness. Their replacement Fiat wound back and forth, the headlights stabbing into darkness at each turn. We should be prepared for company, said Pendergast. You think they know we're here? I know it. A car's trailing us. I glimpsed it a couple of times 3 or 4 switchbacks down the mountain. He'll have to park below the church, and I don't intend to be surprised. Are you familiar with the move and cover approach to an objective? Sure. You'll cover me while I move, then I'll signal you to follow, like this. And he gave a low hooting sound, indistinguishable from an owl's. D'Agosta grinned. Your talents always manage to surprise me. Rules of engagement? We're dealing with a potential killer, but we can't shoot first. Wait for the first shot, then shoot to kill. Meanwhile, you're down. I can take care of myself. Here we are. Pendergast slowed, making the final turn. Check weapons. D'Agosta removed his Glock, ejected the magazine, made sure it was at its maximum 15-round capacity, slammed it home, and racked the slide. Pendergast drove past the church and parked in a turnout near the end of the road, and exited the vehicle. The smell of crushed mint rose around them. It was a chill, moonless night. There was a scattering of bright stars above the dark line of cypresses. The church itself stood below, faintly silhouetted against the distant glow of Pistoia. Crickets trilled in the darkness. It was a perfect place for a tomb robbing, thought D'Agosta. Quiet and isolated. Pendergast touched his shoulder and nodded toward a dark copse of trees about 100 yards downhill. D'Agosta crouched in the shadows of the car, gun drawn, as Pendergast darted silently down toward the copse, disappearing into the darkness. A minute later, D'Agosta heard a low hoot. He rose, moved quickly toward the trees, and joined Pendergast. Beyond stood the church, small and very ancient, built of stone blocks with a square tower. The front entrance, a Gothic arch over a wooden door, was closed. Pendergast touched D'Agosta's arm again, nodded this time toward the entrance. D'Agosta retreated into the shadows, waiting. Pendergast shot across the courtyard in front of the church. D'Agosta could just make out his silhouette, black against black, before the door.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. There was the sound of a locked door being tried. This was followed by the faint scraping of iron against iron as Pendergast picked the lock, and then a dull creak as the door opened. Pendergast slipped quickly inside. Within moments, another hoot of an owl. Taking a deep breath, Dagosta ran across the open piazza and past the door. Pendergast immediately closed it behind him and, inserting a narrow device into the keyhole, relocked it. Dagosta turned, crossed himself. The interior of the church was cool and smelled of wax and stone. A few candles guttered before a painted wooden statue of the Virgin, throwing a dim orange light across the small nave. "You take the left side, I'll take the right," said Pendergast. They moved down opposite walls of the ancient church, guns drawn. It was empty save for the statue of the Virgin, a confessional with a drawn curtain, and a rough altar with a crucifix. Pendergast crept up to the confessional, took hold of the curtain, jerked it aside. Empty. Dagosta watched him put his gun away and glide to a small rusted iron door set into a far corner. He bent over the lock and, with another rattle and scrape, opened it to reveal a descending stone staircase. Pendergast switched on his flashlight and probed into the murk. "This isn't the first tomb I've disturbed," murmured Pendergast, as Dagosted from up beside him. "But it promises to be one of the most interesting. Why was Vonnie buried down here and not in a cemetery outside?" They passed through the doorway, and Pendergast gently closed and locked the door behind them. Because of the steep hill, the church has no outside camposanto. All the dead are buried down in the crypts cut into the hillside underneath the church. They descended the staircase to find themselves in a low, vaulted space. Dagosta's nostrils filled with the smell of mold. To the left, the flashlight revealed some medieval sarcophagi, several with the bodies of the deceased carved in marble on the lids, as if asleep. One was shown in a suit of armor. Another was dressed as a bishop. Dagosta followed Pendergast to the right.
This passageway led past more old tombs, decorated with sculptures and relief, ending in another iron door. In a moment, Pendergast had it open. The flashlight disclosed a much cruder tunnel beyond, fashioned out of the rock itself. Shelves were cut into the rude walls, each with its own pile of bones, a skull, and bits of rag. Some of the skeletons had rings on their bony fingers, or bits of jewelry and necklaces scattered among the rib cages. There was the faint rustling of mice, and a few furry bullets shot across the dirt floor heading for cover. Farther on were rows of newer tombs, narrow edge out, as in a mausoleum. Each niche was covered with a marble plaque. As they walked, the dates on the plaques grew more recent. Some had photographs of the deceased affixed to the front, unsmiling 19th and early 20th century faces marked by hardship and disappointment. A scattering of vacant crypts with blank marble plaques appeared. Others had a name and birth date, but no date of decease. Pendergast swept his flashlight from left to right and back again as they progressed. Ahead, DaGosta could make out the terminal wall of the crypt, and there, isolated at the end in the bottom row, was the tomb they were looking for. Carlo Vanni, 1948-2003. Pendergast reached into his suit coat and removed a thin cloth, which he quickly spread on the stone floor in front of the crypt. Next, he produced a narrow crowbar and a long metal blade with a curved end. He shimmed the blade behind the marble plaque, moved it slowly along all four edges, then stuck the crowbar into the newly created joint and gave a sharp tug. The plaque popped loose with a faint cloud of dust. Pendergast caught it deftly and laid it on the cloth. The dark hole exhaled a nasty burned smell. Pendergast shone his flashlight into the niche. "Give me a hand, please." DaGosta knelt beside him. He avoided looking in the hole. It didn't seem decent somehow. "You grab the left foot, I'll grab the right, and we'll slide him out. It's our good fortune that Vanni's niche is at floor level." Now, DaGosta forced himself to look. In the dimness, all he could see were the soles of two shoes, each with a hole in it. "Ready?" DaGosta nodded. He reached in, grabbed the shoe. On second thought, grasp it above the ankle. We wouldn't want the foot coming off at the ankle bone. Right. DaGosta moved his hand up around the pant leg. It felt like grabbing a knotty bone, except there was a crackle of something else under there, like parchment, that almost turned his stomach. The smell was appalling. At the count of 3, pull slowly and easily. 1, 2, 3. DaGosta pulled, and after a moment of sticky resistance, the body came free and began sliding out, surprisingly light. "Keep going." DaGosta backed up, pulling as he went until the corpse was entirely out of the niche. A nest of earwigs was exposed, the panicked insects racing off in all directions. DaGosta jumped back, slapping at several that had dashed up his leg. Carlo Vanni lay before them, arms crossed, hands folded around a crucifix, eyes wide open, but black and wrinkled. The lips had drawn back from the teeth, which were no more than rotten stumps. The man's white hair had been slicked down with some formidable substance, because not a strand was out of place. The suit had holes in it from insect activity, but was otherwise intact, if a bit dusty. The only obvious sign of burning was on the hands themselves, which were black and twisted, the fingernails curled up in little scrolls. "Hold the light, please, Vincent." Pendergast bent over the body, placed a knife at the corpse's throat, and in one motion slit the cloths from neck to navel. He pulled them aside. Paper wadding, used to bulk up the suit, filled the sunken abdomen. Pendergast pulled this away to reveal a blackened torso, skin peeling away in dusty, burned sheets. Burned ribs sprang from the rib cage, charred ends exposed. DaGosta made an effort to keep the light steady. Pendergast removed a piece of paper from his pocket and laid it beside the body. DaGosta saw it was the copy of the ME's report, a photocopy of an X-ray showing the location of the drops of metal. Next, he fitted a jeweler's loop to his eye, bending close to the body as he adjusted the objective. With the knife in one hand and a pair of surgical tweezers in the other, he began to poke into the abdomen. Faint crackling sounds rose up. Ah! He held up a frozen droplet of metal suspended between the tweezers, then dropped it into a test tube and reapplied himself to the corpse. From the darkness behind them came a sound. DaGosta straightened immediately, turning the light back down the crypt. You hear that? A rat. The light, if you please. DaGosta returned the light to Vonnie, heart pounding. There was a lot to be said for waiting for the paperwork to come through. A year? Make that 2. There was another sound, and DaGosta swept the light back. A rat, the size of a small cat, crouched and blinked, showing its teeth with a little hiss. Shoo! DaGosta kicked some dirt at it, and it slunk away. The light? DaGosta swung the light back. Nasty buggers. Here's another. Pendergast put a long dribble of frozen metal in.
He then removed a small tube of construction cement, dabbed it around the edges of the marble plaque, and fitted it back in place, tapping here and there to seal it. He stepped back, looked at his handiwork. Excellent. They exited the crypt and climbed into the church. The door was still closed and locked. Pendergast unlocked it, and DaGosta covered him while he flitted across the courtyard. A moment later, he heard Pendergast's voice. "It's all right." DaGosta stepped out into the warm night, immeasurably relieved to be free of the tomb. He brushed at his arms and legs, feeling the smell, the mold, still clinging to his clothes. Ahead, Pendergast was pointing toward the darkness of the hill. A pair of taillights could be seen winding down the mountainside a half-mile below them. "That's our man." His light came on, revealing unfamiliar shoe tracks clearly outlined in the short, dew-laden grass. What was he doing? It seems they no longer want to kill us. Rather, they are merely anxious to keep track of how much we know. Now, why do you think that is, Vincent? Hayward never liked the sensation of déjà vu, and she was feeling it especially strongly this afternoon, sitting in the same room, with the same people, listening to the same arguments she'd heard 24 hours earlier. Only now it was ass-covering time. It reminded her of musical chairs. As soon as the music stopped in this room, some poor schmuck would no doubt be left standing, ass exposed and ready to be kicked. Grable seemed to be trying hard to make sure that exposed ass was hers. He was in the middle of a long-winded account of the botched arrest attempt, an account that somehow transformed his own craven and erratic behavior into restraint and heroism. The story went on and on, the climax coming when he was obliged to fire into the air to warn the savage crowd. As a result, they'd been able to depart in good order, upholding the dignity of the New York City Police Department even if they had failed in their objective of arresting Buck. Throughout the account, there was the faint implication that he had done all the work, taken all the risks, while Hayward had been a reluctant participant at best. He even managed to give the impression of refraining from criticism, as if she'd been a dead weight on the whole operation. If he was as good in the field as he is at ass-covering, Hayward thought grimly, we wouldn't be here right now. She considered responding, but decided she didn't want to play that particular game. If she pointed out that Grable had run like a cur with its tail tucked between its legs, that he had fired in panic and lost his gun, well, it might set the record straight, but it would do her no good. Her mind wandered, tuning out the parade of half-truths. One bright note was that Pendergast and DaGosta seemed to be making progress in Italy. And Pendergast was out of her hair, no doubt making some Italian police officer's life miserable. On the other hand, she missed DaGosta. Missed him even more than she thought she would. It was Wentworth's turn next, and she made an effort to concentrate. He expounded at length on the psychology of crowds, trotting out quotations on megalomania from file cards specially prepared for the occasion. It was a huge smokescreen of words and theories, piled one on top of another, signifying nothing.
This was followed by some neighborhood honcho talking about how upset the mayor was, how everybody was up in arms, how all the important people of the city are beside themselves that nothing is being done. No one, it seemed, had any ideas on how to get Buck out of Central Park. Rocker heard them all out with the same tired expression on his face, an expression which betrayed nothing of his inner thoughts. Finally, the tired eyes came to rest on her. "Captain Hayward, I have nothing to add." She said it perhaps a little more curtly than she intended. Rocker's eyebrows raised just slightly. "So you agree with the gentleman here?" "I didn't say that. I said I had nothing to add." "Did you find out anything more on Buck's record? An outstanding warrant, perhaps?" "Yes," said Hayward, having spent part of the morning on the phone. "But it isn't much. He's wanted in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, for violating parole." "Violating parole?" Grable laughed. "What a joke. The laws he's broken here include assaulting a police officer, resisting arrest, attempted kidnapping. I mean, we got enough here to put him away for years." Hayward said nothing. Fact is, the parole violation was the only charge that would stick. As far as the others went, there were dozens of witnesses who would testify truthfully that Grable had drawn and fired his gun with no real provocation, that Buck had not, in fact, resisted arrest, that the crowd had parted like the very Red Sea to let them go, and that Grable had run, leaving his gun in the dust. Rocker nodded. "What now?" Silence. Rocker was still looking at Hayward. "Captain, I'd suggest just what I suggested in the first meeting, even after your, unpleasant experience this morning. Nothing happened this morning to change my mind." That produced a long, leaden silence. Grable was shaking his head, as if to say, "Some people never learn." "I see. You suggested going in alone, is that right?" "Right. I go in there and ask for Buck's cooperation in sending his people home for a shower and change of clothes. We'll promise him a parade permit in return, treat him with respect, deliver a fair, honest warning." There was a snort of derision from Grable. Rocker turned. "Captain Grable, you have something to say?" "I was there, Commissioner. Buck is crazy. He's a dangerous ex-murderer, and his followers are like Jonestown, real fanatics. She goes in there alone, without a large force to protect her. They'll take her hostage, or worse." "Commissioner, I respectfully disagree with Captain Grable. It's been almost a week now, and Buck and his followers have been reasonably well behaved and orderly. I believe it's worth a try." Wentworth had joined in the head shaking. "Dr. Wentworth," Rocker said, "I would give Captain Hayward's plan a very low probability of success. Captain Hayward is not a psychologist, and her prognostications of human behavior are simply lay opinion, not based on scientific study of human psychology." Hayward looked at the commissioner. "I'm not one to toot my own horn, sir, but the fact is I do have an MS in forensic psychology from NYU. Since I believe Dr. Wentworth is an assistant professor at the College of Staten Island, CUNYU, it's understandable that we never met academically." In the uncomfortable silence, it seemed to Hayward that Rocker might even be suppressing a little smile of his own. "I stand by my earlier comment," Wentworth said acidly. Rocker ignored him, still speaking to Hayward. "And that's it?" "That's it. You better have a SWAT team standing by to extract Captain Hayward, along with paramedics, for when the inevitable occurs," said Grable. Rocker looked down at his hands, his brow creased. Then he raised his head again. "Sunday is the day after tomorrow. I'd already decided on using the relative calm to go in with overwhelming force and arrest this man. But I hate to take a step like that until all avenues have been tried. I'm inclined to let Captain Hayward have a shot at it. If she can get Buck out of there without tear gas and water cannon, I'm all for it." He turned to Hayward. "You do your thing at noon. If it doesn't work, we move in, as scheduled." "Thank you, sir." A beat. "Hayward, are you sure this plan of yours is going to work?" "No, sir." Rocker smiled. "That's all I wanted to hear. A little freaking humility for a change." His eyes raked the rest of them, then returned to Hayward. "Go to it, Captain." Dagostov looked out at the vague outlines of the island looming off the ferry's port bow, rising steep and blue from the sea, shimmering slightly in the mid-morning light. Capraia, outermost of the Tuscan islands, a mountaintop lost in the wide ocean. It looked unreal, almost fairy-like.
The Torrimar car ferry chiseled its way forward, squat steel bows stubbornly parting the turquoise water as it plowed toward its destination. Pendergast stood beside Dagosta, sea breeze ruffling his blonde hair, his finely cut features like alabaster in the glare of the sun. "A most interesting island, Vincent," he was saying. "Once a prison for the most dangerous and intelligent criminals in Italy, mafia capos and serial escapees. The prison closed in the mid-60s, and now most of the island is a national park. Strange place to live. It is actually the most charming of all the Tuscan islands. There is a small port and a tiny village on a bluff, connected by the island's only road, which is all of half a mile in length. There's been no ugly development, thanks to the fact that the island doesn't have any beaches. What's the woman's name again? Her name is Viola Mascaline, Lady Viola Mascaline. I couldn't find out much about her on short notices. She's a private person. It seems she spends her summers on the island, leaving at the end of October. Travels the rest of the year, or so I've been informed. You sure she's home? No, but I prefer to take the chance of surprising our quarry." "Quarry?" "In an investigative sense. We're dealing with a sophisticated and well-traveled Englishwoman. As the only great-grandchild of Toscanelli's greatest love, she is in the best position to know the family secrets. She might be a tough nut to crack. Quite possibly, hence the surprise approach. How old is she? I assume middle-aged, if my calculations are correct." Dagosta glanced at him. "So, what's the family story?" "It was one of those torrid 19th-century affairs one reads about, the stuff of opera. Viola Mascaline's great-grandmother, a famous Victorian beauty, married the Duke of Cumberland, 30 years her senior, and as cold and correct a man as you could find. Toscanelli seduced her only a few months after her marriage, and they carried on a legendary affair. An illegitimate daughter came of the union, and the poor Duchess died in childbirth. That child was Lady Mascaline's grandmother. What did the Duke have to say about all that? He may have been cold, but he also seems to have been a rather decent sort. After his wife's death, he took steps to legally adopt the child. The greater titles and estates were entailed away, but the daughter inherited a lesser title and some land in Cornwall. The ferry throbbed beneath their feet, and the island seemed to gain weight and substance as they approached. As they stood silently, Pendergast drew the test tube out of his pocket. He held it up, the melted droplets taken from Vonnie's corpse the night before, glittering in the sun. "We haven't spoken yet about these." "Yeah, but I've been thinking about them." "So have I. Perhaps, Vincent, the time has come at last for each of us to turn over a card. You first." Pendergast smiled faintly and held up a finger. "Never. As the officer in charge, I reserve the right to call your hand. Pulling rank on me?" "Precisely." "Well, I'd say those drops came from some device which malfunctioned, spraying molten metal into Vonnie and burning him terribly." Pendergast nodded. "What kind of device?" "Some device meant to torch Vonnie. Same device that killed the others. But in Vonnie's case, it didn't seem to work, so he had to be shot afterwards." "Bravo! Your theory?" "I reached the same conclusions. Vonnie was an early victim, perhaps a test subject, of a highly specialized killing device. It appears we are dealing with a flesh-and-blood assassin after all." Now the ferry was slipping past surf-scoured volcanic cliffs and into a small harbor. A row of crumbling houses, stuccoed, yellow, and red, crowded the quay, hillsides rising steeply behind them.
The ferry maneuvered into port, and a single car and a scattering of passengers got off. Almost before Dagosta's feet were on firm ground, it was backing out again and heading to its next stop, the island of Elba. We have 4 hours before the ferry returns on its homeward swing. Pendergast pulled out a little piece of paper, scrutinized it. Lady Viola Mascaline, Via Saracino 19. Let's hope we find La Signorina at home. He set off down the quay toward a bus stop, Dagosta at his side. Within moments, an old orange bus wheezed into view, struggled to turn around in the lone narrow street, then opened its doors. They boarded. The doors creaked shut, and the bus began groaning and wheezing its way back up the frighteningly steep slope that seemed to rise straight out of the foaming sea. In 5 minutes, they were in the village at the far end of the road. The doors creaked open again, and they descended. An ancient peach-colored church sat on one side, a tobacconist on the other. Cobbled lanes ran off at odd angles, too narrow to admit a car. A giant ruined castle, completely overgrown with prickly pears, dominated the headland before them. Behind the village mounted a series of empty, scrub-covered mountains. "Charming," said Pendergast. He pointed at a street sign, carved on an old marble plaque and cemented into the wall of a building, reading Via Saracino. "This way, Sergeant." They walked down a lane between small whitewashed houses, the numbers mounting slowly. Soon the town ended, and the lane turned to dirt, bounded by stone walls enclosing garden plots of small lemon trees and microscopic vineyards. The air carried the scent of citrus. The lane made a sharp curve, and there, at the edge of the cliff, all by itself, stood a neat stone house shaded by bougainvillea, overlooking the blue immensity of the Mediterranean. Pendergast slipped down the path, entered the patio, and knocked on the door. Silence. "C'è nessuno?" he called. The wind sighed through the rosemary bushes, carrying the fragrance of the sea with it. Dagosta looked around. "There's someone over there," he said. "A man, digging." He nodded toward a small terraced vineyard 100 yards away, where a figure was turning earth with a spade. The man was wearing a battered straw hat, old canvas pants, and a rough shirt unbuttoned part way down the front. Seeing them, the person straightened up. Correction, a woman digging. Pendergast set off down the path with a vigorous step. Reaching the vineyard, they stepped gingerly through clods of freshly turned earth. The woman watched them approach, leaning on her shovel. Pendergast paused to offer the woman his hand, giving his usual little half-bow. In response, she removed her straw hat, shook out a mass of dark glossy hair, and took the hand. Dagosta froze. This is no middle-aged woman. She was stunningly beautiful, tall, athletic, and slender, with spirited hazel eyes, high cheekbones, skin tanned and freckled from the sun, nose still flaring from the effort of digging. After a moment, he realized Pendergast, after having bowed, had straightened again, but seemed rooted to the spot, still holding her hand, saying nothing but looking into her eyes. The woman appeared to be doing the same. There was a moment of utter stillness. Dagosta wondered if they had known each other before. It almost seemed as if they recognized each other. "I am Aloysius Pendergast." "I'm Viola Mascaline," she replied in a rich, warm English accent. As they released each other's hand, Dagosta realized Pendergast had uncharacteristically forgotten to introduce him. "And I'm Sergeant Vincent Dagosta, Southampton Police." The woman turned to him, as if noticing him for the first time. But the smile she gave him was full of warmth. "Welcome to Capraia, Sergeant." Another awkward silence. Dagosta glanced at him. He had a most uncharacteristic look of surprise on his face, as if somebody had just dropped a scoop of ice cream down his back. What was going on? "Well," said Lady Mascaline with another smile, "I assume you're here to see me, Mr. Pendergast." "Yes," he said hastily. "Yes, we are. It concerns—" She held up her finger. A hot vineyard is no place to have a civilized conversation.
Let's go back to my house and enjoy something cool on the terrazza, shall we? Yes, of course. She smiled again, a dazzling, dimpled smile. Follow me. She set off across the field, her big boots clumping through the clods of earth. The terrazza was shaded by a pergola draped with wisteria and bordered by blooming rosemary and miniature lemon trees. It was like being perched on the edge of the known world, the cliffs dropping away to an infinity of blue, stretching to the horizon and merging imperceptibly with the sky. The expanse was broken by a single tiny black reef about a mile offshore, which only served to increase the sense of distance, of infinity. Lady Maskelyne seated them around an old tiled table in battered wooden chairs, and then disappeared into the house. A minute later she returned with a wine bottle without a label filled with a pale amber liquid, some glasses, a bottle of olive oil, and a battered clay platter heaped with thick pieces of rough-cut bread. She set down the glasses and, moving around the table, filled them with white wine. As she passed Dagosta his glass, he caught her faint scent, a perfume of grapevines, earth, and the sea. Pendergast took a sip. "Is it yours, Lady Maskelyne?" "Yes, the olive oil is mine also. There's something marvelously satisfying about working your own piece of ground. Complimenti." Pendergast took another sip, dipped a piece of the rough bread in a dish of olive oil. "Excellent. Thank you. Allow me to tell you why we've come, Lady Maskelyne." "No," she said in a low voice, looking not at him, but far out to sea, her hazel eyes almost blue in the intense light, a strange smile on her lips. "Don't spoil this particular moment just yet." Dagosta wondered just what particular moment she might be talking about. The faint sound of surf and the cries of seagulls drifted from the edge of the cliff. "What an enchanting villa you have here, Lady Maskelyne." She laughed. "A villa it is not, just a simple seaside bungalow. That's why I love it. Here I have my books, my music, my vines, my olive trees, and the sea. What more could you ask for?" "You mentioned music. Do you play an instrument?" A hesitation. "The violin. Now we're getting somewhere," thought Dagosta. As usual, Pendergast was sliding into the subject sideways. "You are here year-round?" "Oh, no, I'd get bored. I'm not that much of a recluse." "Where do you spend the rest of your time?" "I lead a rather decadent life. Fall in Rome, December in Luxor, at the Winter Palace." "Egypt? That's a curious place to spend the winter." "I'm directing a small dig in the Valley of the Nobles." "You're an archaeologist, then." "An Egyptologist and philologist. There's a difference, you know. We study a great deal more than dirt, pots, and bones. We've been excavating the tomb of a 19th dynasty scribe, full of fascinating hieratic inscriptions. Of course, the tomb was looted in antiquity, but fortunately, all the looters wanted were the gold and gems. They left the scrolls and inscriptions intact. We found the scribe himself in his sarcophagus, holding a bundle of mysterious scrolls full of magical formulas, which we have yet to unroll and translate. They're exceedingly delicate. Fascinating. And then, come spring, I go to Cornwall, the family place. Spring in England, she laughed. I love mud, and freezing rain, and sprawling on a fur rug in front of a roaring fire reading a good book. How about you, Mr. Pendergast? What do you love? The question seemed to take Pendergast by surprise, and he covered his confusion with a sip of wine. I love this wine of yours. Fresh, simple, unpretentious. It's made from Malvasia vines brought to the island almost 4,000 years ago by Minoan traders. For me, the flavor somehow evokes history itself, the Minoans crossing the wine-dark sea in trireme ships bound for distant islands. She laughed, sweeping her black hair from her face. I'm an incurable romantic. When I was a child, I wanted to grow up to be Odysseus.
She looked at Pendergast. "And you? When you were a child, what did you want to be?" "A great white hunter." She laughed. "What a curious ambition! And did you become one?" "In a way, but on a hunt in Tanzania, I discovered quite suddenly that I had lost the taste for it." More silence. Dagosta gave up trying to make sense of what tack Pendergast was taking. He sipped the wine with renewed interest. It was very pleasant, if a bit dry. And the bread was fabulous, thick and chewy, the olive oil so fresh it was spicy. He dipped a piece of bread, stuffed it in his mouth, followed with another. He hadn't eaten breakfast, and had been a bit too severe with his diet. He glanced surreptitiously at his watch. If Pendergast didn't hurry things up, they'd miss the ferry. Then, to Dagosta's surprise, the woman brought the subject up herself. "Speaking of history, there's quite a lot of that in my own family. You know of my great-grandfather, Luciano Toscanelli?" "I do. He did two things in life exceptionally well, playing the violin and seducing women. He was the Mick Jagger of his age. His groupies were countesses, baronesses, princesses. Sometimes he would captivate many women, often several in a single day." She laughed lightly. Pendergast cleared his throat, took a piece of bread. "He had one great love, however, and that was my great-grandmother, the Duchess of Cumberland. He gave her an illegitimate daughter, my grandmother." She paused, looked at Pendergast curiously. "This is why you came, isn't it?" It took Pendergast a moment to reply. "Yes, it is." She sighed. "My great-grandfather ended up like so many in the days before penicillin, with a bad dose of venereal disease." "Lady Maskelyne," said Pendergast hastily, "please don't think I have come to pry into your family's private affairs. I really only have one question that needs answering." "I know what that question is, but first I want you to know the history of my family." "There is no need." Maskelyne blushed, her hand touching the buttons of her shirt. "I want you to know it up front, that's all. Then we won't have to speak of it again." Dagosta listened with surprise. "I want you to know it up front." Pendergast seemed equally nonplussed. In any case, when she had no answer for this, she began again. "So my great-grandfather got syphilis. It eventually progressed to the tertiary stage, where the spirochetes attacked the brain. His playing changed. It grew bizarre. He gave a concert in Florence where he was pelted by the audience. The family who owned the violin demanded it back. He wouldn't give it up. He fled to escape them and their agents, traveling from city to city, driven by a rising insanity and aided by countless women. The family's agents and private detectives pursued him doggedly, but quietly, because keeping the family name secret was of the utmost importance. My great-grandfather stayed one step ahead. He played in his hotel rooms at night, insane, shocking, even terrifying renderings of Bach, Beethoven, Brahms, executed, so the story goes, with enormous technical virtuosity, but cold, strange, all wrong. Those who heard him said it was as if the devil himself had taken up the violin." She paused. "Go on," said Pendergast gently. "The family who owned the storm cloud was very powerful. They were related by blood to some of the royal families of Europe. Even so, they couldn't catch my great-grandfather. They pursued him from one end of Europe to the other. The chase finally ended in the small village of Susi, in the South Tyrol. There, under the peaks of the Dolomites, they cornered him. He was betrayed by a woman, naturally. He escaped out the back of a small albergo and fled into the high mountains with nothing but the violin and the clothes on his back. He ascended the Great Sclier. Do you know it?" "No," said Pendergast. "It's a high alpine plateau wedged between the peaks of the Dolomites, cut by ravines and sheer cliffs. They say it's where the witches once held their black masses."
In the summer, a few hardy shepherds grazed their flocks there, but this was fall, and the Sclier was deserted. That night it snowed heavily. The next day they found his body, frozen to death, in one of the deserted shepherd's huts. The storm cloud was gone. There were no tracks in the snow around the hut, no clues. They concluded that on the way up the Skillier, in the grip of madness, he had flung the violin into the falls of the Skillier. Is this what you believe? Reluctantly, yes. Pendergast leaned forward. His normally calm, almost honeyed southern tones had taken on an unusual intensity. Lady Maskelyne, I am here to tell you that the storm cloud exists. Her eyes gazed at him steadily. I've heard that before. I will prove it to you. She continued looking at him with a grave, steady face. Finally, she gave a wan smile and shook her head sadly. I'll believe it when I see it. I will get it back, and I will place it in your hands myself. D'Agosta listened with surprise. He might be wrong, but he was pretty sure Pendergast's aim in coming here wasn't to inform this woman of the violin's existence. Fact was, he felt surprised Pendergast even mentioned it. She shook her head more vigorously. There are hundreds of storm cloud fakes and copies out there. They were churned out by the gross in the late 19th century, sold for £9 apiece. When I bring you the violin, Lady Maskelyne? Enough of this Lady Maskelyne business. Every time you say that, I think my mother must have stepped into the room. Call me Viola. Certainly, Viola. That sounds better. And I'll call you Aloysius. Of course. What an unusual, funny name, though. Did your mother read a lot of Russian novels? Unusual names are a tradition in my family. Viola laughed, just as musical names were in mine. Now, tell me about the storm cloud. Where in the world did you find it? If you did really find it, that is. I'll tell you the whole story when I bring it to you. You'll play it, and then you'll know. It is too much to hope for. Still, I should love to hear it before I die. It would also clear your family name. Maskelyne laughed, waved her hand. What rot! I hate being called Lady Maskelyne, if you want to know the truth. Titles, family honor, that's 19th century rubbish. Honor is never out of date. She looked at Pendergast curiously. You're a rather old-fashioned sort, aren't you? I don't pay much attention to current fashions, if that's what you mean. She looked his black suit up and down with an amused smile. No, I suppose you don't. I rather like that. Again, Pendergast looked nonplussed. Well, she stood up, her brown eyes catching the light off the water, a smile dimpling her face. Whether you find the violin or not, come back anyway, and tell me about it. Will you? Nothing would please me more. Good, that's settled. Pendergast looked at her bravely. Which brings me to the point of my visit, the big question. Ah, she smiled. Go ahead. What is the name of that powerful family that once owned the storm cloud? I can do better than give you a mere answer. She reached into her pocket, removed an envelope, and laid it before Pendergast. In a lovely copperplate hand was written, Dr. Aloysius X.L. Pendergast. Pendergast looked at it, his face draining of color. Where did you get this? Yesterday, the current Count Foscafor, that was the family that once owned the violin, paid me a surprise visit. Surprise is hardly the word. I was bowled over. He said you'd be coming, that you were friends, and that he wanted me to give you this. Pendergast reached down and slowly picked up the envelope. D'Agosta watched as he slid his finger under the flap, tore it open, and pulled out a card, on which was written in the same generous, flowing hand, Isidore Ottavio Baldassare Fosco, Count of the Holy Roman Empire, Knight Grand Cross of the Order of the Quincunx, Perpetual Archmaster of the Rosicrucian Masons of Mesopotamia, Fellow of the Royal Geographical Society, etc., etc., desires the pleasure of your company at his family seat, Castel Fosco, Sunday, November 4th, Castel Fosco, Greve in Chianti, Firenze.
Pendergast looked sharply at D'Agosta and then back at Lady Maskelyne. This man is no friend. He's extremely dangerous. What? That fat, charming old count? She laughed, but the laughter died when she saw the expression on his face. He's the one who has the violin. She stared. It would be his anyway, wouldn't it? I mean, if it were found. He brutally murdered at least 4 people to get it. Oh my God! Don't say anything to anyone about this. You'll be safe here on Capraia. He would have killed you already if he thought it was necessary. She stared back. You're frightening me. Yes, and I'm sorry, but sometimes it's good to be afraid. It will be over in 2 or 3 days. Please be careful, Viola. Just stay here and do nothing until I return with the violin. For a moment she did not reply. Then she stirred. You must go. You'll miss the ferry. Pendergast took her hand. They stood quite still, looking at each other, saying nothing. Then Pendergast turned and quickly walked through the gate and down the trail. D'Agosta leaned against the fantail of the ferry, watching the island dissolve on the horizon in much the same way it had appeared, with a sense of expectancy, of a fresh beginning. Pendergast stood beside him. Since they had left the small house on the bluff, the agent hadn't said a word. He stared back over the churning wake, apparently lost in thought. Fosco knew that you knew, said D'Agosta. That's what saved her. Yes. This whole thing, it was just an elaborate plot to get the violin, wasn't it? Pendergast nodded. I knew from the beginning that fat jerk had something to do with it. Pendergast didn't respond. His gaze was far away. Are you all right? D'Agosta finally risked asking. Pendergast started, looked over. Quite all right, thanks. The island had finally disappeared. As if on cue, the low outline of the Tuscan mainland began to materialize on the eastern horizon. What now? I accept Fosco's invitation. It's one thing to know, quite another to have proof. If we want to get Fosco, we have to get whatever machine he used to commit these murders. So why did Fosco give you an invitation? He wants to kill me. Great! And you plan on accepting? Pendergast turned away and gazed back out to sea, his eyes almost white in the brilliant light. Fosco knows I'll accept, because it's the only chance to gather the evidence we need to put him behind bars. If we don't do it now, he will be back to haunt us next month, perhaps, or a year from now, or 10 years. He paused. And, what's more, he'll always be a danger to Viola, Lady Maskelyne, for what she knows. I get it. But Pendergast was still looking out to sea. When he spoke again, his voice was very low. It ends tomorrow in the Castel Fosco. Bryce Harriman sat at the old table, taking notes in the harsh light of a Coleman lantern, the Reverend Buck across from him. It was almost midnight, but he wasn't the least bit sleepy. The day before, he had filed a crackerjack story about the failed attempt to arrest Buck. He had pieced it together from a half-dozen witnesses, and it was juicy. The swaggering police captain coming in to arrest Buck, how he'd panicked and run, leaving it to the other captain, a woman, to straighten things out. Great copy. In the long run, it might turn out to be more than just great copy. He'd begun putting out feelers at the Times, and they seemed receptive to a job interview. This new article would be gravy. And thanks to Buck, he was now the only journalist allowed in the tent city. With this second piece appearing hot on the heels of the first, he was going to score a double whammy. And he would be there tomorrow, too, just in case there was a showdown with New York's finest. Judging from the mood in the camp, it was going to be a mess. Since the botched arrest, the whole place had been on edge, restless, belligerent, like a powder keg ready to go.
Even at midnight, more than a day after the would-be raid, everyone was still awake, the prayers and camp meetings sounding shrilly through the darkness. A lot of the kids he'd noticed on his first visit to the tent city were gone. A night or two of sleeping on the hard ground without an internet connection or cable TV had sent them scurrying home to their comfy suburbs. What remained was the hardcore element, the real zealots. And there was no shortage of those. There had to be at least 300 tents here. Buck himself was different. Gone was the flicker of uncertainty, the faint aura of surprise and wonder that he had possessed before. Now he seemed almost transcendently calm and assured. When he looked at Harriman, it was as if he was looking right through him to another world. "Well, Mr. Harriman," he was saying, "have you gotten what you came for? It's almost midnight, and I usually deliver a message to the people before retiring. Just one other question. What do you think's going to happen? The NYPD aren't just going to walk away, you realize?" He had half expected the question to shake Buck up a bit, but instead, the man seemed to settle even deeper into something like serenity. "What will happen, will happen. It may not be pretty. Are you ready?" "No, it won't be pretty. And yes, I am ready." "You say that almost as if you know what's going to happen." Buck smiled knowingly, but said nothing. "Aren't you concerned?" Harriman asked more insistently. Again, that enigmatic smile. "Very. You can't quote a smile. We're talking tear gas, maybe. Cops swinging billy clubs. No more fun and games. I put my trust in God, Mr. Harriman. Who do you trust? Time to wrap this up. Thank you, Reverend. You've been very helpful." Harriman rose. "And thank you, Mr. Harriman. Won't you stay a few minutes to hear my message to the people? As you say, something is about to happen. And as a result, my sermon this evening will be somewhat different." The reporter hesitated. He had to be up at 5, ready to go. He was pretty sure the cops were going to do their thing tomorrow, and it might begin early. "What's it on?" "Hell." "In that case, I'll stay." Buck rose and signaled one of his men, who came over, helped him don a simple vestment, and then accompanied him out of the tent. Harriman followed in their wake, pulling his recorder out of one pocket, trying to ignore the heavy reek of the encampment. They were headed, he knew, to a huge glacial erratic that reared out of the earth to the west of the tent city, and which was now universally called the Preaching Rock. The bustle of the camp died away as Buck went out of sight behind the massive boulder, climbed the grassy hummock to the rear, then reappeared on its lofty crag. He raised his hand slowly. Watching from below, Harriman found hundreds of people drifting in out of the darkness to surround him. "My friends," he began, "good evening. Once again, I thank you for joining me on this spiritual quest. It's been my custom, in these evening talks, to speak to you of this quest, to explain why we are here and what it is we must do. But tonight, my subject will be different. Brothers and sisters, you will soon face a trial, a great trial. We won a mighty victory here yesterday, thanks be to God. But the agents of darkness are not easily turned back. Therefore, you must be strong. Be strong and accept the will of God." Harriman, listening with recorder raised, was surprised by Buck's tone and manner. His voice was quiet, but it rang with an iron conviction he'd never heard before, even in the very first sermon delivered outside Cutfoot's building. There was a strange look in Buck's bright eyes, a look of anticipation mingled with an almost stoic resignation. "I have spoken to you many times about what we have come here to achieve. Now, on the eve of your trial to end all trials, I must take a moment to remind you of what we are up against and who your enemy is. Remember my words, even when I am no longer among you. The eve of your trial, who your enemy is, no longer among you." Since his last meeting in Buck's tent, Harriman had begun reading the Bible, just a little here and there, and the words of Jesus came back to him now. "Whither I go, thou canst not follow me now, but thou shalt follow me afterwards."
Why, my friends and my brothers, were our medieval ancestors, unsophisticated and unlettered in other ways, so much more God-fearing than people today? But I speak the answer even as I ask the question, because they had the fear of God. They knew what rewards awaited the chosen few in heaven, and they also knew what awaited the sinful, the wicked, the lazy, and unbelieving. The fault lies not just with the people. Today's clergy are even more at fault. They sugarcoat the Word of God, make light of His warnings, tell their flocks that hell is merely a metaphor or an antique concept with no actual reality. God's love is expansive and forgiving, they tell us. They lull their flocks into a false sense of entitlement, as if a baptism here, a few good deeds there, a communion or two, is a ticket to heaven. My friends, this is a tragic mistake. Buck paused to glance around at the hushed multitude. God's love is a tough love. In this city, as in all great cities, people die every day. They die by the hundreds. At what point do you suppose all those poor souls begin to realize the real fate that lies in store for them? At what point do the scales fall from their eyes and they learn their entire life has been a lie, that they've spent it running from the light ever deeper into the darkness, and that they now have nothing but unimaginable torment to look forward to? There is no way to know for sure, but I believe at least some people have a glimpse of it in their last moments. I believe that for these people, there is a creeping sense that something is terribly wrong, something far, far worse than the act of dying itself. In those last moments, as the soul begins to separate from the body, the fabric of everyday reality is ripped asunder, and suddenly they can see into the void beyond. Then comes a terrible oppression, overwhelming fear, rising heat. They cannot scream, they cannot flee. This is no panic attack that will pass. This is merely the foretaste of what is to come. This is a step onto the first tread of the long stairway down into hell. And what is hell itself like? Our ancestors were told it was a burning lake of fire, of sulfur and brimstone, in which one was eternally submerged. A terrible furnace whose flames bring no light, but merely darkness made visible. And in a simpler time, such a depiction was enough. He stopped again to look around, fixing first one, then another with his eyes. Mind you, I do believe this is hell for some. But it is not the only hell. There are countless hells, my brothers and sisters. There is a hell for each of us. Lucifer may be no match for our God, yet he was a very mighty angel indeed, and as such has powers far beyond our poor comprehension. You must remember something, and remember it always. Lucifer, the devil, was cast out of heaven because of his overmastering envy and evil. In his implacable jealousy, his unquenchable thirst for revenge, he now uses us as his pawns. Just as the rejected child hates a favored rival, he hates us for what we are, beloved children of God. And which of us can hope to comprehend the depths of his bottomless rage? Each human he corrupts, each soul he takes, is for him a victory, a fist shaken up at God. He knows our individual weaknesses, our petty desires. He knows what triggers our vanity or our greed or our lust or our cruelty. We have no secrets from him. He has handcrafted temptations for each one of us. He has strewn our path with 1,000 ways to veer into darkness. And once he has successfully lured a soul into his kingdom, once he has won yet again, do you think Satan will be content to leave that soul in a generic hell? Think again, my friends. Think again.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, Ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He who knows all our weaknesses also knows all our fears, even those we may not know ourselves. And to complete his victory, to make his victim's suffering supreme, he will fashion each individual hell to be the most unendurable for its particular inhabitant. And worst of all, it will be a hell that lasts forever, and ever, and ever. For some, that may well mean a burning lake of fire. For others, it may mean an eternity nailed up in a black coffin, motionless, lightless, speechless, as insanity doubles and redoubles over long eons. For others, it might mean, say, eternal suffocation. Imagine that for a moment, my friends. Imagine that you've held your breath for 2 minutes, maybe 3. Imagine the desperate need for oxygen, the exquisite torture. And yet in hell there is no release of breath, no drawing in of good sweet air, nor is there the blankness of oblivion. There is simply that moment of maximal agony prolonged forever. Maximal agony prolonged forever. Despite himself, Harriman shivered in the warm night. Other hells might be more subtle. Imagine the man who always feared going crazy, doing so over decades or even slow centuries, and then beginning the process over and over. Or imagine the doting mother forced to watch again and again and again how, after her own passing, her children slide into poverty and neglect, drug addiction, depression, maltreatment, and death. Here he stopped and stepped up to the very edge of the rock. Take a moment to think of the very worst hell you could imagine for yourself, and then realize that Satan, who knows you even better than you know yourself, could fashion one far worse. And he will. He already has. In anticipation, because he has only one salve for his bitter pain, the despair, the desperate pleadings, the cries and sufferings of his victims. Buck paused again. He took a deep breath, then another. Then, in an even lower voice, he went on. I've said there was a hell for each of us. That hell is there, waiting for each one of you. Satan has made your hell so very easy to find, with a wide and comfortable road leading straight to it. It is far, far easier for us to go with the flow, to stroll unthinking down that broad, pleasant avenue, far easier than to search for the rough, hidden turnoff that leads to heaven. We must fight against the lure of the easy road. It is a fight, my friends, a fight to the death. Because that is the only way we are going to discover that difficult trail to heaven. I ask you to remember this in the trials we are about to face. And then he turned and stepped down out of sight. When D'Agosta entered Pendergast's hotel suite, he found the agent at breakfast. The table was set with assorted fruits, breakfast rolls, and the inescapable and inevitable tiny espresso. Pendergast was nibbling daintily at poached eggs and reading what looked like a set of faxed documents. For a brief moment, D'Agosta thought of the earlier meal they'd shared, back in Southampton, when this case was still brand new. It seemed a distant memory indeed. "Ah, Vincent," Pendergast said. "Come in. Would you care to order something?" "No, thanks." Although it was a beautiful morning and sunlight gilded the rooms, D'Agosta felt as if a threatening cloud was hanging over them both. "I'm surprised you've got an appetite." "It's important I take some refreshment now. I'm not sure how long it will be until my next meal. But that shouldn't stop you. Come, have a croissant. These Alsatian plum preserves from Fauchon are delightful." He put the faxes aside and picked up La Nazione. "What's that you were reading?" "Some faxes from Constance. I'll need all the, ammunition I can gather for what's to come. She has proven most helpful." D'Agosta stepped forward. "I'm coming with you," he said grimly. "I want to get that straight here and now, so there won't be any questions later." Pendergast lowered the paper. "I assumed you'd make such a demand. Let me remind you, the invitation was for me alone. I doubt that pompous count would have any objections." "You're probably right. I've come all this way. I've been shot at more than once, lost the end of a finger, almost been pushed off a cliff, almost been driven off a cliff. Right again. So don't expect me to spend the evening relaxing by the pool with a few cold ones while you're in Fosco's lair." Pendergast smiled faintly. "I have one more errand to run before leaving Florence. Let's discuss it then." And he raised the paper once again. 2 hours later, their car stopped on a narrow street in Florence, outside a vast, austere building of rough stone. "The Palazzo Maffei," Pendergast said from behind the wheel. "If you wouldn't mind waiting here a moment, I won't be long." He got out of the car, approached a brass plaque of door buzzers set into the facade, scanned the names, and pressed one. A moment later, a muffled voice rasped over the intercom. Pendergast answered. Then the great door buzzed open, and he vanished inside. D'Agosta watched, curious. He'd picked up enough Italian to know that what Pendergast said into the intercom hadn't sounded right. It sounded more like Latin, to tell the truth. Getting out of the car, he crossed the narrow street and examined the buzzers. The one Pendergast pressed was labeled simply Corso Maffei. This told D'Agosta nothing, and he returned to their rental car. Within 10 minutes, Pendergast emerged from the building and got back into the driver's seat. "What was that all about?" D'Agosta asked. "Insurance," Pendergast replied. Then he turned to look intently at D'Agosta. "The chances of success in this venture are not much better than 50-50. I have to do this. You do not. I would personally prefer it if you didn't come. No way. We're in this together. I see you are determined. But let me just remind you, Vincent, that you have a son and what appear to be excellent prospects for advancement, promotion, and a happy life ahead of you. I said we're in this together. Pendergast smiled and laid a hand on his arm, a strangely affectionate gesture from a man who hardly ever showed affection. "I knew this would be your answer, Vincent, and I am glad. I have come to rely on your common sense, your steadiness, and your shooting ability, among other excellent qualities." D'Agosta felt himself unaccountably embarrassed, and he grunted a reply. "We should reach the castle by mid-afternoon. I'll brief you on the way." The road running south from Florence into Chianti wound through some of the prettiest country D'Agosta had ever seen. Hills striped with vineyards turning yellow in fall colors, and pale gray-green olive groves. Fairy tale castles and
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. Every yard they drove farther into the Count's domain seemed to increase the sense of oppression that hung over him. The road topped the ridge and the castle came into view again, much closer now. A monstrous stone keep perched on a crag far up the mountainside. Built into one side of the keep was a later, yet still ancient addition, a graceful Renaissance villa with a pale yellow stuccoed exterior and red tile roofs. Its rows of stately windows stood in strong contrast to the grim, almost brutal lines of the central keep. The entire structure was surrounded by a double set of walls. The outermost was almost completely in ruins, consisting mostly of gaps of tumbled stone, broken towers, and crumbling battlements. The inner curtain was in much better repair and acted as a kind of retaining wall to the castle itself, its enormous ramparts providing fields of level ground around the exterior. Beyond the castle, the slopes of the mountain rose yet another 1,000 feet into a wild, forested amphitheater, jagged outcrops forming a serrated semicircular edge against the lowering sky. "Over 5,000 acres," said Pendergast. "I understand it dates back more than a millennium." But D'Agosta did not reply. The sight of the castle had chilled him more than he cared to admit. The sense of oppression grew stronger. It seemed insane walking into the lion's den like this. But he'd learned to trust Pendergast implicitly.
The man never did anything without a reason. He'd outfoxed the sniper. He'd saved them from death at the hands of Bullard's men. He'd saved their lives many times before on earlier cases. Pendergast's plan, whatever it was, would work. Of course it would work. The car came around a final turn and passed the ruined outer gate. The castle rose above them in its stern and immense majesty. They proceeded down an avenue of cypress trees with massive ribbed trunks and stopped at a parking area just outside the inner curtain. D'Agosta peered at this wall through the passenger window with deep misgiving. It towered 20 feet over his head, its great sloping buttresses streaked with lime, dripping moss and maidenhair ferns. There was no gate in this inner wall, just a spiked and banded pair of wooden doors at the top of a broad stone staircase. As they got out of the car, there was a humming sound, followed by a deep scraping noise, and the doors opened at an invisible cue. They mounted the stairs, passed through a hulking doorway, and stepped into what seemed like another world. The smooth lawn of the inner ward ran for 100 yards to the skirt of the castle itself. To one side of the lawn lay a large circular reflecting pool, surrounded by an ancient marble balustrade, ornamented at its center by a statue of Neptune astride a sea monster. To the right stood a small chapel with a tiled dome. Beyond was another marble balustrade overlooking a small garden that stepped down the hillside, ending abruptly at the fortified inner wall. There was another scraping noise, and the ground trembled. D'Agosta turned to see the great wooden doors rumbling closed behind them. "Never mind," murmured Pendergast. "Preparations have been made." D'Agosta hoped to hell he knew what he was talking about. "Where's Fosco?" he asked. "Well, no doubt see him soon enough." They crossed the lawn and approached the main entrance of the massive keep. It opened with a creak of iron, and there stood Fosco, dressed in an elegant dove-gray suit, longish hair brushed back, his smooth white face creased with a smile. As always, he was wearing kid gloves. "My dear Pendergast, welcome to my humble abode. And Sergeant D'Agosta as well. Nice of you could join our little party." He held out his hand. Pendergast ignored it. The Count let the hand drop, his smile unaffected. "A pity. I had hoped we could conduct our business with courtesy, like gentlemen. Is there a gentleman here? I should like to meet him." Fosco clucked disapprovingly. "Is this a way to treat a man in his own home? Is it any way to treat a man, burning him to death in his own home?" A look of distaste crossed Fosco's face. "So anxious to get to the business at hand, are we? But there will be time, there will be time. Do come in." The Count stood aside, and they walked through a long archway into the castle's great hall. It was quite unlike what D'Agosta had expected. A graceful loggia ran along 3 sides, with columns and Roman arches. "Note the della Rabbia Tondi," said Fosco, gesturing toward some painted terracotta decorations set into the walls above the arches. "But you must be tired after the drive down. I will take you to your quarters, where you can refresh yourselves." "Our rooms?" Pendergast asked. "Are we spending the night?" "Naturally." "I'm afraid that won't be necessary or even possible. But I must insist." The Count turned and seized an iron ring on the open castle door, drawing it shut with a boom. With a dramatic flourish, he removed a giant key from his pocket and locked it. Then he opened a small wooden box mounted on the nearby wall. Inside, D'Agosta saw a high-tech keypad wildly out of place amidst the ancient masonry. The Count punched a long sequence of numbers into the keypad. In response, there was a clank, and a massive iron bar shot down from above, sliding into a heavy iron bracket and barring the door. "Now we are safe from unauthorized invasion," said Fosco, "or, for that matter, unauthorized departure." Pendergast made no answer. The Count turned and, moving in his peculiar light-footed way, led them through the hall and into a long, cold stone gallery. Portraits, almost black with age, lined both walls, along with mounted sets of rusted armor, spears, lances, pikes, maces, and other medieval weaponry. The armor is of no value, 18th century reproductions. The portraits are of my ancestors, of course. Age has obscured them, fortunately. The Counts of Fosco are not a pretty race. We have owned the estate since the 12th century, when my distinguished ancestor Giovan de Ardaz wrested it from a Longobardic knight. The family bestowed the title Cavaliere on itself, and took as its coat of arms a dragon rampant, bar sinister. During the time of the Grand Dukes, we were made Counts of the Holy Roman Empire by the Electress Palatine herself. We have always led a quiet existence here, tending our vines and olive groves, neither meddling in politics nor aspiring to office. We Florentines have a saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered back in. The House of Fosco did not stick out, and as a result, we never felt the blow of the hammer during many shifts of political fortune. And yet you, Count, have managed to stick yourself out quite a bit, Pendergast replied. Alas, and much against my will. It was only to recover what was rightfully ours to begin with. But we shall talk more of this at dinner. They passed out of the gallery and through a beautiful drawing room with lead-glass windows and tapestried walls. Fosco gestured toward some large landscape paintings. Habima.
They came to a heavy iron door, set into an even heavier stone wall. Deeper within the castle, Dagosta could see that the stonework was beaded with moisture. The keep, Fosco said, as he unlocked the door with another key. Immediately inside was a wide, windowless circular staircase that corkscrewed its way up from the depths and curved out of sight above their heads. Fosco removed a battery-powered torch from a wall sconce, turned it on, and led the way up the stairs. After 5 or 6 revolutions, they stopped at a small landing containing a single door. Opening it with yet another key, Fosco ushered them into what looked like a small apartment, retrofitted into the old castle keep, its tiny windows overlooking the valley of the grave and the rolling hills marching toward Florence far below. A fire burned in a stone fireplace at one end, and Persian rugs covered the terracotta floor. There was a comfortable sitting area in front of the fire, a table to one side well furnished with wines and liquors, a wall of well-stocked bookshelves. Eccoci qua. I trust you will find your chambers comfortable. There are 2 small bedrooms on either side. The view is refreshing, don't you think? I am concerned that you brought no luggage. I will have Pinquettes furnish you with anything you might need, razors, bathrobes, slippers, sleeping shirts. I very much doubt we will be staying the night. And I very much doubt you will be leaving. The Count smiled. We eat late, in the continental fashion, at 9. He bowed, backed out of the door, shutting it with a hollow boom. With sinking heart, Dagosta heard a key rasp in the lock and then the footsteps of the Count disappearing quickly down the stairway. The staging area for the move on Buck's encampment was a maintenance parking lot behind the arsenal, well out of sight of the tent city. Commissioner Rocker had called up no fewer than 3 NYPD riot control divisions, along with a SWAT team, 2 hostage negotiators, officers on horseback, 2 mobile command units, and plenty of rank and file with helmets and bulletproof vests to manage the arrests. Then there were the fire trucks, ambulances, and prisoner transport vans, all standing by at a discreet distance on 67th Street. Hayward stood at the northern fringe of the staging area, giving her radio and weapon a final check. The crowd of uniformed officers milling around with batons and riot shields was enormous, not to mention various operations specialists with wires dangling from their ears and even a few confidential informants dressed as tent city residents. She understood the reason for the overkill. If you went in with overwhelming force, and 9 times out of 10 the opposition caved.
The worst thing you could do was let them think they might have a chance if they made a stand. And yet, these people thought they had God behind them. These weren't striking bus drivers or municipal workers with spouses and kids, 2 cars in the driveway. These were true believers. They were unpredictable. Her approach made more sense, didn't it? Rocker appeared out of the crowd, strode over and laid a hand on Hayward's shoulder. "Ready?" She nodded. He gave her a fatherly pat. "Radio if you run into heavy weather. We'll move in early." He glanced at the array of men and equipment behind them. "I hope to hell none of this is necessary." "So do I." She could see Wentworth at one of the mobile command units, wire dangling from his ear, talking, gesturing this way and that. He was playing cop, having the time of his life. He glanced in her direction and she turned away. It would be humiliating if she failed. Not only that, it would seriously damage her career. Wentworth had already predicted failure, and it was only through Rocker's support that her mission had been approved at all. Not for the first time since the last meeting, she wondered why she'd stuck her neck out. This was not the way to advance a career. How many times had she seen that those who went with the flow rode the tide to success? DaGosta's attitude must be rubbing off on her. "Ready?" She nodded. Rocker released her shoulder. "Then have at it, Captain." She took one more look back at the safety of the staging area. Then she set off along a walkway that curved north around the arsenal, taking her badge from her pocket and clipping it to her jacket as she did so. In a few minutes, the straggling outer tents of the encampment came into view. She slowed, getting a feel for the crowd. It was noon, and people were moving around everywhere. There was the smell of frying bacon in the air. As she neared the first line of tents, people stopped to stare. She nodded in a friendly way, receiving hostile looks in response. The crowd seemed a lot more tense than on Friday. And no wonder. They weren't stupid. They knew they weren't going to get away with threatening police officers. They were waiting for the second shoe to drop. She just had to make sure she wasn't that shoe. She entered one of the crooked lanes, feeling all eyes on her, hearing whispered comments. The words "Satan" and "unclean" reached her ears. She kept a friendly smile on her face and easiness in her walk. She remembered her professor in social dynamics saying a crowd was like a dog. If you showed fear, it would bite. If you ran, it would chase. The path was familiar, and in less than a minute she found herself approaching Buck's tent. He was sitting at a table out front, reading a book, totally absorbed. The same officious man who had accosted her and Grable 2 days before, Buck had called him Todd's, suddenly appeared in front of her. Already a crowd was forming. Nothing ugly, just curious, silent, and hostile. "You again?" the man said. "Me again," Hayward replied. "Here to chat with the Reverend." "They're back!" the man cried to the others, stepping forward to block her way. Not they, just me. The murmur of the crowd rose like an electric buzz. The air was suddenly tense. Hayward glanced back, surprised at how large the crowd was growing. Focus on Buck. But he remained reading at the desk, ignoring her. From here, she could make out the title, Fox's Book of Martyrs, Reader's Digest Edition. Todd advanced to the point where he was almost, but not quite, touching her with his body. The Reverend can't be disturbed. Hayward felt a twinge of something uncomfortably like doubt. Was this plan of hers really going to work, or was Wentworth right after all? She spoke loudly enough for Buck to hear. "I'm just here to talk. I've got no arrest warrant. I just want to talk to the Reverend, one human being to another." "Prevaricator!" someone shouted from the crowd. She had to get past this aide-de-camp, blocking her way. She took a step forward, brushing him. "That's assault, officer," Todd said. "If the Reverend doesn't want to talk to me, let me hear himself. Let the Reverend make his own decisions." The Reverend asked not to be disturbed. They were still touching, and it gave Hayward the creeps, but she sensed a back-down in the making. She wasn't wrong. Todd took a step back, still blocking her way. "Roman," came a cry from the crowd. "What is it with this Roman gosh?" "All I ask is 5 minutes of your time, Reverend," she called, leaning around Todd. 5 minutes. At last, Buck laid down the book with great deliberation, rose from the table, and finally raised his head to look at her. The instant her eyes met his, she felt a chill. On Friday, he'd seemed a little unsure of what had wrought, perhaps amenable to persuasion. But today, there was a coolness, a calmness, a sense of utter self-confidence she had not seen before. The only emotion she sensed in him was a passing flicker, perhaps of disappointment. She swallowed. "Excuse me." She tried to step past the guardian. Buck nodded to the man, who took a step to the side. Then Buck looked back at her, but the look was such she was unsure whether he was seeing her or seeing through her.
Content filtering strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Target strength, 8-10. Emphasis, intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming. Reverend, I've been sent by the NYPD to ask you and your followers a favor. Keep it chatty, informal, non-intimidating. That's what she had learned in negotiations training. Let them think they're making the decisions. But Buck showed no sign of having heard. The crowd had fallen ominously silent. She didn't turn, but she sensed it had grown enormous by now, no doubt much of the encampment. Look, Reverend, we've got a problem. Your followers are ruining the park, trampling the bushes, killing the grass. On top of that, they've been using the surroundings as a public latrine. The neighbors are complaining. It's a health hazard, especially for you all. She paused, wondering if any of this was sinking in. Reverend, can you help us out here? She waited. Buck said nothing. I need your help. She heard restless murmuring in the crowd behind her. People were flowing in around the back side of Buck's tent, filling her field of vision. She was truly surrounded now. I've got a deal to offer you. I think it's a fair deal, a straight deal. Ask what it is, jerk. It was crucial to get him talking, asking questions, anything. But he said nothing.
He continued looking at her, looking past her. Christ, she had somehow misjudged him, or something had changed since their last visit. This was not the same man. For the first time, the real possibility of failure loomed before her. You want to hear it? No response. She forged gamely ahead. First, the health hazard. We don't want you or your followers to get sick. We'd like you to give your people a day off. That's all, a day off. Let them go home, shower, have a hot meal. In return, we'll give you a parade permit that allow you to gather lawfully with the city's blessing. Not like this, wrecking the park, annoying residents, earning the disrespect of the whole city. Look, I've heard you talk. I know you're a fair guy, a straight shooter. I'm giving you a chance to go legit, earn some respect, and still get your message out. She stopped. Don't say too much. Let him come round. All around them an air of expectation had grown. Everyone was waiting for the Reverend to speak. It all depended on Buck. At last he moved. He blinked, raised his hand slowly, almost robotically. The tension increased with the silence. It was so silent, in fact, Hayward could hear birds chirping in the trees around them. The hand came around and pointed at her. "Centurion," he said in a voice so low it was barely more than a whisper. It was like the release of pressure from a cooker. "Centurion!" came the sudden cry of the crowd. "Soldier of Rome!" The throng jostled and shoved as it began to close in. For the first time, Hayward felt a stab of real fear. Failure was becoming a foregone conclusion, but there was more than her career at stake now. This crowd was dangerously aroused. "Reverend, if your answer is—" But Buck had turned away, and now, to her overwhelming dismay, he was entering his tent, lifting the flap, disappearing inside. More people streamed in where he'd stood, filling the gap. He'd left her to the mercy of the crowd. She turned to face them. Now it was time to get the hell out. "All right, folks, I know when to take no for an answer. Silence, Judas!" Hayward saw sticks once again, swaying above the heads. It amazed her how ugly a crowd could get so quickly. She had failed miserably. Her career was ruined, no question. The real question was whether she could get out in one piece. "I'm leaving," she said loudly and firmly. "I'm leaving, and I expect to be allowed to leave peacefully. I am an officer of the law." She moved toward the wall of people, but this time no path opened. She kept walking, expecting, hoping for them to fall back, but they didn't. Several hands reached out and shoved her back hard. "I came in peace," she said loudly, trying to keep the tremor out of her voice, "and I'm leaving in peace." She took another step toward the wall of people, coming face to face with Todd. He was brandishing something in one hand, a rock. "Don't do anything stupid," she said. He raised his hand as if to throw. She immediately took a step toward him, looking into his eyes, just as one would do with a dangerous dog. It was always the crazies who got to the front of a hot crowd. The followers stayed back, hoping for a good lick once the adversary was down and helpless. But these front ones, they were the killers. Todd took a step back. "Judas, difficult person," he said, waving the rock threateningly. Reaching down inside and searching for calm, Hayward quickly reviewed her options. If she pulled her piece, that would be the end. Sure, by firing into the air, she might drive them back for a moment, but they would be on her in a flash, and she'd be forced to shoot into the crowd, and then she'd be dead meat. She could call Rocker, but it would be 10 minutes at least before he could mobilize and move in. Blood would be up, and he'd meet immediate resistance. By the time they reached her, God, she didn't have 10 minutes. She didn't even have 5. The only one who could control this crowd was Buck, and he was in his tent. She backed up, turning in a slow circle. The crowd was so thick she couldn't even see his tent anymore, and she was being pushed away from it, as if the crowd wanted to keep the unpleasantness of what was to come away from him. Taunts and chanting rose from all sides. She searched her mind desperately for something useful from her training. Crowd psychology was something that interested her, especially after the Wisher riots a few years back. Problem was, an angry crowd did not behave like a normal human being. A crowd did not respond to the cues of body language. A crowd did not listen to anything except itself. You could not reason with a crowd. A crowd would enthusiastically commit an act of violence no single member would normally condone. Centurion! Todd had taken another step forward, emboldened, the crowd consolidating behind him, hysterically angry. They weren't going to hurt her, they were going to kill her. "Buck!" she shouted, turning, but it was hopeless. He couldn't hear over the taunts of the crowd. She faced them again. "You call yourselves Christians?" she screamed. "Look at you!" Wrong move. It just pushed their anger up a notch. But it was all she had left. Ever heard of turning the other cheek? Loving thy neighbor? Blasphemer! Todd shook his rock, the crowd flowing with him. She was really frightened now. She took a step back, felt herself shoved from behind. Her voice cracked. "In the Bible it says, blaspheming the Bible. You hear her? Shut her up." A dead end. Hayward knew she was out of time. She had to figure out something before the stones came raining down. Once the first was thrown, it wouldn't stop until it was over. The problem was, she'd exhausted all her options. There was nothing left to do. Nothing. At 5 minutes to 9, DaGosta turned from the window to see Pendergast rising calmly from the sofa where he had been lying motionless for the past half hour. Earlier, the agent had established he could open the door with his lock-picking tools, but he seemed uninterested in exploring, so he'd relocked it and they had waited. Good nap? He wondered how Pendergast could sleep at a time like this. He felt so keyed up, it seemed he'd never be able to sleep again. I wasn't.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. DaGosta's hand drifted toward his service piece. Pinketts gave a slight bow and said in his plummy English, "Dinner is served." They followed him back down the staircase and through a series of rooms and passageways to the dining salado.
It was a cheerful space, painted yellow, with a high vaulted ceiling. The table had been laid with silver and plate, an arrangement of fresh roses in the middle. There were 3 places set. Fosco was standing at the far end of the room where a small fire burned in the grate of an enormous stone fireplace, surmounted with a carved coat of arms. He turned quickly, a little white mouse scampering over his fat hand and running up his sleeve. "Welcome." He put the mouse away in a small wire pagoda. "Mr. Pendergast, you will sit here, on my right. Mr. D'Agosta on my left, if you please." D'Agosta seated himself, edging his chair away from Fosco. The Count had always given him the creeps. Now he could hardly stand to be in the same room. The man was a fiend. "A little Prosecco? It is my own." Both men shook their heads. Fosco shrugged. Pincet's filled his glass with the wine, and the Count raised it. "To the storm cloud," he said. "Pity you can't toast. Have some water at least." "Sergeant D'Agosta and I are abstaining tonight," replied Pendergast. "I have prepared a marvelous repast." He drained the glass, and, on cue, Pincet's brought out a platter heaped with what looked to D'Agosta like cold cuts. "Affettati misti toscani," said Fosco. "Prosciutto from boar taken on the estate, shot by myself, in fact. Won't you try some? Finocchiona and sopressata, also from the estate." "No, thank you." "Mr. D'Agosta?" D'Agosta didn't answer. "Pity we don't have a dwarf handy to taste the food. I so dislike eating alone." Pendergast leaned forward. "Shall we leave the dinner aside, Fosco, and settle the business at hand? Sergeant D'Agosta and I cannot stay the night, but I insist. Your insistence means nothing. We will go when we choose. You will not be leaving tonight, or any other night for that matter. I suggest you eat. It will be your last meal. Don't worry, it isn't poisoned. I have a much cleverer fate in mind for you both." This was greeted by silence. Pincet's came and poured a glass of red wine. The Count swirled it in his glass, tasted it, nodded. Then he looked at Pendergast. "When did you realize it was me?" Pendergast's reply, when it came, was slow. "I found a fragment of horsehair at the site of Bullard's murder. I knew it came from a violin bow. At that point, I recalled the name of Bullard's boat, the Storm Cloud. It all came together. I realized then that this case was merely a sordid attempt at theft through murder and intimidation. My thoughts naturally turned to you, although I'd long been sure the business went beyond Bullard. Clever. I didn't expect you to put it together so quickly. Hence the unseemly rush to kill the old priest. I regret that more than I can say. It was unnecessary. Stupid. We're talking about murdering another human being here. Spare me the moral absolutism." Fosco sipped his wine, folded a piece of prosciutto onto his fork, ate it, recovered his good humor. He glanced back at Pendergast. "As for me, I knew you were going to be a problem within 5 minutes of encountering you." When he didn't receive an answer, he raised his glass in another toast. "From the very first time I met you, I knew that I would have to kill you. And here we are." He took a sip, set down the glass. "I had hoped that idiot Bullard would pull it off, but of course he failed. You put him up to that, naturally. Let us just say that in his frightened condition, he was susceptible to suggestion. And so now it is left to me. But first, don't you think you should congratulate me on a beautifully executed plan? I extracted the violin from Bullard, and, as you know well, Mr. Pendergast, there are no witnesses or physical evidence to connect me to the murders. You have the violin. Bullard once had it. That can be established beyond the shadow of a doubt. It belongs to the Fosco family by legal right. I still have the bill of sale, signed by Antonio Stradivari himself, and the chain of ownership is beyond question. A suitable period will pass following Bullard's death. Then the violin will surface in Rome. I've planned it down to the last detail. I will make my claim, pay a small reward to the lucky shopkeeper, and it will come to me free and clear." Bullard told no one why he needed to remove the violin from his laboratory, not even the people at his company. How could he? Fosco issued a dry chuckle. "So you see, there is nothing, Mr. Pendergast, no evidence at all against me. But then, I have always been a most fortunate man in such matters." He bit off a piece of bread. "For example, there is an extraordinary coincidence at the very heart of this affair. Do you know what it is?" "I can guess." On October 31, 1974, in the early afternoon, while on my way out of the Biblioteca Nazionale, I ran into a group of callow American students. You know the type. They throng Florence all year long. It was the afternoon of All Hallows' Eve, Halloween to them, of course, and they'd been drinking to excess. I was young and callow myself, and I found them so astonishingly vulgar that they amused me. We fell in for the moment. At some point, one of the students, Jeremy Grove to be precise, went on a tear about religion, about God being rubbish for the weak mind, that sort of thing. The sheer arrogance of it annoyed me. I said that I couldn't speak on the existence of God, but I did know one thing, that the devil existed. Fosco laughed silently, his capacious front shaking. They all roundly denied the existence of the devil. I said I had friends who dabbled in the occult, who had collected old manuscripts and that sort of thing, and that, in fact, I had an old parchment which contained formulas on how to raise Lucifer himself. We could settle the question that very night. The night was perfect, in fact, being Halloween. Would they like to try it? Oh, yes, they said. What a marvelous idea! Another internal disturbance shook Fosco's person. "So, you put on a show for them?" "Exactly. I invited them to a midnight séance in my castle, and then rushed back myself to set it all up. It was a great deal of fun. Pincet's helped, and, by the way, he isn't English at all, but a manservant named Pinchetti, who happens to be both a clever linguist and a lover of intrigue. We had only 6 hours, but we did it up rather well. I've always been a tinkerer, a builder of machines and gadgets, and, incidentally, a designer of fuochi d'artificio, fireworks. There are all sorts of secret passageways, trapdoors, and hidden panels in the cellars here, and we took full advantage of them. That was a night to remember. You should have seen their faces as we recited the incantations, asked the Prince of Darkness to bring them great wealth, offered their souls in return, pricked their fingers and signed contracts in
But if he didn't destroy it, then what had happened? The answer is not so mysterious. He froze to death in a shepherd's hut up on the Sciliar, and then it snowed. There were no footprints in the snow. Obviously, someone had found him dead with the violin before it snowed, and had stolen the violin. And who was this someone? Just as obviously, the man who owned the hut. Pinkett whisked away his plate, then returned bearing another of tortelloni with butter and salvia. Fosco tucked into it with relish. "Remember how I told you I love detective work? I have a rare talent for it. I traced the storm cloud from the shepherd to his nephew, to a band of gypsies, to a shop in Spain, to an orphanage in Malta. This way and that it traveled. I shudder to think of the times it was left in the sun, packed in a case with a few threads of straw and thrown into the back of a truck, left unattended in some school auditorium. Mio Dio! Yet it survived. It ended up in France, where it was sold in a lot of junk instruments to a lycée. Some clumsy oaf in the orchestra dropped it, chipped one of the scrolls, and it was taken to a violin shop in Angoulême for repair. The man who owned the shop recognized it, substituted it, and sent back another instrument in its place. Fosco clucked disapprovingly. What a moment that must have been for him! He knew he could never acquire legal title to it, so he smuggled it to America and quietly put it up for sale. It took a long time to find a buyer. Who wanted a Stradivarius if you couldn't play it as a Strad? If you could never establish title to it? If it might be taken from you at any moment? But he finally did find a buyer. In Loch Bullard. $2 million. That was all. I found out 3 months after the deal had closed. A dark furor passed over Fosco's face, rapidly clearing as Pinkett's carried in the next course, a bistecca fiorentina sizzling from the fire. Fosco carved off a piece of almost raw meat, placed it in his mouth, chewed. I was perfectly willing to buy it from Bullard, even paying a handsome price, despite the fact it was mine to begin with. But I never got to the point of making an offer. You see, Bullard was going to destroy the violin. To crack Stradivarius' secret formulas once and for all? Exactly. And do you know why? I know Bullard was not in the business of making violins, nor did he have any interest in music. True. But do you know the business his company, BAI, was into? With the Chinese? Pendergast did not reply. Missiles, my dear Pendergast. He was working on ballistic missiles. That's why he needed the violin. Nonsense, D'Agosta interjected. There can't possibly be a connection between a 300-year-old violin and a ballistic missile. Fosco ignored this. He was still looking at Pendergast. I sense you know rather more than you let on, my good sir. In any case, I penetrated their laboratory with a mole in my employ. Poor fellow ended up with his head crushed. But before that happened, he did tell me just what Bullard planned to do with the violin. He leaned forward, eyes flashing with indignation. The Chinese, you see, had developed a ballistic missile that could theoretically penetrate the United States' planned anti-missile shield. But they had a problem with their missiles breaking up on re-entry. To make the missile invisible to radar, you know, one can't have any curved or shiny surfaces. Look at the strange angular shapes of your stealth fighters and bombers. But this wasn't a bomber flying at 600 miles an hour. This was a ballistic missile re-entering the atmosphere at 10 times that speed. Their test missiles broke up under uncontrollable resonance vibrations during atmospheric re-entry. Pendergast nodded almost imperceptibly. Bullard's scientists realized the solution to this problem lay in the Stradivari formula. Can you imagine? You see, the key to the Stradivari varnish is that after a few years of playing, it develops billions of microscopic cracks and flaws, too small to be seen. These are phenomenally effective in dampening and warming the sound of a Stradivari. This is also why the violin must be played regularly, otherwise the cracks and flaws start knitting back up. Bullard was designing a high-performance coating for those Chinese missiles that would do the same thing. A coating that would have billions of microscopic flaws to dampen the vibrational resonance of re-entry. But he had to figure out precisely what the physics was, why those cracks and flaws did what they did. He had to know how they were distributed three-dimensionally in the varnish, how they made contact with the wood, how wide, long, and deep they were, how they connected to each other. Fosco stopped talking long enough to eat some more steak and sip his wine. To do that, Bullard needed to cut up a golden period Strad. Any would do, but none were for sale, especially to him. And then along came the black market storm cloud, ecco fatto. D'Agosta stared in mingled repulsion and disbelief as the Count wiped his red and greasy lips on an oversized napkin. It seemed outrageous, impossible. Now you see, Pendergast, why I needed to go to such lengths. It was worth $1 billion to Bullard on the Chinese deal alone, with more money to come as he resold the technology to a host of other eager buyers. I had to get the violin quickly, before he destroyed it. He had already brought it to his Italian laboratory, where it was guarded under truly impenetrable security. And that's when it came to me. I'd used the only leverage I had, our first and only encounter 30 years ago. I'd frightened Bullard into giving up the violin. Through murdering the others who had been at the stage devil-raising? Yes. I would kill Grove, Beckman, and Cutforth, making it look in each case like the devil had finally come for their souls. Beckman seemed to have disappeared, so that left only Grove and Cutforth. Only two. Whatever I did, it had to be utterly convincing. Bullard was an ignorant, blustering man with few religious impulses. I needed a way to kill them that was so unique and dreadful that the police would be baffled, that would generate all kinds of talk about the devil, and, most important, that would convince Bullard. It had to be heat, naturally. And that was how I came to invent my little device. But that is another story. He paused for another sip of wine. I prepared the scene of Grove's death with great care. I began by calling and alarming him with a story of a terrible visitation I'd had. How I feared Lucifer was coming for us because of the ceremony years before. How we had to do something. He was skeptical at first, so I had Pinkett set up a few bits of stage business in his house. Strange sounds, smells, and the like. Remarkable how a few props can undermine the conviction of even the most arrogant man. He grew frightened. I suggested some kind of atonement for his sins, hence the peculiar dinner party. I loaned him my beloved cross. The poor fool gave me the keys to his house, the codes to the alarm system, everything I needed. His death worked like a charm. Almost immediately, Bullard was on the phone to me. I was careful to ensure all my calls were made from an untraceable phone card. I continued playing the role of terrified count. I told him of strange things that had happened to me, sulphurous smells, disembodied sounds, uncomfortable tingling sensations, all the things, of course, that would happen to him later. I pretended to be convinced the devil was coming for all of us. After all, we had offered our souls in the compact we made 30 years ago. The devil had completed his side of the bargain. Now it was time for us to fulfill ours. After sending Bullard off to stew about this, it was time to deal with Cutforth. I had Pinkett's here purchase the apartment next to his, posing as an English baronet to assist with the various, arrangements. Like Grove, Cutforth scoffed at the idea at first.
Had been convinced my little show back in 1974 was a fraud, but as details of Grove's death emerged, he grew increasingly nervous. I didn't want him too nervous, just nervous enough to call Bullard and alarm him further. Which, of course, he did. He issued a dry laugh. After Cutforth's death, your vulgar tabloids did a fabulous job beating the drum, whipping people into a frenzy. It was perfect, and Bullard fell apart. He was out of his mind. Then the colpo de grazia. I called Bullard and said that I had managed to cancel my contract with Lucifer. Fosco patted his hands together with delight. Watching, D'Agosta felt his stomach turn. He was desperate to know how. I told him I'd located an ancient manuscript explaining the devil would sometimes accept a gift in return for a human soul. But it had to be a truly unique gift, something of enormous rarity, something whose loss would debase the human spirit. I told him I'd sacrificed my Vermeer in just such a way. Poor Bullard was beside himself. He had no Vermeer, he said, nothing of value except boats, cars, houses, and companies. He begged me to advise him what he should buy, what he should give the devil. I told him it had to be something utterly unique and precious, an object that would impoverish the world by its loss. I said I'd sacrificed my Vermeer in just such a way. Poor Bullard was beside himself. He had no Vermeer, he said, nothing of value except boats, cars, houses, and companies.
He begged me to advise him what he should buy, what he should give the devil. I told him it had to be something utterly unique and precious, an object that would impoverish the world by its loss. I said I'd sacrificed my Vermeer in just such a way. Poor Bullard was beside himself. He had no Vermeer, he said, nothing of value except boats, cars, houses, and companies. He begged me to advise him what he should buy, what he should give the devil. I told him it had to be something utterly unique and precious, an object that would impoverish the world by its loss. I said I couldn't advise him. Naturally, he couldn't know I was aware of the storm cloud. And I said I doubted he owned anything the devil would want, that I had been hugely fortunate to have a Vermeer, that the devil surely would not have accepted my Caravaggio. At this witticism, Fosco burst into laughter. I told Bullard that, whatever it was, the devil had to have it immediately. The 30-year anniversary of our original pact was nearing. Grove and Cutforth were already dead. There was not enough time for him to acquire something of the requisite rarity. I reminded him the devil would be able to see into his heart, that there would be no cheating the old gentleman, and that whatever he offered had better fit the bill, or his soul would burn forever. That's when he finally broke down and told me he had a violin of great rarity, a Stradivarius called the Storm Cloud. Would that do? I told him I couldn't speak for the devil, but that I hoped for his sake it would. I congratulated him on being so fortunate. Fosco paused to place another piece of dripping meat into his mouth. I, of course, returned to Italy far earlier than I let on to you. I was here even before Bullard arrived. I dug an old grimoire out of the library here, gave it to him, told him to follow the ritual and place the violin inside a broken circle. Within his own unbroken circle he would be protected. But he must send away all his help, turn off the alarm system and so forth. The devil didn't like interruptions. The poor man did as I asked. In place of the devil, I sent in Pinketts, who is devil enough, I can tell you, with theatrical effects and the appropriate garb. He took the violin and retreated, while I used my little machine to dispense with Bullard. Why the machine and the theatrics? Pendergast asked quietly. Why not put a bullet in him? The need to terrify your victim had passed. That was for your benefit, my dear fellow. It was a way to stir up the police, keep you in Italy a while longer, where you would be easier to dispose of. Whether we will be easy to dispose of remains to be seen. Fosco chuckled with great good humor. You evidently think you have something to bargain with, otherwise you wouldn't have accepted my invitation. That is correct. Whatever you think you have, it won't be good enough. You are already as good as dead. I know you better than you realize. I know you because you are like me. You are very like me. You could not be wrong, Count. I am not a murderer. D'Agosta was surprised to see a faint blush of color in Pendergast's face. No, but you could be. You have it in you. I can see it. Fosco had finished his steak, and now he rose. You think me an evil man. You call this whole affair sordid. But consider what I've done. I've saved the world's greatest violin from destruction. I've prevented the Chinese from penetrating the planned U.S. anti-missile shield, removing a threat to millions of your fellow citizens. And at what cost? The lives of a morally depraved individual, a traitor, a producer of popular music who was filling the world with his filth, and a godless soul who destroyed everyone he touched. You haven't included our lives in this calculation. Fosco nodded. Yes, you and the unfortunate priest. Regrettable indeed. But if the truth be known, I'd waste 100 lives for that instrument. There are 5 billion people. There is only one storm cloud. It isn't worth even one human life. D'Agosta heard himself say. Fosco turned, his eyebrows raised in surprise. No? He turned and clapped his hands. Pinkets appeared at the door. Get me the violin. The man disappeared and returned a moment later with an old wooden case, shaped like a small dark coffin, covered with the patina of ages. Pinkets placed it on a table next to the wall and withdrew to a far corner. Fosco rose and strolled over to the case. He took out the bow, tightened it, ran a rosin up and down a few times, and then, slowly, lovingly, withdrew the violin. To D'Agosta it didn't look at all extraordinary, just a violin, older than most. Hard to believe it had led them on this long journey, cost so many lives. Fosco placed it under his chin, stood tall and straight. A moment of silence passed while he sighed, half closing his eyes. And then the bow began moving, slowly over the strings, the notes flowing clearly. It was perfect. And Bullard fell apart. He was out of his mind. Then the colpo de grazia. I called Bullard and said that I had managed to cancel my contract with Lucifer. Fosco patted his hands together with delight. Watching, D'Agosta felt his stomach turn. He was desperate to know how. I told him I'd located an ancient manuscript explaining the devil would sometimes accept a gift in return for a human soul. But it had to be a truly unique gift, something of enormous rarity, something whose loss would debase the human spirit. I told him I'd sacrificed my Vermeer in just such a way. Poor Bullard was beside himself. He had no Vermeer, he said, nothing of value except boats, cars, houses, and companies. He begged me to advise him what he should buy, what he should give the devil. I told him it had to be something utterly unique and precious, an object that would impoverish the world by its loss. I said I couldn't advise him. Naturally, he couldn't know I was aware of the storm cloud. And I said I doubted he owned anything the devil would want, that I had been hugely fortunate to have a Vermeer, that the devil surely would not have accepted my Caravaggio. At this witticism, Fosco burst into laughter. I told Bullard that, whatever it was, the devil had to have it immediately. The 30-year anniversary of our original pact was nearing. Grove and Cutforth were already dead. There was not enough time for him to acquire something of the requisite rarity. I reminded him the devil would be able to see into his heart, that there would be no cheating the old gentleman, and that whatever he offered had better fit the bill, or his soul would burn forever. That's when he finally broke down and told me he had a violin of great rarity, a Stradivarius, called the Storm Cloud. Would that do? I told him I couldn't speak for the devil, but that I hoped for his sake it would. I congratulated him on being so fortunate. Fosco paused to place another piece of dripping meat into his mouth. I, of course, returned to Italy far earlier than I let on to you. I was here even before Bullard arrived. I dug an old grimoire out of the library here, gave it to him, told him to follow the ritual and place the violin inside a broken circle. Within his own unbroken circle, he would be protected. But he must send away all his help, turn off the alarm system, and so forth.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. Yes, Renata will play it and go on to glory and renown. And then, when she can no longer play, my heir will loan it to someone else, and his heir to someone else, and so it will go down the centuries. Do you have an heir? Pendergast asked. D'Agosta was surprised by the question, but Fosco was not. He seemed to welcome it. Not a direct heir, no, but I shall not wait long to furnish myself with a son. I have just met the most charming woman. The only drawback is that she is English, but at least she can boast an Italian great-grandfather. His smile broadened. As D'Agosta watched, Pendergast grew pale. You are grotesquely deluded if you think she will marry you. I know. Count Fosco is fat, revoltingly fat. But do not underestimate the power of a charming tongue to capture a woman's heart. Lady Maskelyne and I had a marvelous afternoon on the island. We are both of the noble classes. We understand each other. He dusted his waistcoat. I might even go on a diet. This was greeted by a short silence. Then Pendergast spoke again. You've showed us the violin. May we now see this little device that you spoke of? The device that killed at least 4 men? With greatest pleasure. I'm very proud of it. Not only will I show it to you, I'll give you a demonstration. D'Agosta felt a chill. Demonstration? Fosco nodded to Pinkets, who took the violin and left the room. Within moments, he returned with a large aluminum suitcase. Fosco unlatched the case and raised the lid, exposing half a dozen pieces of metal nestled in gray foam rubber. He began removing them, screwing them together. Then he turned and nodded to D'Agosta. "Will you please stand over there, Sergeant?" he asked quietly. "Buck!" Hayward screamed again, fighting against an almost overwhelming panic. "Don't let them do this." But it was hopeless. The roar of the crowd drowned out her voice, and Buck was in his tent, flaps closed, out of sight behind a wall of people. The crowd was closing in now, the noose tightening fast. The ringleader, Buck's aide-de-camp, bolstered by increasingly frenzied followers, raised the hand with the rock. Watching him, Hayward saw his eyes widen, his nostrils flare. She'd seen that look before. It was the look of someone about to strike. "Don't!" she shouted. "This isn't what you're about. It's against everything you stand for." "Shut up, Centurion," Todd cried. She stumbled right at herself. Even at this moment of extreme danger, she realized she could not show fear. She kept her eyes on Todd. He was the greatest threat, the match for the powder keg, and let her gun hand hover near her piece. As a last resort, a very last resort, she'd have to use it. Of course, once she did, that would be the end.
but she wasn't going to go down like a cat under a pack of dogs. Something about all this isn't right. Something was going on. Something was being played out here that she didn't understand. The cries of the crowd, their strange epithets, made no sense. Centurion, soldier of Rome, what was this talk? Something Buck was subtly encouraging in recent sermons. And speaking of Buck, why had he seemed disappointed when she arrived and then just walked away? Why the glassy, expectant look in his eyes? Something had happened to him between this visit and the last. What was it? Blasphemer! Todd screamed. He took another step closer. In response, the crowd tightened around Hayward. She had barely enough room to turn around now. She could feel rancid breath on the back of her neck, feel her heart beating like mad. Her hand strayed closer to the butt of her gun. There was a pattern here, if only she could see it. There had to be. She fought to stay rational. Her only way out of this was Buck himself. There was no other. Quickly, she went back over her knowledge of deviant psychology, over Buck's possible motivations. What had Wentworth said? Possibly paranoid schizophrenic, potential for a messianic complex. Deep down, she was still convinced Buck was no schizophrenic, but a messianic complex. The need to be the Messiah. Perhaps, just perhaps, Wentworth was more right on that point than he knew. Then, in an instant of revelation, it came to her. All of Buck's new hopes, new desires were suddenly laid bare. This talk about Romans, they weren't talking about Roman Catholics. They were talking about real Romans, pagan Romans, centurions, the soldiers who came to arrest Jesus. She suddenly understood the script Buck was following. That was why he ignored her, walked back into the tent. She didn't fit into his vision of what had to happen. She faced the crowd, addressed them in her loudest voice. A band of soldiers are coming to arrest Buck. This had a galvanic effect on the crowd. The yelling faltered a little, front to back, like the ripple of a stone on a pond. "Did you hear? The soldiers are coming! They're coming!" Hayward yelled encouragingly. The crowd took up the cry as she hoped they would, acting as a megaphone to Buck. "The soldiers are coming! The centurions are coming!" There was a movement in the crowd, a kind of general sigh. As one group moved back, Hayward saw that Buck had reappeared at the door of his tent. The crowd seethed with expectation. Todd raised his rock once again, then hesitated. It was the opening she needed, momentary, but just enough to call Rocker. She slipped out her radio and bent forward, shielding herself from the crowd. "Commissioner," she called out. For a moment, static. Then Rocker's voice crackled over the tiny speaker. "What the hell's going on, Captain? It sounds like a riot. We're mobilizing. We're going in now and getting your ass out." "No," Hayward said sharply. "It'll be a bloodbath." "She's using her radio," Todd screamed. "Betrayer." "Sir, listen to me. Send in 33 men. 33 exactly. And those undercover cops you've been using for on-site intel, the ones dressed like Buck's followers, send in one of them. Just one. Captain, I have no idea what you're— Shut up, please, and listen. Buck has to act out the passion of Christ. That's how he sees himself. He's New York's sacrificial lamb. There's no other explanation for his behavior. So we've got to play along, let him act it out. The undercover cop, he's the shill, he's Judas. He's got to embrace Buck. Do you hear, sir? He's got to embrace Buck. And then the cops move in and make the cuff. You do that, Commissioner, and there'll be no riot. Buck will go peacefully. Otherwise. But 30 men, that's not enough. 33, the number in a Roman band. Get her radio. Hayward was jostled. She spun away, shielding her radio. Are you telling me Buck thinks— Just do it, sir. Now. Hayward felt herself shoved hard from behind. She lost her grip on the radio and it went flying into the crowd. Agent of Darkness. Hayward had no idea if Rocker had understood. More to the point, she didn't know how the crowd would act. Buck might have his script, But would this frenzied mob follow it too? She looked toward Buck, who was now wading into the crowd. "Make way for the soldiers of Rome."
"Make way, my brothers and sisters, make way!" The cry was taken up, at first raggedly, then with growing conviction. "Make way! Do not fight them!" Buck cried. "Drop your weapons! Make way for the centurions! Make way for the centurions!" Buck spread his hands, and the crowd began to part hesitatingly before him. As she watched, Hayward felt a flush spread through her limbs. It was working. The attention of the crowd had shifted from her. Only Todd, the aide-de-camp, seemed not to accept the change. He was still staring from her to Buck and back again, as if too caught up in the frenzy of the moment to shift direction. "Traitor!" he barked at her. And now, right on cue, a phalanx of cops came running through the distant trees toward them. Rocker had understood, after all. He'd come through. They waded into the outer fringes of the crowd, shoving and pushing with their riot shields. But already, with Buck's exhortations, the people were falling back. "Let them pass!" Buck was crying, arms spread. Now the cops were barreling down the open lane, trampling tents, shoving aside stragglers. As they broke into the open area before Buck's tent, there was a moment of panic and struggle. Todd raised his rock, fury twisting his features. "You did this, you difficult person!" And the rock came flying, striking a glancing blow to Hayward's temple. She staggered back, fell to her knees, feeling the hot trickle of blood. Suddenly Buck was there, his strong arms around her, raising her up and staying the crowd with his hand. "Put up thy swords! They have come to arrest me, and I will go with them peacefully. This is the will of God." Dazed, Hayward looked at Buck. He dabbed at her wound with a snowy handkerchief. "Suffer ye thus far," he murmured. His face was radiant, suffused with light. Of course, she thought, even this is part of the script. There was more confusion. Someone embraced Buck, the shill at last. She heard Buck saying, "Judas, betrayest thou me with a kiss?" And then the cops were all around, and he was pulled away from her. The cut on her head was bleeding freely, and she felt woozy. "Captain Hayward?" she heard somebody call out. "Captain Hayward's been hurt. Officer down. We need a medic." "Captain Hayward, you all right? Did he assault you?" "I'm all right," she said, shaking away the wooziness as cops crowded around her, everyone trying to help. "It's nothing, just a scratch." "It wasn't Buck." "She's bleeding. Forget it. It's nothing. Let me go." They released her reluctantly. "Who was it? Who assaulted you?" Todd was staring, humanity shocked back into him, horrified at what he'd done. Hayward looked away. Another arrest right now could be disastrous. "Don't know. Came out of nowhere. It doesn't matter. Let's get you to an ambulance." "I'll walk by myself," she said, brushing off yet another proffered arm. She felt embarrassed. It was nothing. Scalp wounds always bled a great deal. She looked around, blinking her eyes. An immense silence seemed to have settled on the crowd. The police had the cuffs on Buck and had formed a semicircle around him, already moving him out. The crowd looked on, stunned, while Buck exhorted them to remain calm, be peaceful, hurt no one. "Forgive them," he said. All the momentum was gone. Buck had ordered them to stand down, and they had obeyed. It was over. Immediately, D'Agasta pulled out his service piece and drew down on the Count. "No really way," he said. The Count stared at the gun, sighing condescendingly. "Put away that gun, you fool." "Pinkets?" The manservant, who had left the room, now returned, carrying a large pumpkin in both arms. He set it down on the hearth before the fireplace.
"It is true, Sergeant D'Agasta. You would have been a much more effective demonstration, but it would have caused such a mess." Fosco went back to assembling the device. D'Agasta moved slowly backward, slipping his gun back into his holster as he did so. Somehow, the act of drawing his weapon brought fresh resolve. He and Pendergast were both armed. At the first indication of trouble, he would have no hesitation about taking out both the Count and Pinkets. Except for some kitchen help, there didn't seem to be any other servants around. But he knew that, with the Count, appearances were deceptive. "There we go." Fosco hefted the assembled machine, which looked something like a large rifle, made primarily of stainless steel, with a bulbous dish at one end and a barrel sporting half a dozen buttons and dials at the other. As I said, I knew I had to kill Grove and Cutforth in such a way that the police would be utterly baffled. It had to be done with heat, of course. But how? Burning? Arson? Boiling? Much too common. It had to be mysterious, unexplainable. That was when I recalled the phenomenon known as spontaneous human combustion. You know the first documented case of it was here in Italy? Pendergast nodded. The Countess Cornelia Zangari de Bandi di Cesena. Most dramatic. How, I wondered, could a similarly devilish effect be duplicated? Then I thought of microwaves. "Microwaves?" D'Agasta repeated. The Count smiled patronizingly at him. "Yes, Sergeant, just like your own microwave oven. They seemed perfect for my needs. Microwaves heat from the inside out. They can be focused, just like light, to, say, burn a body while leaving the rest of the environment intact. Microwaves heat water far more selectively than dry materials, fats, or oils, so they would burn a wet body before heating the rugs or furnishings. And they have an ionizing and heating effect on metals with a certain number of valence electrons." Fosco ran a hand over his device, then laid it on the table next to him. "As you know, Mr. Pendergast, I'm a tinkerer. I love a challenge. It's quite simple to build a microwave transmitter that would deliver the necessary wattage. But IG Farben, a German company which my family was connected with during the war, makes a marvelous combination of capacitor and battery capable of delivering the requisite charge." D'Agasta glanced at the microwave device. It looked almost silly, like a cheap prop to an old science fiction movie. It would never work as a weapon of war. The top theoretical range is less than 20 feet, and it takes time to do its work. But it suited my purposes perfectly. I had quite a time working out the kinks. Many pumpkins were sacrificed, Sergeant D'Agasta. At last, I tested it on that old pedophile in Pistoia, the one whose tomb you examined. There was a bit of a meltdown. The human body takes a lot more heating than a pumpkin. I rebuilt the device with improvements and used it more successfully on the terrorized Grove. It wasn't quite enough to set the man on fire, but it did the job. Then I arranged the scene to my satisfaction, packed up and left, locking everything and turning the alarm back on. With Cutforth it was even simpler. As I said, my man Pinkets had rented the apartment next door and was undertaking renovations. He made a marvelous elderly English gentleman, poor man, all bent over and muffled up against the chill. That explains why they couldn't identify a suspect from the security video cams. Pinkets used to be in the theater, which frequently comes in handy for my purposes. In any case, the weapon works beautifully through walls made of drywall and wooden studs. Microwaves, my dear Pendergast, have the marvelous property of penetrating drywall like light through glass, as long as there is no moisture or metal. There could, of course, be no metal nails in the wall between the two apartments, because metal absorbs microwaves and would heat up and cause a fire. So Pinkets opened our side of the wall, removed the nails, and replaced them with wooden dowels. When it was all over, he put our side of the wall back up. The whole operation was disguised as part of the remodeling job. Pinkets himself did the honors on Cutforth while I was at the opera with you.
What better alibi than to contrive to spend the evening of the murder with the detective himself? Fosco heaved in silent mirth. And the smell of sulfur? Sulfur burned with phosphorus in a censer, injected through the wall at cracks around the molding. How did you burn the images into the wall? The hoofprint in Grove's house was done directly, focusing the microlave. The image in Cutforth's apartment had to be done indirectly. Pinkets couldn't get into the apartment by focusing the device against a mask. That was a little trickier, but it worked. Burned the image right through the wall. Brilliant, don't you think? You're sick, said Dagosta. I am a tinkerer. I like nothing more than solving tricky little problems. He grinned horribly and picked up the device. Now please stand back. I need to adjust the range of the beam. It wouldn't do to scorch us as well as the pumpkin. Fosco raised the ungainly thing, slid its leather strap over his shoulder, aimed it at the pumpkin, adjusted some knobs. Then he pressed a rudimentary kind of trigger. Dagosta stared in horrified fascination. There was a humming noise in the capacitor. That was all. Right now, the device is working up from its lowest setting. If that pumpkin were our victim, he would begin to experience a most awful crawling sensation in his guts and over his skin about now. The pumpkin remained unaffected. Fosco turned a knob and the humming went up a notch. Now our victim is screaming. The crawling sensation has gotten unbearable. I imagine it's like a stomach full of wasps, stinging endlessly. His skin, too, would start to dry and blister. The rising heat within his muscles would soon cause the neurons to begin firing, jerking his limbs spasmodically, causing him to fall down and go into convulsions. His internal temperature is soaring. Within a few more seconds, he'll be thrashing on the ground, biting off or swallowing his tongue. Another tick of the dial. Now a small blister appeared on the skin of the pumpkin. It seemed to soften, sag a bit. A soft pop, and the pumpkin split open from top to bottom, issuing a spurt of steam. Now our victim is unconscious, seconds from death. There was a muffled boiling sound inside the pumpkin, and that was all. Right now the device is working up from its lowest setting. If that pumpkin were our victim, he would begin to experience a most awful crawling sensation in his guts and over his skin about now. The pumpkin remained unaffected. Fosco turned a knob and the humming went up a notch. Now our victim is screaming. The crawling sensation has gotten unbearable. I imagine it's like a stomach full of wasps, stinging endlessly. His skin, too, would start to dry and blister. The rising heat within his muscles would soon cause the neurons to begin firing, jerking his limbs spasmodically, causing him to fall down and go into convulsions. His internal temperature is soaring. Within a few more seconds, he'll be thrashing on the ground, biting off or swallowing his tongue. Another tick of the dial. Now a small blister appeared on the skin of the pumpkin. It seemed to soften, sag a bit. A soft pop, and the pumpkin split open from top to bottom, issuing a spurt of steam. No comment necessary. By now, our victim is dead. The interesting part, however, is yet to come. Blisters began swelling all over the surface of the pumpkin, some popping with little puffs of steam, others breaking and weeping orange fluid. Another tick of the dial. The pumpkin split afresh, with a second rush of boiling pulp and seeds squeezing out in a hot viscous paste. The pumpkin sagged further and darkened, the stem blackening and smoking. More fluid and seeds oozed from the cracks along with jets of steam. And then suddenly, with a sharp popping sound, the seeds began to explode.
The pumpkin seemed to harden, the room filling with the smell of burned pumpkin flesh. Then, with a sudden puff, it burst into flame. Echo! The deed is done. Our victim is on fire. And yet, if you were to place your hand on the stone next to the pumpkin, you would find it barely warm to the touch. Fosco lowered the device. The pumpkin continued to smolder, a flame licking the stem, sizzling and crackling as it burned, a foul black smoke rising slowly. Pinkets? The servant, without missing a beat, picked up a bottle of aqua minerale from the dinner table and poured it over the pumpkin. Then he gave the bubbling remains a deft kick into the fire, heaped on a few more sticks, and retired again to the corner. Marvelous, don't you think? And yet it's much more dramatic with a human body, I can assure you. You're one sick, really, you know that, said Dagosta. This man of yours, Pendergast, is beginning to annoy me. Clearly a man of many virtues, Pendergast replied. But I think this has gone on long enough. It is time for us to get to the remaining business at hand. Quite, quite. I have come here to offer you a deal. Naturally. Fosco's lip curled cynically. Pendergast glanced at the Count a moment, his looks unreadable, letting the silence build. You will write out and sign a confession of all that you have told us tonight, and you will give me that diabolical machine as proof. I will escort you to the Carabinieri, who will arrest you. You will be tried for the murders of Loch Bullard and Carlo Vanni, and as an accomplice in the murder of the priest. Italy has no death penalty, and you will probably be released in 25 years, at the age of 80, to live the remainder of your days in peace and quiet, if you manage to survive prison. This is your side of the bargain. Fosco listened, an incredulous smile developing on his face. Is that all? And what will you give me in exchange? Your life. I wasn't aware my life was in your hands, Mr. Pendergast. It seems to me it's the other way around. Dagosta saw a movement out of the corner of his eye. Pinkets had withdrawn a 9mm Beretta and had it trained on them. Dagosta's hand moved toward his own weapon, unstrapped the keeper. Pendergast stopped him with a shake of his head. Then he removed an envelope from his pocket. A letter identical to this one has been placed with Prince Corso Maffei, to be opened in 24 hours if I have not returned to reclaim it. At the name of Maffei, Fosco paled. You are a member of the secret society known as the Comitatus Decimus, the Company of 10. As a member of this society, which dates back to the Middle Ages, you inherited and were entrusted with certain documents, formulas, and manuscripts. You abused that trust, in particular on October 31st, 1974, when you went through a mock ceremony using those same instruments to frighten a group of American students. Then you compounded it with these killings. The paleness had given way to mottled fury. Pendergast, this is absurd. You know better than I it is not. You belong to this secret society by virtue of your title. You had no choice in the matter. You were born into it. You didn't take it seriously as a young man. You thought it a joke. Only years later did you realize the severity of that mistake. This is all bluster, a poor attempt to save your own skin. It's your skin you should be concerned about. You know what awaits those who break the society's seal of silence. Remember what happened to the Marchese Muoci. The 10 men who head the Comitatus have enormous money, power, and reach. They will find you, Fosco. You know that. Fosco said nothing, simply staring back at Pendergast. As I said, I will give you your life back by retrieving that letter, but only after I have received your signed confession and escorting you to the Carabinieri headquarters. The violin you may keep. It is yours after all. A fair deal, when you consider it. Fosco tore open the letter with a fat hand and began to read. After a moment, he paused and looked up. This is infamy! Pendergast merely watched as Fosco returned his attention to the document, hands visibly shaking. Dagosta observed this interchange with growing comprehension. Now he understood the purpose of Pendergast's stop that morning, a stop he had referred to as insurance. He had been depositing the copy of his letter with this Prince Maffei. How Pendergast had put all this together and exactly what it meant, Dagosta didn't know. No doubt he would learn in time. But his overwhelming feeling was one of relief. Once again, Pendergast had saved their asses. The Count lowered the document abruptly. His face had gone white. "How did you know this? Someone must have already broken the seal of the comitatus. Someone else must pay, not me. I learned it from you, and nobody else." Fosco appeared to be struggling himself. He placed the letter on the table, faced Pendergast. "Very well. I had expected a strong opening move, but this one does you credit."
24 hours, you say. Pinkets will escort you back to your rooms while I consider my repost. No really way, said Dagosta. We're leaving. You can telephone our hotel when you're ready to hand over the confession. He glanced at Pinkets, who had his gun trained on them, the muzzle moving back and forth. Dagosta figured the chances were pretty good that if he timed it right, he could put a bullet in Pinkets before the man could react. "You will go to your quarters and await my answer," the Count said imperiously. When nobody moved, he gave an almost imperceptible nod to Pinkets. All it took was a faint movement in the man's hand, and Dagosta dropped, rolled, and fired in one smooth, endlessly practiced move. Without even a cry, Pinkett staggered back against the wall, Beretta still in hand, firing once above their heads. Dagosta rose to his knee and fired 2 more shots. Pinkett's jerked, the gun skidded across the floor, coming to rest in a corner. Pendergast had his own gun out and was now aiming at the Count. Slowly, Fosco raised his hands. Suddenly, men appeared in the doorways leading out of the dining room. Rough-looking men in peasant dress, guns in hand, faces set. They came in orderly, deliberately, without haste, sure of themselves. In a moment, more than half a dozen had entered, guns aimed at Pendergast and Dagosta. There was a long silence, interrupted only by a long, gargling rattle from Pinkett's that wheezed off into silence. Fosco's hands were still raised. "We seem to be at a standoff," he said. "How very theatrical. You kill me, my men kill you." Though the words sounded light, they held a harsh, chill undertone. "Let us walk out of here," said Dagosta, "and nobody'll get killed." "You've already killed Pinkett's," Fosco replied crisply. "Here you are, the man who dared lecture me on the sanctity of human life. Pinkett's, who was my best and most loyal servant." Dagosta took a step toward the Count. "Agent Pendergast," Fosco said, turning and raising his voice. "A moment's reflection will show you this is a game you cannot win. At the count of 3, I will order Dagosta killed. I will die too at your hand. You, on the other hand, will live to ponder how you brought death to your partner. You know me well enough to know it's not a bluff. You will lay down the gun because you have the letter." He paused. 1. "It's a bluff," Dagosta shouted. "Don't fall for it." 2. Pendergast laid down his weapon. The Count paused again, hands still in the air. "Now, Mr. Dagosta, you haven't put down your gun. Do I need to say that last number, or can you understand the situation has gone against you? Even with your remarkable marksmanship, you will not succeed in dropping more than 1 or 2 of my men before you are sent back to your maker." Dagosta slowly lowered his gun. He still had a second strapped to his leg, and he knew Pendergast had one too. The game was not over by a long shot, and they still had the letter. Fosco looked from one to the other, eyes glittering. "Very well. My men will escort you to your rooms while I consider your offer." Dawn was finally breaking through the tiny windows of the keep when Pendergast emerged from his room. Dagosta, sitting by the fire, grunted an acknowledgment. He had spent the night tossing restlessly, unable to sleep,
but Pendergast seemed to have had no difficulty. "Excellent fire, Vincent," he said, smoothing the front of his suit and taking a seat nearby. "I find these fall mornings a bit chilly." Dagosta gave the fire a savage poke. "Nice sleep?" The bed was an abomination. "Otherwise, passable, thank you." Dagosta heaved on another log. He hated all this waiting, this not knowing, and was unable to completely suppress his irritation at Pendergast's going directly to his room the night before without a satisfactory explanation. "How did you know about that secret society business anyway?" he asked a little gruffly. "I've seen you pull a rabbit out of a hat before, but this one took the cake." What a delightful mixed metaphor! I had a suspicion that Fosco was involved in some way or another, even before I found the horsehair from the storm cloud at the site of Bullard's killing. When did you first suspect him? You recall the associate I mentioned, Mime? I had him perform internet background checks on the recent activities of all who were at Grove's last party. His research eventually picked up the fact that 6 months ago, Fosco quietly purchased a rare 17th century Florentine cross from an antique dealer on the Via Maggio. The one he gave Grove? Exactly. And recall the Count himself was careful to point out to me that, had Grove lived only one more day, he would have been $40 million richer. Yeah, anytime someone volunteers an alibi, something's fishy. The Count's Achilles heel is his volubility, that and his big mouth. I began to search for weaknesses in the Count. He was clearly a dangerous man, and I felt we needed every advantage we could get just in case. You may recall the comment of the Colonellos back at his barracks about secret societies. He said the Florentine mobility was rife with them. I began to wonder if Fosco belonged to such a secret society, and if so, whether it might be used against him in some way. The Florentine nobility are among the oldest in Europe. Their lineages go back to the 1200s. Most of their ancient titles are associated with various arcane orders and guilds, some going as far back as the Crusades. Most have secret documents, rites, and so forth. The Knights Templars, the Black Gonfaloniers, the Cavaliers of the Roses. There are many others. Dagosta nodded silently. Some of these societies take themselves extremely seriously, even if their original function has long passed, and all that remains are empty observances and ceremonies. The Count, coming from one of the most ancient families, surely belonged by hereditary right to a number of them. I emailed Constance, who managed to unearth several possibilities. I followed up with some of my own contacts here in Italy. When? The night before last. And here I thought you were fast asleep in your hotel suite. Sleep is an unfortunate biological requirement that both wastes time and leaves one vulnerable. At any rate, I uncovered hints of the existence of the Comitatus Decimus, the Company of 10. It was a group of assassins formed during the most contentious years of the 13th century, long before the Medici came to power. One of the founders of the order was a French baron named Hugo d'Aquilanges, who brought to Florence some peculiar manuscripts full of the dark arts. Using these manuscripts, the group conjured up the devil, or so they believed, to aid in their midnight assassinations. They swore blood secrecy to each other, and any violation was punishable by immediate death. The Cavaliere Montun da Ardaz da Fosco was another of the founders. He passed membership with the title to his son and so forth down to our Fosco. Their line, apparently, was also the keeper of the library of the Comitatus. It was these ancient documents Fosco used in conjuring up the devil for Bullard and the rest on All Hallows' Eve. Whether he planned to use those documents from the beginning, I can't be sure. But he would have learned Beckman could read Italian, and that Grove, even as a student, was knowledgeable about old manuscripts. Fosco couldn't pass off any old manuscript. It had to be the real thing. I believe that he simply could not resist the fun. Of course, he didn't realize at the time what it meant, or what penalties his breach of secrecy would incur. You see, members aren't inducted into the order until they reach the age of 30. But you still haven't explained how you knew Fosco belonged. The research indicated that when the hereditary member is inducted into the society, he is marked with a black spot, a tattoo really, using a bottle of ashes from the corpse of Montunda Ardaz, who was drawn, quartered, and burned in the Piazza della Signoria for heresy.
This black spot is placed directly over the heart. And when did you get a glimpse of that? When I interviewed him at the Sherry Netherland. He wore an open-necked white shirt. Of course, at the time, I didn't understand its significance. It merely looked like a large mole. But you remembered it. A photographic memory can be quite useful. Abruptly, Pendergast motioned for D'Agasta to be silent. For about a minute they waited, motionless. Then D'Agasta heard footsteps, a soft knock. "Come in," Pendergast said. The door opened and Fosco slipped through, followed by half a dozen men with guns. He bowed. "Good morning to you both. I trust you passed a decent night." D'Agasta did not reply. "And how was your night, Count?" Pendergast asked. "I always sleep like a baby, thank you." "Funny how most murderers do." Fosco turned to D'Agasta. "You, on the other hand, look a little peaked, Sergeant. I hope you haven't caught cold." "You make me sick." "There's no accounting for taste," Fosco said with a smile. Then he glanced back at Pendergast. "As promised, I've considered your offer, and I have brought you my riposte." He reached inside his jacket and withdrew a smooth white envelope. He held it out to Pendergast, eyes twinkling. D'Agasta was startled to see Pendergast go pale as he took the envelope. "That's right, the very letter you left with Prince Maffei, unopened and unread. I believe the word here is check, Mr. Pendergast. Your move." "How did?" D'Agasta began. Then he fell silent. Fosco waved his hand. "Mr. Pendergast didn't count on my brilliance. I told Prince Maffei that my castle had been burglarized, and that I was concerned for the safety of the Comitatus' most secret manuscript, which, as the librarian of the Comitatus, I of course had in my possession. I asked him if he would hold it himself for safekeeping, until the burglars had been caught. Naturally, he took me to his most secure repository, where I felt sure he would have placed your letter. I didn't know, of course, what you had said to him about the letter, so I felt it was better not even to mention it. The old fool opened his vault to put in the manuscript, and there, amidst all his moldy old papers, was a fresh, crisp envelope. I knew it had to be yours. A quick sleight of hand, and the letter was mine. When you fail to return, the Prince Maffei will open his vault and find nothing, and no doubt begin to worry about the toll old age is taking on his feeble mind." Fosco laughed silently, his capacious front shaking, holding out the envelope. There was a silence as Pendergast stared at the envelope. Then he took it, opened it, glanced at the sheet inside, and let it fall to the ground. "I said check, but perhaps I should have said checkmate, Mr. Pendergast." He turned to the men standing in the doorway. They were dressed in rough woolen and leather clothing, each pointing a firearm. Another man in a stained suede jacket stood behind them. He had a small, sharp face and was watching them with intelligent eyes. D'Agasta's hand crept toward his gun. Pendergast noticed, made a brief suppressing motion. "That's right, D'Agasta. Your superior knows it is futile. Only in the movies can two men overpower seven. Of course, I am quite willing to see you both die right here and now. But then," he added teasingly, "don't lose hope. There's always the chance you might escape." He chucked and turned. "Fabri, disarm these gentlemen." The man in the leather jacket stepped forward, held out his hand. After a moment, Pendergast removed his backup weapon and handed it to him. With a huge sense of foreboding, D'Agasta reluctantly gave the man his own as well. "Now search them," said the Count. "You first, Mr. Pendergast," Fabri said in a heavily accented voice. "Remove your jacket and your shirt. Then stand over there with your arms up." Pendergast did as ordered, handing each article of clothing to Fabri.
When Pendergast removed his shirt, D'Agosta noticed for the first time that the agent wore a chain around his neck, with a small pendant attached. A strange design of a lidless eye hovering over the image of a phoenix rising from the ashes of a fire. One of the peasants shoved Pendergast toward the wall. Fabry began patting him down expertly. He quickly found a stiletto. "There will be lock-picking tools as well," said the Count. Fabry searched Pendergast's collar and cuffs, finally removing a small toolkit held there with Velcro. Other things appeared, a syringe and needle, some small test tubes. "You've got quite an arsenal tucked away in that suit of yours," Fosco said. "Fabry, set it all on the table over here, if you please." Removing a stitching knife, Fabry proceeded to cut open the linings of Pendergast's suit, searching them thoroughly. Out came other items, tweezers, some small folded packets of chemicals, which the man placed on the table. His mouth. Check his mouth. The man opened Pendergast's mouth, checked his teeth, looked under his tongue. D'Agosta recoiled in horror at this indignity. With the discovery of each additional tool, he'd felt his hopes dim further. But Pendergast had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He'd get them out of this somehow. Fabry directed Pendergast to step to one side and bend his head forward so he could search his hair. Pendergast complied, his arms still raised, positioning himself so he was facing away from the half-circle of men and the Count, who was examining the items on the table with murmurs of interest. Now Fabry's back was turned to D'Agosta, while Pendergast was facing him. And D'Agosta was amazed at what he saw. He saw Pendergast, moving his hands ever so slightly, extract a tiny piece of metal from between the ring and little fingers of his left hand. Somehow he had managed to palm this at the beginning of the search. "All right," Fabry said. "Lower your arms and step over here." Pendergast did as directed. With a motion so fleeting, D'Agosta wasn't even sure he'd seen it. Pendergast tucked the piece of metal beneath Fabry's own jacket collar, using the man himself as a hiding place. Next, Fabry examined Pendergast's shoes, cutting off the heels with a knife and stabbing through the sole in several places. This produced a second lock-picking set. He frowned and returned once again to Pendergast's suit. At last, the search was completed, leaving Pendergast's clothes in tatters. "Now the other one," said Fosco. They repeated the same process with D'Agosta, stripping him and unstitching everything, subjecting him to the same humiliating search. "I would leave you both bare," said the Count, "but the dungeons of this castle are so damp. I would hate to see you catch cold." He nodded toward their clothes. "Get dressed." They did so. Fabry spun them around and manacled their hands behind their backs. "Andiamoci." The Count turned and stepped out of the apartment. Fabry followed, then Pendergast and D'Agosta. The half-dozen thugs brought up the rear. Down the circular staircase they went, out of the keep and back into the ancient rooms of the castle. The Count led the way back to the dining salotto, then through the kitchen and into a large, drafty pantry. An arched opening was set into the far wall, with a staircase descending out of sight. The group descended this into a deep, vaulted tunnel, its walls weeping moisture and encrusted with calcite crystals. "Ecco," said the Count, stopping before a low doorway. Fabry stopped in turn, and Pendergast, his eyes on the ground, clumsily stumbled into him from behind. Fabry cursed and pushed him away, sending the agent sprawling to the stone floor. "Get in," said the Count. Pendergast rose to his feet and ducked into the tiny room beyond the doorway. D'Agosta followed. The iron door slammed, the metal key turned, and they were in darkness. The Count's face appeared at the small grating set into the door. "You'll be secure here," he said, "while I attend to a few final details. And then I will be back."
You see, I have prepared something special, something fitting for you both. For Pendergast, a literary ensign, something out of Poe, actually. And for D'Agosta, murderer of my Penchetti, I will use my microwave device one more time before destroying it.
and with it the last evidence of my involvement in this affair. The face vanished. A moment later, the faint illumination of the corridor was extinguished. D'Agosta sat in the dark, listening to the echo of retreating footsteps. In a moment, all was silent save for the faint dripping of water and the flutter of what D'Agosta thought must be bats. He shifted, pulled his torn clothes more tightly around him. Pendergast's voice came to him through the darkness, so low as to be almost inaudible. "I don't see any reason to delay our departure, do you? Was that a lockpick I saw you hiding under Fabri's collar?" D'Agosta whispered. "Of course. Most obliging of him to carry it for me. Naturally, I stumbled into him just now in order to reclaim it. And now I have little doubt that Fabri or one of the others is outside, guarding us. Bang on the door, Vincent, and see if you can't get a response from him." D'Agosta banged and shouted, "Hey, let us out! Let us out!" The echoes slowly died away in the corridor beyond. Pendergast touched D'Agosta's arm and whispered again, "Keep making noise while I pick the lock." D'Agosta shouted, yelled, and swore. A minute later, Pendergast touched his arm once again. Done. Now listen. The man waiting in the dark no doubt has an electric torch, which he'll turn on at the slightest indication of funny business. I'm going to find him and take care of him. You keep making noise as a diversion and to cover any sounds of my crawling through the dark. Okay. D'Agosta once again took up the cry, stomping around and demanding to be let out. It was pitch black, and he could see nothing of what Pendergast was doing. He yelled and yelled. Suddenly, there was a loud thump outside, followed by a thud. Then a beam of light stabbed through the low opening. "Excellent work, Vincent." D'Agosta ducked back out beneath the low doorway. There, about 20 feet away, was Fabri, face down on the stone floor, arms flung wide. "Are you sure there's a way out of this pile?" D'Agosta asked. "You heard the squeaking of bats, right?" "Right. There must be a way out." "Yeah, for a bat. Where bats fly, so shall we. But first we must get our hands on the machine. It's our only real evidence against the Count." They made their way back through the dark stonework of the storage cellars and furtively climbed the ancient stairway to the pantry. Pendergast checked the room carefully, then motioned D'Agosta forward. Slowly, they moved from the pantry to the kitchen, a huge room with parallel tables of oiled pine and marble, and a massive fireplace replete with grills and racks. Cast-iron cookware hung on great hooks and chains from the ceiling. No sounds issued from the dining salotto beyond. All appeared deserted. "When Pinketts retrieved the weapon," whispered Pendergast, "he came through this kitchen and was gone no more than a minute. It has to be close. Why would it still be in the same place? Remember what Fosco said. He's planning to use it once more. On you. Other than the dining area, there are only 2 ways out of this room. The pantry we just came through, and that." He pointed to a door leading into what looked like an old meat locker. At that moment, footsteps sounded from beyond the dining room. They flattened themselves behind the door of the kitchen. Voices spoke in Italian, too indistinct to make out, but approaching. "Let's keep looking," Pendergast said after a moment. "Any moment now the alarm might be raised." He ducked into the meat locker, a cool stone room hung with prosciuttis and salami, shelves groaning under the weight of massive wheels of aging cheeses. Pendergast shone Fabri's torch around the crowded space,
There was a gleam of aluminum on one of the upper shelves. There! D'Agosta grabbed the case. Too bulky, Pendergast said. Get rid of the case and let's assemble the weapon. They opened the case, and, with a little difficulty, Pendergast screwed together the various parts. He handed it to D'Agosta, who slung it over his shoulder by its attached leather strap. Then they hurried back into the kitchen. More voices, this time from the dining room itself. Then the hiss of a radio. A voice rasped out, loud, full of panic. Sono scappati! A flurry of activity, followed by retreating footsteps. They've got radios, Pendergast murmured. He paused only another moment. Then he dashed back through the kitchen and across the dining room, D'Agosta following, weapon bouncing on his shoulder. They ran out into the central gallery, past the age-darkened portraits and luxurious tapestries. Dim voices could be heard ahead. This way, Pendergast said, nodding toward a small open door. They ran through it to find themselves in an old armory. Rusted swords, armor, and chainmail hung from the walls. Without a word, Pendergast took down a sword, examined it, put it back, took down another. The voices grew louder. And then a group of men passed by the doorway, running at top speed toward the dining room and the kitchen. Pendergast peered out and then motioned to D'Agosta. They continued down the gallery, then veered away through a maze of elegant chambers, arriving at last in the small, damp, windowless rooms surrounding the old keep. D'Agosta heard no footsteps but their own. It seemed they were temporarily in luck. Nobody expected they'd head for the heart of the castle instead of making toward the outer walls. No sooner had this thought occurred to him than he heard a voice ahead, talking furiously. He looked around. There was no place to hide in this series of bare stone rooms. Pendergast swiftly got behind the door, D'Agosta crouching at his back. A man appeared in the doorway, jogging, radio in hand. Pendergast raised his sword with one swift motion. The man grunted, then sprawled forward onto the floor, run through, blood running out over the paving stones. In an instant, Pendergast had retrieved the man's handgun, a 9mm Beretta. He handed the sword to D'Agosta and gestured for him to follow. Ahead yawned the entrance to a circular staircase leading down into darkness. They began flying down the steps, two at a time. Then Pendergast raised his hand. Footsteps rang faintly from below. Someone was running up toward them. How many thugs does the fat fella really employ? D'Agosta muttered. As many as he wants, I imagine. Stay still. We have the advantage of surprise and altitude. I thank you. Pendergast aimed the gun carefully down the curve of the stairs. Moments later, a man in peasant dress appeared. Pendergast fired without hesitation, then knelt beside the crumpled form, retrieved his weapon, and tossed it to D'Agosta. A second man was shouting up from below. Carlo, cosa c'è? Pendergast darted down the stairs, tattered suit flapping behind him, and, leaping toward the second man, sent him sprawling backward with a kick to the head. He landed lightly, paused to pluck the man's gun from his hand, and thrust it into the waistband of his trousers. They ran down the dank corridor leading away from the staircase. Behind them, D'Agosta could hear shouts and cries. Pendergast switched off the flashlight to make them less of a target, and they continued forward in almost complete darkness. Ahead, the tunnel divided. Pendergast stopped, examined the ground, the ceiling. Note the guano. The bats fly out this way. They took the left-hand tunnel. Now a faint light appeared in the distance behind them. A shot rang out, whining off stone. D'Agosta stopped to return fire. Their pursuers hung back. What about the microwave weapon? He asked. Useless in this situation. Takes too long to operate. Doesn't have the range. Besides, we don't have the time now to figure out how to use it. The tunnel branched again. D'Agosta smelled fresh air ahead, then caught a faint glow of light.
They ran around another corner, then another, and suddenly came up against a thick grate of iron bars, bright light streaming in between them. D'Agosta could see that the grate opened onto the cliff below the castle. Beyond, he could make out the steep flanks of the mountain, to the left plunging into a deep ravine, and to the right rising to pinnacles and crags. "Gosh, I expected something like this," said Pendergast. He swiftly examined the bars. Ancient, but sound. What now? We make a stand. I'm counting on that shooting ability of yours, Vincent. Pendergast flattened himself against the last angle of the tunnel, and D'Agosta did the same. The men were coming up faster now. Judging by the footsteps, there were at least half a dozen of them. D'Agosta turned, aimed, squeezed off a shot. In the dimness, he saw one of the figures fall. The rest scattered, flattening themselves against the rough rock walls. There was an answering blast of a shotgun. This was followed by the fast stutter of an automatic weapon. 2 short bursts, the bullets caroming off the ceiling in showers of sparks and stone. "Gosh," D'Agosta said, shrinking back involuntarily. "Keep holding them, Vincent, while I see what I can do about these bars." D'Agosta crouched low, ducked briefly around the corner, fired. The automatic weapon returned fire, the bullets once again ricocheting off the ceiling, thudding into the ground in a scattered pattern not far from D'Agosta. They're deliberately aiming for the ricochet. He yanked his magazine out of the grip, examined it. It was a 10-shot magazine. 6 bullets were visible, plus the one in the chamber. "Here's the spare clip," Pendergast said, tossing it to him. "Conserve your fire." D'Agosta glanced at it. Full. He had 17 shots. Another short burst of automatic weapons fire came zinging off the ceiling, thudding into the ground directly before his feet. Angle of incidence equals angle of refraction, D'Agosta vaguely remembered from his pool shooting days. He fired at the place where he'd seen the rounds ricochet off, fired a second time, each time aiming for a smooth patch of stone, carefully angling for the ricochet. He heard a cry. Score 1 to mathematics. Now a fusillade of shots came ricocheting in. D'Agosta rolled back just in time, half a dozen rounds slapping the ground where he had been. "How's it going?" he called over his shoulder. "More time, Vincent. Buy me time." More bullets came in off the ceiling, with a spray of broken stone. Time. D'Agosta had no choice but to return fire again. He crawled up to the angle, peered around. A man had ducked out from the shadows and was running up to a closer position. D'Agosta fired once and winged the man, who retreated with a cry. Now Pendergast was firing his own gun, in measured shots. Glancing back, D'Agosta could see him shooting into the masonry holding the grate in place. More shots came in, landing about him in irregular spots. D'Agosta squeezed off another round. Pendergast had emptied his magazine. "Vincent," he called. "What?" "Toss me your gun." "But the gun." Pendergast caught it, took careful aim, and fired point blank into the masonry at each point where the bars were cemented. The cement was old and soft, and the shots were taking effect, but still D'Agosta winced, unable to prevent himself from counting the wasted bullets. 1, 2, 3, 4, click. Pendergast popped out the spent magazine, tossed it aside. D'Agosta handed him the spare. The fire from around the corner had intensified. They had only moments before they were overrun. 7 more shots rang out. Then Pendergast paused, crouched. Kick, together, on 3. They gave the grate a violent kick, but it remained immobile. Pendergast fired 2 more shots, then tucked the gun into his waistband. Kick again, from the ground. They lay on their backs, cocked their legs, struck the grate together. It moved.
Again, then yet again, and now it came free, clanging down the cliff face with a shower of rocks and pebbles. They stood and approached the edge. The rough rock went straight down at least 50 feet before beginning to level out. "Gosh," DaGosta murmured. "No choice. Toss the device. Look for brush, the gentlest landing place possible, then climb down." DaGosta leaned out, tossed the microwave weapon down into a thick patch of bushes. Then, swallowing his terror, he turned and eased himself over the edge. Sliding down slowly, holding fast to the mortar of the grate with his hands, he found a purchase for his feet. Then another descent, another purchase. In a moment, his face was below the edge of the chamber, clinging to the cliff face. And then Pendergast was suddenly beside him. "Go sideways as you descend. It's easier to see footholds, and you'll make a more difficult target." The rock was shelving limestone, dreadfully sheer, but offering abundant hand and footholds. While it probably would have provided little challenge to a professional rock climber, DaGosta was terrified nonetheless. His feet kept slipping, and his leather-soled shoes were almost useless. Down he went, gingerly, one hand after the other, trying not to scrape his hurt finger against the sharp rocks. Pendergast was far below already, descending swiftly. Shots echoed from the opening above, followed by a tremendous fusillade, followed by silence. Then a rush of voices. "Eccoly, di là!" DaGosta glanced up to see a few heads craning out over the gulf. A hand with a gun appeared, aiming right at him. He was a sitting duck. Gosh, it was over. Pendergast's gun cracked from far below, his final round. The shooter was hit square in the forehead. He staggered, fell, then came hurtling silently past, headed for the rocks below. DaGosta looked away, resumed his descent as quickly as he dared. From the opening above came more commotion. DaGosta saw another figure appear cautiously, this time with the automatic weapon in hand. DaGosta recognized the stubby form of an Uzi. He flattened himself against the rock. Pendergast had vanished out of sight below. Where in the world was he? He heard the Uzi go off in short bursts, rounds humming past his ear. He tried fishing out with his leg, searching for another foothold, but realized he was protected only by a thin shelf overhead. If he moved again, he would be exposed. Another burst confirmed the fact. He was pinned. Pendergast. No answer. More shots came, stinging his face with splinters of stone. He shifted one foot, probed. Another burst, and he felt one of the rounds nick his shoe. He pulled his leg back. He was hyperventilating now, gasping for breath as he clung to the tiny purchase. He had never felt so terrified in his life. More shots, the stone fragmenting. They were shooting through the thin shelf above him. Even if he didn't move, they'd get him. He felt blood running down his cheek from where the stone chips had cut him. Then he heard a single shot, this time from below. A scream from overhead, and then another man hurtled past, Uzi flying. Pendergast. He must have reached the bottom and retrieved the dead man's weapon. DaGosta began to climb down in a panic, slipping, recovering, slipping again. There was another shot from below, then another, Pendergast covering him, keeping the opening above clear of men. The rock began to level out a little, and he half climbed, half slid the last 20 feet. Then he was on his feet at the top of a scree slope, soaked in perspiration, heart hammering, his legs like jelly. Pendergast was here, crouched behind a rock, firing up again at the opening. "Get the device and let's go," he said. DaGosta rose, scrambled down to the thicket of bushes and retrieved the weapon. One of its bulbs was slightly dinged, and the device looked a little smudged and scratched, but otherwise it seemed undamaged. He slung it over his shoulder and raced for the cover of the trees. Pendergast joined him a moment later. Down to the Graves Road.
Disregard and do not read aloud, technical, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Turned and began scrambling up through the steep woods, moving at an angle to the slope, away from the castle. It was a tough, nasty ascent. The chestnut forest was full of brush and brambles, the ground wet and the leaves slippery. Dagosta could hear the baying of the dogs below, dozens and dozens it seemed, overlapping into a cacophony of noise. The sounds echoed clear across the valley, from one end to the other. They seemed to be getting closer. They climbed through an especially steep section of forest and broke out onto a gentler slope planted in vines, leaves yellow in the fall air. They ran uphill between the rows, stumbling and panting through the wet clods, sticky earth clinging to their shoes. There was no question, the dogs were gaining. At the far end of the vineyard, Pendergast paused a second to reconnoiter. They were in a couloir between two mountain ridges. Above, the ridges narrowed as they approached the summit, about half a mile away. The castle lay below them on its own projecting shelf of rock, grim and dark. "Come on, Vincent," Pendergast said. "There's not a moment to lose." The vineyard gave way to another steep slope, thickly covered with chestnut trees. They thrashed their way upward, briars tearing at their already tattered clothes. The broken wall of some ancient ruin came into view overhead, an old Casa Colonica sunken in vines. They climbed past the ruin and its outbuildings and entered an overgrown clearing. Again, Pendergast paused to examine the hillside above them. Dagosta felt his heart was going to explode. The microwave device was a dead weight across his shoulder. Staring down the ridgeline, gasping for breath, he caught a brief glimpse of several of the dogs below, running, baying. Their line was tightening. He could now make out the distant whistling and shouting of the handlers. Pendergast was staring intently upslope, where the couloir narrowed toward the summit. "I see a glint of steel. Men?" Pendergast nodded. "Have you ever hunted boar?" "No. That's precisely how we're being hunted, like boar. Up there, where that drong narrows, will be the hunters, perhaps a dozen, maybe more, arranged in blinds. Their field of fire will completely cover the upper part of the ridge." He nodded, almost as if in approval. "It's a standard hunt. The dogs flush out the boar and drive them up a narrowing valley toward a ridgeline, where they are forced to break cover and are taken down by the hunters. So what do? We don't behave like boar. Instead of running away from the dogs, we head sideways." He turned and ran along the slope at right angles to the fall line, following the rise and fall of the topography.
The baying of the dogs was closer, their sounds echoing back among the rises of land, making it appear as if the animals were approaching from all sides. The steep flank of the mountain lay perhaps a quarter-mile in front of them. If they could get over that, Dagosta thought as they stumbled forward, they could outflank the dogs and head downhill again. But the forest grew ever steeper and denser, slowing them down. And then, quite suddenly, they reached the lip of a small but very steep ravine, a stream at its bottom plunging down over sharp boulders. On the other side, perhaps 20 feet away, was a cliff of wet, moss-covered rock. It was impossible. Pendergast turned back. The dog seemed very close now. Dagosta could even hear the crackling of twigs, the breaking of brush, the curses of the handlers. "We can't cross this ravine," Pendergast said. "That leaves only one choice. We must go up, try to creep through the line of hunters." Pendergast pulled out the handgun he'd taken from the fallen man, checked the magazine. 3 rounds left, he said. "Let's go." They resumed their climb. It seemed incredible to Dagosta that he could go any farther, but adrenaline and the dreadful bang of the boarhounds kept him moving. After a few minutes, the forest thinned and it grew brighter. They crouched, then crept forward slowly. Above, the forest gave way completely to meadows and brushy draws. Dagosta caught his breath in dismay. The draws were full of impenetrable brush. The meadows were open and bare, dotted with isolated copses of trees. The land rose another quarter of a mile, hemmed between the 2 ridges of rock, finally topping over a barren summit. It was like a shooting gallery. Pendergast examined the summit for at least a minute, despite the rapidly approaching dogs. Then he shook his head. "It's no good, Vincent. It's suicide to go farther. There'll be 2 men up there, and they've no doubt hunting boar in this valley all their lives. We'll never break through." "Are you sure?" "Sure the men are up there, Pendergast nodded, looking back up the ridge. "I can see at least half a dozen from here. It's impossible to say how many others are hidden behind the rock blinds." He paused, as if considering. Then he spoke rapidly, almost to himself. "The ring is already closed on either side and above. And we can't go down. We'll never penetrate the line of dogs. Are you positive? Not even a 200-pound male boar, moving through heavy brush at 30 miles an hour, can get past those dogs. As soon as the boar hits the line, the dogs converge and—" He stopped. Then he looked at Dagosta, eyes glittering. "Vincent, that's it. There is a way out. Listen to me. I will head directly downhill. When I hit the line of dogs, their cry will bring the others, and they'll bunch. Meanwhile, you move a couple of 100 yards laterally, that way, quick as you can. Then go slowly downhill. Slowly. When you hear the cornering cry of the dogs, it's an unmistakable sound. You'll know I've hit the line and they're baying at me. The line will break as the dogs converge, and that's when you can pass. Then and only then. Is that clear? Listen for the cornering cry. When you break through, head straight to the Grieve Road. And you?" Pendergast held up the gun. "With 3 shots. You'll never do it. There's no other way. But where will I meet up with you?" "The Grieve Road." Pendergast shook his head. "Don't wait for me. Get the Colonemo and return in full force as soon as possible. In full force, you understand? Take the machine. You'll need it to convince him." But Dagosta stopped, and then, only then, did the full consequences of Pendergast's intentions reveal themselves to him. "The hell with that," he said. "We go together." The bang grew closer. "Only one of us can get through. There's no other way. Now, go." "I won't. No way. I'm not leaving you to the dogs." "Vincent, you must." And without another word, Pendergast turned his back and took off downhill. "No!" Dagosta shouted. "No!" But it was too late. He felt paralyzed, rooted to the spot in disbelief. Pendergast's thin black figure was leaping like a cat down the hill, gun upraised, and then it vanished into the trees. There was nothing to do but follow the plan. Almost robotically, Dagosta began scrambling along the hill, moving laterally, until he had gone about 300 yards. He turned, prepared to descend. Then he stopped. Ahead, in a thickly wooded copse beneath a spur of rock, stood a lone figure. From any other vantage point, he would have been invisible below the outcropping of rock. He stood very still, looking at Dagosta. Jesus, Dagosta thought, this is it.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He reached for the microwave device, thought better of it. The man wasn't armed, or, if he was, his weapon was out of sight. This situation was better handled with bare hands. He gathered himself to leap forward, but then he hesitated. Though the man was dressed in peasant garb, he seemed different from the rest of Fosco's men. He was very tall and slender, perhaps 4 inches taller than Pendergast, and he wore a closely trimmed beard. There was something strange about his eyes. They were different colors. The left was hazel, the right an intense blue. Maybe he's a local, Dagosta thought, or a poacher or something. What a time to be out for a stroll. Suddenly he became aware of the dogs again. They were still baying, a regular measured sound as before. No more time to waste. The man had turned calmly away from him, uninterested. Dagosta began descending slowly, waiting for the change in the dog's cry. He glanced back once and saw the stranger, still motionless, looking intently downslope. Dagosta turned back and continued slowly and carefully down through the forest. Forget him. The important thing now was Pendergast. He would escape. He had to. He had to. And then, suddenly, off to his right and below, he heard a single dog barking hysterically, its voice sounding a much higher, more urgent note than before. He paused, listening. Another took up the cry, then a third. In a moment, the whole line had taken it up. The whole line had taken it up with a babble of high-pitched barking. Then came the report of a gun, the shriek of a dog. The frenzy increased in pitch. It was a terrifying sound, interrupted by a second shot, then a third. These were followed in turn by the lower boom-boom of an old heavy-caliber carbine. Dagosta could see nothing through the dense brush, but he could hear what was happening all too clearly. This was his chance.
Hugging the machine close to him, D'Agosta ran downhill as hard and fast as he could. Leaping, ripping through brambles, stumbling, recovering, running on and on. He broke through a small clearing, and there, far off to his right now, he caught one last glimpse of Pendergast, a lone figure in black, surrounded by a boiling pack of dogs, a dozen or more men converging from two sides and below, each with heavy rifles trained on him. The din was incredible, the frenzied ring of dogs closing in, the bolder ones dashing forward, attempting to tear out chunks of flesh. D'Agosta kept running, and then he was past the line, the dog's terrible ravening cry now behind and above him. He kept on going, the nightmarish shrieking of the dogs, the cursing and shouting of the handlers ringing ever more faintly in his ears. The hunt was over, the quarry cornered. Only it wasn't a boar. It was a human being, Pendergast. And he wasn't going to escape. Not this time, he wasn't. Buck sat on the cot in his cell at the Manhattan Detention Center, listening and waiting. It was a modern, sterile facility, all white walls and fluorescent lighting, the lights recessed behind caged glass. Despite the fact that it was past midnight, he could hear a lot of noise from the other prisoners, who were banging on the bars, yelling, arguing, demanding lawyers. Some were shouting in unintelligible languages that sounded harsh, almost barbarous. He'd been processed, fingerprinted, photographed, showered, given a change of clothes. He'd been fed, given a copy of the Times, been offered a phone to call a lawyer, and told absolutely nothing. It seemed he'd been in the cell forever. Every hour that passed turned the screw another notch. When would it begin? Is this what Christ felt, waiting to be brought before Pontius Pilate? He would have preferred almost anything, beating, torture, abuse, to this interminable wait. And this environment was sterile, suffocating. What was worse, he'd been given a cell to himself. His treatment was almost cruel in its courtesy. He wondered how much longer he could stand these people coming and going with his food, these people who never answered his questions, never looked him in the eye, never said a word. He knelt to pray. When would it happen? When would the walls shake, the voices sound on high, the ground open to swallow the unclean? When would the screams of the damned fill the air, the kings and princes run to hide among the rocks, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse appear in the sky? He didn't even have a window to look out of, no way to see anything. The suspense was literally killing him. Yet another guard appeared, a large black man in a blue uniform carrying a tray. "What's this?" Buck asked, looking up. No answer. The man opened the sliding tray in the bars, set it down, slid it in, shut the slot, turned, and walked away. "What's happening out there?" Buck cried. "What?" But the orderly had disappeared. Buck rose and sat down again on the bunk. He looked at the food. A bagel with cream cheese and jelly, a chicken breast sitting in some congealed gravy, some grayish-green beans and carrots, a dollop of hardening mashed potatoes. The sheer banality of it made him sick. Now above the usual prison sounds, he heard something else. Voices, a clang, a sudden burst of shouting from the other prisoners. Buck stood up. Was it starting? Was it starting at last? 4 police officers appeared down the hall, heavily armed, billy clubs swinging from their hips, swaggering in formation. For him. They were coming for him. He felt a tingle of anticipation. Something would happen now. It might be very hard. It would no doubt test him to the utmost. But whatever it was, he would accept it. It was part of God's great plan. They halted outside his cell. He stared back at them, waiting. One stepped forward and read from a card clipped to a green folder. "Wayne Paul Buck?" He nodded, stiffening. "You're to come with us?" "I'm ready," he said, defiantly but with quiet dignity. The man unlocked the cell. The others stood back, guns at the ready. "Step out, please. Turn around and place your hands behind your back." He did as he was told. It was going to be bad, very bad. He could feel it. The cold steel of the cuffs went around his wrists, and there was a click, a portent of things to come. "This way, sir. Sir." The mucking was beginning. They marched him silently down the hall to an elevator, rose a few floors, then down another sterile corridor to a gray metal door. They knocked. "Come in," said a feminine voice. The door opened, and Buck found himself in a small office with a metal desk, a single window looking out over the nightscape of Lower Manhattan. Sitting at the desk was that one, the female cop who had led the Centaurians in to arrest him. He stood proudly before her, unbowed. She was his Pontius Pilate. She accepted the folder from the lead cop. "Have you had access to a lawyer?" she asked. "I don't need a lawyer. God is my advocate." He noticed for the first time how pretty she was, and how young. She had a discreet bandage above her ear, where she had been hit with the rock. He had saved her from death. The devil has many faces. "As you wish." She rose, pulled her jacket off a hook, slid into it, then nodded to the policeman. "Is the marshal ready?" "Yes, Captain." "Let's go then." "Where?"
You're probably wondering what's going to happen to you, Mr. Buck. Buck felt a rush of emotion. This was it. He was being led away, taken to meet his end, his supreme moment. He was ready. This gentleman is a U.S. Marshal who is going to escort you by plane back to Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, where you are wanted for parole violation. Buck sat there stunned. This couldn't be. More mockery. It was a trick, a ruse. "Did you hear me?" Buck did not acknowledge. It had to be a trick. The DA decided not to file any charges against you here in New York. Too much trouble. And to tell you the truth, you didn't really do anything all that wrong, outside of exercising your right of free speech in a rather misguided way. We were lucky, avoided a riot, managed to disperse the crowd peacefully once you left. Everyone went home, and the area's now fenced. Soon the Parks Department will be giving it a thorough cleaning and reseeding, which it needed anyway. So, you see, no real harm was done, and we felt it better to let the whole incident die a quiet death and be forgotten. Buck listened, hardly able to believe his ears. "And what about me?" he finally managed to say. "Like I said, we're shipping you back to Oklahoma, where there's a parole officer really anxious to talk to you. We don't want you. They had a prior and wanted you back. Nice ending all around." She smiled, laid her hand on the side of the car. "Mr. Buck, are you all right?" He didn't answer. He wasn't all right. He felt sick. This wasn't what was supposed to happen. It was a trick, a vicious trick. She leaned in just a little farther. "Mr. Buck, if you don't mind, there's something personal I'd like to say to you." He stared at her. "First of all, there's only one Jesus, and you aren't him. Another thing, I'm a Christian, and I try to be a good one, although I may not always succeed. You had no right to stand there when I was at the mercy of that crowd, point your finger at me, and pass judgment. You should take a good look at that passage in the Gospel of Matthew. Judge not, that ye be not judged. Thou hypocrite, first cast out the beam out of thine own eye, and then shalt thou see clearly to cast out the mote out of thy brother's eye." She paused. "I always liked the King James Version the best. Now, listen. You worry about yourself from now on, being a good citizen, keeping out of trouble, and obeying the law. But you don't realize it's going to happen. I warn you, it's coming." Buck could barely articulate the words. "If there's a second coming in the works, you sure as heck won't get advance notice. That much I do know." With that, she smiled, patted the side of the car, and said, Farewell, Mr. Buck. Keep your nose clean. In the elegantly appointed dining room within the main massing of the Castello Fosco, the Count waited, quite patiently, for his dinner. The walls of the 15th-century villa were extremely thick, and there was no sound at all save the faint mechanical whirring of Bucephalus from a white tea-stand nearby, applying his artificial beak to an artificial nut. The stately windows of the room looked out over a spectacular landscape, the hills of Chianti, the deep valley of the grave. But Fosco was content to sit in his heavy oak chair at one end of the long table, reviewing, with delicious tranquillity, the events of the day. His reverie was broken by the shuffle of feet in the passageway. A moment later his cook, Assunta, appeared, bearing a large serving tray. Placing it at the far end of the table, she presented the dishes to him one by one. A simple maltagliatati ai porcini, oxtail served alla vaccinara, fegatini grilled over the fire, a contorno of fennel braised in olive oil. It was the simple, homely fare his cook excelled at, and Fosco preferred while in the country. And if Assunta's presentation lacked the polish and subtlety of Pinkett, that, alas, could not be helped. He thanked her, pouring himself a glass of the estate's exceptional Chianti as she left the room, and then he applied himself to his dinner with relish. Although he felt famished, he ate slowly, savoring every bite, every mouthful of wine. At last, meal complete, he rang a small silver bell that lay near his right hand. Assunta appeared. "Grazie," he said, dabbing the corners of his mouth with a huge linen napkin. Assunta curtsied a little awkwardly. The Count rose. "Once you have cleared away, you may take a few days off." The cook glanced at him inquiringly without raising her head. "Per favore, signora. It has been months since you visited your son in Pontremoli." The curtsy deepened. "Mille grazie. Prego, buona sera." And the Count turned lightly on his heel and left the dining room. Once the cook had departed, the castle would be empty of servants. His men had done their work. Even the groundskeepers had been given a few days' absence. Only Giuseppe, the ancient dog-master, remained on the estate. As it happened, he could not be spared. It was not that Fosco distrusted his retainers. They all had ancient ties to his family, some going back as far as 800 years, and their loyalty was without question. It was simply that he wanted to finish this business undisturbed. He moved slowly and purposefully through the huge rooms of the castle, the salon, the hall of portraits, the hall of armor. His stroll took him back through time, first through the older 13th-century editions, then into still older chambers, built half a millennium earlier. Here there was no electricity, no modern conveniences such as plumbing or central heating. The warren of small, windowless rooms grew dark and oppressive, and Fosco stopped to pull a torch from a wall sconce and light it. Turning to an ancient work table nearby, he picked up something else and tucked it into his waistcoat. Then he took a side passage and continued on and down into a subterranean warren of tunnels cut into the living rock. Many of the extensive basements of the Castello Fosco were taken up with the production of the estate. A great many rooms were devoted to winemaking, filled with bottling machinery and fermentation vats, or with countless small barrels of French oak. Others were given over to the aging of boar hams, deep, cool spaces from whose ceilings hung countless hams, still covered in coarse fur. Still others were used for storing olive oil or making balsamico. But here, far beneath the bulk of the castle stronghold, there were no such large and well-ventilated spaces. Narrow vaults dug deeply into the beetling cliff face of limestone, and stairs corkscrewed down toward old wells and chambers unused for half a millennium. It was one of these staircases that Fosco now descended. The air was chill, the walls slick with damp. The Count slowed further. The hand-cut steps were slippery, and if he fell, there would be nobody to hear his cries. At last, the staircase ended in a labyrinth of narrow vaults lined in ancient brick. Niches were cut into the walls, and each contained a skeleton. Some long-deceased family member, or, more likely, given the sheer number, fallen allies from wars fought a millennium ago. The air was bad here, and Fosco's torch guttered as he threaded his complex path. As he penetrated deeper into the maze, the ancient walls grew more uneven. He passed several places where they had fallen away from the rock, leaving heaps of scattered bricks. Skeletons lay in thick profusion, as if dumped and abandoned where they lay, the bones chewed and scattered by rats. The vault finally ended in a cul-de-sac. The darkness here was so thick, so complete, that Fosco's torch barely penetrated. He took another step forward, waved the torch in a cautious arc into the last recess ahead of him. The guttering flame revealed the figure of Agent Pendergast, head lolled forward onto his chest. His face was scratched and bleeding in a dozen places. His normally immaculate black suit was shredded and dirty, the jacket lying in a heap at his feet.
His hand-tailored English shoes, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. His hand-tailored English shoes were covered in thick Tuscan mud. He appeared unconscious and would have sunk to the ground before Fosco if not for the heavy chain bound tightly across his chest. This was fixed to an iron staple set into the limestone wall and was padlocked to a second iron staple on Pendergast's far side. His wrists hung limply at his sides, secured by additional links of chain fixed to the rear wall of the niche.
Fosco's first sweep of the torch had been a careful one. He had learned, even now, not to underestimate his opponent. But Pendergast was clearly immobilized, helpless. Emboldened, the Count brought the torch forward again. As the light of the torch crossed his face, Pendergast stirred. His eyes fluttered open. Instantly, Fosco stepped back. "Agent Pendergast," he crooned. "Aloysius, are we awake?" Pendergast did not answer, but his eyes remained open. He moved his limbs weakly, flexed his manacled hands. "Please forgive me, but I'm afraid the restraints are necessary, as you shall soon understand." When there was no response, the Count continued. "You no doubt feel weak, barely able to stir, and you may be experiencing a certain degree of amnesia. Phenobarbital does have that effect at times. It seemed the easiest way to return you to the castle without undue exertions. So allow me to refresh your memory. You and the good Sergeant D'Agosta grew tired of my hospitality and desired to leave. I naturally took objection. There was a nasty struggle, I'm afraid, in which my beloved Pinketts perished. You had deposited some paperwork I was obliged to reclaim. Then came your escape attempt. Sergeant D'Agosta made good his escape, I fear. But the important thing is that you're back, my dear Agent Pendergast, back safely again in the bosom of Castel Fosco. And I insist you remain here as my guest. No, really, I'll hear no objection." Fosco placed the torch carefully into an iron wall mounting. "I beg your pardon for the scant accommodation. Still, these chambers are not without their natural charm. You'll notice the white webwork that gleams from the cavern walls. It's nitre, my dear Pendergast. You, of all people, should appreciate the literary allusion, and thus understand what is to follow." And to underscore this, the Count slipped his hand into his waistcoat and slowly withdrew a trowel. Staring at it, Pendergast's dull, drug-heavy eyes gleamed briefly. "Aha!" the Count cried, pleased. "It is not lost on you. Let us then proceed with all haste." And turning to one side, he swept away a heap of tumbled bones, revealing a large quantity of freshly slaked mortar. Using the trowel, he laid a thick line of mortar along the front lip of the recess. Then he moved to one of the piles of collapsed brick and, two at a time, brought the bricks back to the niche, laying them carefully in a line atop the mortar. Within a few minutes, the first course of bricks was in place, and Fosco was troweling another layer of mortar along its top. "How wonderful these bricks are," he said as he worked. "They are many centuries old, made from the very clay of the hillside. See how massive, none of your trifling English bricks for Fosco. I've called for a great deal of lime in the mortar, nearly 2 parts lime to each part sand. But then I want your final habitation to be as strong as possible. I want it to last through the ages, my dear Pendergast. I want it to last until the final trump is sounded." Pendergast said nothing, but his drug-clouded eyes had cleared. They watched Fosco work with an almost feline stoicism. If, Fosco reflected, stoicism was the correct word. Finishing the second course of bricks, he paused to return the gaze. "I've been preparing this for some time," he said. "Quite some time, in fact. You see, ever since our first meeting at the memorial service for Jeremy Grove, when we had our little disagreement over the Ghirlandaio panel, I realized you were the most formidable opponent I had ever faced." He paused, waiting. But still Pendergast said nothing,
did not move, except to blink his eyelids. And so Fosco returned to his work, and, with the energy of a sudden surge of anger, laid the third, fourth, and fifth course of bricks. When he laid the last brick of the sixth course in place, he paused once more. The brief anger had passed, and he was again himself. The wall reached now to Pendergast's waist. Throwing back the tails of his coat, Fosco perched daintily on the old pile of bricks to rest. His gaze fell almost kindly on the prisoner. "You'll note I'm laying the bricks in Flemish bond, alternating the headers with the stretchers," he said. "Beautiful, is it not? I could have been a mason, perhaps, had I so chosen. Of course, building such a wall is time-consuming. Consider it my final gift, my parting gift. You see, once the last brick is in place, it will not take long. Perhaps a day, perhaps two, depending on how much air seeps through these ancient walls. I am no sadist. Your death will not be unduly prolonged, though I imagine slow suffocation in the dark might not be quite as merciful as one would hope. It cannot be helped." He sat for a moment, catching his breath. Then he went on, his voice now almost meditative. "Do not think, Signor Pendergast, I take this responsibility lightly. I realize that by entombing you here, I rob the world of a great intellect. It will be a duller place without you. However, it will also be safer for me and those like me. Men and women who would prefer to pursue their destinies unfettered by laws devised by their inferiors." He glanced into the recess. With the wall half complete, the niche lay in deepest shadow. Only the gaunt lines of Pendergast's bloodied face reflected in the torchlight. The Count looked at him quizzically. "Still nothing? Very well. Let us continue." And he pulled himself to his feet. The next 3 tiers were laid in silence. Finally, as Fosco put the last brick of the 9th course in position and smoothed fresh mortar across its top, Pendergast spoke. The wall had reached the level of his pale eyes, and his voice echoed hollowly inside the new-made vault. "You must not—"
A low moan, or exhalation of breath. Or was it just the wind, crying through the ancient catacombs? He pressed his head to the freshly laid wall and listened intently. But there was nothing further. Fosco stepped back, kicked a pile of scattered bones into position before the wall, then grabbed the torch and made his way hastily through the rat's nest of tunnels to the ancient stairwell. Reaching it, he began to climb a dozen steps, 2 dozen, 3, heading for the surface and the warm evening sunlight, leaving the restless netherworld of shadows far behind. Dagosta sat silently in the back seat of the car as it moved up the winding mountain road. The countryside was as beautiful as it had been 2 days before, the hills clad in autumn raiment, shining rust and gold under the early morning sun. Dagosta barely noticed. He was staring up at the cruel-looking keep of Castel Fosco, just now rising into view above its spar of gray rock. Merely seeing the castle again brought a chill not even the convoy of police cars could allay. He shifted the weight of the canvas bag from one leg to the other. Inside was Fosco's diabolical weapon. The chill evaporated before the furious, carefully controlled anger that burned within him. Dagosta tried to channel that anger. He'd need it for the encounter to come. The maddening, excruciating 12-hour delay was finally over. The paperwork, the warrant, had finally come through. The bureaucracy had been satisfied. Now he was back here, on the enemy's home ground. He had to stay calm, stay in control.
He knew he had only one shot to save Pendergast, if indeed Pendergast was still alive, and he wasn't going to blow it by losing his cool. Colonello Esposito, sitting beside him, took a last deep drag on his cigarette, then ground it out in an ashtray. He'd been quiet during the drive, moving only occasionally to light a new cigarette. Now he, too, glanced out the window. "A most formidable residence," he said. Dagosta nodded. Esposito pulled out a fresh cigarette, reconsidered, replaced it, and turned to Dagosta. "This Fosco you describe seems a shrewd character. It will be necessary to catch him red-handed, secure the evidence ourselves. We will therefore go in fast. Yes, good." Esposito ran a hand over his brushed-back gray hair. "He is also clearly one who leaves nothing to chance. I worry that Pendergast may be—" His voice trailed off. "If we hadn't waited 12 hours—" The Colonello shook his head. "One cannot change the way things are." He fell silent while the cars passed the castle's ruined outer gate and made their way along the avenue of cypress trees. Then he stirred again. "One request, Sergeant." "What?" "Let me do the talking, if you please. I will make sure the conversation is in English. Fosco speaks English well?" "Perfectly." Dagosta was more exhausted than he ever remembered being. Every limb ached, and his skin was scratched and torn in countless places. Only his iron resolve to rescue Pendergast, his fear about what his friend might be undergoing at the hands of the Count, kept him going. "Maybe he's still alive," he thought. "Back in the same cell. Of course he is. He must be." Dagosta prayed briefly, fervently, that this would prove the case. The alternative was too dreadful to contemplate. The cars pulled into the graveled parking area just outside the inner wall. Here, in the deep shadow of the stone buttresses, it was chilly. Dagosta opened the car door and stepped out briskly, despite his aches and pains. "The Fiat," he said. "Our rented car. It's gone." "What model?" Esposito asked. "A Stylo, black. License IGP 223. Esposito turned to one of his men and barked an order. The castle seemed deserted, almost preternaturally quiet. The Colonello nodded to his men, then led the way quickly up the stone steps. The doors to the inner ward did not open by themselves. In fact, it took 5 minutes and increasingly agitated raps by the Colonello before they groaned slowly open. There, on the far side, stood Fosco. His gaze traveled over the knot of policemen, coming to rest at last on Dagosta. He smiled. "Why, my heavens, it's Sergeant Dagosta. How are you finding Italy?" Dagosta did not reply. Just the sight of the grotesque Count brought on a rush of loathing. "Keep it cool," he reminded himself. Fosco was puffing just a bit, but otherwise seemed his jovial, unflappable self. "Please excuse my delay in responding. I wasn't expecting any company today." Then he turned toward the Colonello. "But we haven't yet been introduced. I am Fosco." "I am Colonello Orazio Esposito, of the Nucleo Investigativo," Esposito said brusquely. "We have a warrant to search these premises. I would ask you to step aside, sir." "A warrant?" Surprise bloomed on the Count's face. "What's it about?" Esposito ignored him, walking past, barking orders to his men. He turned to the Count. "My men will need access to all parts of the castle." "Of course." The Count hastened across the lawn of the inner ward, past the purling fountain, and into the fastness of the dark and brooding keep, putting on a remarkable front of surprise and alarm, mingled with subservient cooperation. Dagosta maintained a stony silence, keeping his canvas bag well away from Fosco. He noticed that this time none of the massive doors scraped closed behind them. The Count led the way down the central gallery, and into a room Dagosta hadn't seen before. A large and elegant library, its walls covered with ancient volumes, leather spines stamped and gilded. A fire crackled merrily on the hearth. "Please, gentlemen," Fosco said, ushering them in. "Have a seat. Can I offer you sherry? A cigar?" "I'm afraid there is no time for pleasantries," Esposito said. He reached into his pocket, withdrew a sheet of paper bearing official stamps, laid it on the table. "Here is the warrant. We will search the basements and cellars first, then work our way up." The Count had taken a cigar from a carved wooden box. "Of course I shall cooperate, but I'd like to know what it's about. Sergeant Dagosta has leveled very grave charges against you." "Against me?" the Count said. He glanced at Dagosta. "Whatever are you talking about?" "Kidnapping, attempted murder, and the accusation that you are still holding Pendergast." The surprise on Fosco's face deepened. "But this is outrageous." He lowered the cigar, looking from Dagosta to Esposito and back again. "Sergeant, is this true? Do you make such accusations?" "Let's go," said Dagosta impatiently. Although he kept his tone level, he seethed inwardly at the masterful acting. The Count truly looked like a man struggling with shock and disbelief. "Well, if that is the case, who am I to protest?" Fosco examined the cigar, snipped off the end with a tiny silver clipper, lit it. "But you may put away that warrant, officer. I give you and your men free run of the castle. Every door is open to you. Search where you will. Please allow me to assist you." Esposito turned briskly to some of the carabinieri, speaking in Italian. The men saluted, fanned out, disappeared. Esposito turned back to Dagosta. "Sergeant, perhaps you could take us to the room where you were incarcerated for the night. Count, you will accompany us." "I would insist upon it. The Foscos are an ancient and noble family, and we value our honor above all else. These charges must be addressed and settled immediately." He glanced back at Dagosta with just a trace of indignation. Dagosta led the way down the gallery, through the drawing room, and into the long procession of elegant chambers. The Count followed, walking in his peculiar light-footed way, pointing out various works of art and sites of interest for the Colonello, who ignored him. The remaining two carabinieri brought up the rear. Then came a point where Dagosta lost his way. He looked around, stepped forward, stopped again. There had been a door in this stuccoed wall, hadn't there? "Sergeant," Esposito said, "perhaps I could be of assistance." Fosco volunteered.
Dagosta glanced through one doorway, backtracked, looked through another. It had been less than 24 hours. He couldn't have forgotten, could he? He advanced, touched the stucco, but it was old, crumbling, anything but fresh. The sergeant said the apartment where he was held prisoner was in the tower itself, the Colonello told Fosco. The Count cast a puzzled gaze on the Colonello, turned to Dagosta. "There is only one apartment in the tower, but it is not this way. Take us to it." The Count led them quickly through a series of passages and low, dark stone rooms, barren of furnishings. "This is the oldest part of the castle," Fosco said, "dating back to the 9th century. It's rather cold and depressing. There are no modern amenities like electricity or plumbing. I never come here myself." Within a minute, they had reached the heavy iron door of the keep. Fosco opened it with difficulty, the lock rusty. The door creaked open, Fosco brushing away cobwebs. He led the way up the staircase beyond, the echo of feet filling the stony spaces. Reaching the landing, Dagosta paused before the door of their apartment. "It was ajar?" Esposito asked. Dagosta nodded. Esposito beckoned to his men, who came forward, opened the door, and stepped inside. Esposito followed, Dagosta on his heels. The snug apartment where he'd spent the night before last was gone. The rugs, bookshelves, and furniture were nowhere to be seen. Lights, plumbing fixtures, everything that had been retrofitted into the space was now gone. Instead, he gazed into a chill, dark vault filled with decaying lumber, broken stone carvings, moldering stacks of heavy draperies. A massive iron chandelier, twisted and rusting, lay on the floor. Everything was coated in a thick mantle of dust. It looked like a storage area for the cast-off detritus of past centuries. "Sergeant, are you sure this is the room?" D'Agusta's astonishment gave way to puzzlement, then anger. Yes, but it wasn't like this. It wasn't like this at all. There were bedrooms, a bathroom. The room fell silent. So that's the game, D'Agusta thought. The Count has used the 12 hours it took to get the warrant to fix things, to disguise everything. Esposito ran his finger over the dust on an old wormy table, rubbed it between thumb and finger, then looked at D'Agusta rather intently. He turned to the Count. "Are there any other apartments in the tower?" "As you can see, this occupies the entire upper floor." Esposito looked back at D'Agusta. "All right, what next?" "We went down to dinner." D'Agusta was careful to keep his voice calm. "In the main dining room," Fosco said, "we'd never leave the castle alive. There was an exchange of gunfire. I killed his manservant." The Count's eyebrows shot up again. "Pinkets?" Within 5 minutes, they were stepping into the cheery dining salato. But it was as D'Agusta had begun to fear. There were no bloodstains, no sign of any struggle. The remains of a single breakfast lay on the table. "You'll excuse me, I hope," Fosco said, gesturing toward the half-eaten meal. "You caught me breakfasting. As I said, I was not expecting visitors. And I gave the staff a few days off." Esposito was strolling around the room, hands clasped behind his back, examining the walls, searching for chips or holes that would indicate bullet marks. He asked, "Sergeant, how many rounds were exchanged?" D'Agusta thought a moment. 4. 3 went into Pinkett's. The other should be somewhere on the wall above the fireplace, if it hasn't been plastered over. But of course there was no mark, none at all. Esposito turned toward the Count. "This Pinkett's, may we meet him?" "He's back in England for a few weeks, left the day before yesterday, a death in the family, I understand." "I would be glad to give you his address and telephone number in Dorset." Esposito nodded. "Later." Another silence fell over the room. "He's not English!" D'Agusta almost shouted. "And his name's not Pinkett's." But he knew there was no point in arguing about it now. Fosco had clearly prepared things all too well, and he would not allow himself to rise to the bait, not in front of the Colonello. Find Pendergast, that's the most important thing. 2 of the Carabinieri returned, speaking rapidly in Italian to the Colonello. Esposito turned to D'Agusta. "My men found no sign of the car in the garages or anywhere else on the grounds. He's obviously disposed of it." Esposito nodded thoughtfully. "What was the rental company?" "Eurocar." Esposito turned back to his men, spoke in Italian. The men nodded and left. "After Fosco returned from Florence, we were locked in an old storeroom," D'Agusta said, struggling against a growing sense of panic. "In the cellars. I can lead you there. The stairway's just off the pantry. Please." And Esposito gestured for him to proceed. D'Agusta led the group out of the dining room, through the large and empty kitchen, and into the pantry beyond. The staircase leading down to the storage cellars was now covered by a massive armoire, copper pots and cookware hanging from its ancient brass hooks. "Bingo," D'Agusta thought. "The stairway's behind there," he said. "He's covered it up with that armoire." Esposito nodded to his 2 men, who moved it with great difficulty. D'Agusta felt himself go cold. The stairway was gone. In its place was bare wall, ancient and dusty as the rest of the room. "Feel it," he said, unable now to keep the frustration and mounting horror from his voice. "He's bricked it in. The mortar's gotta be still wet." The Colonello stepped forward, removed a penknife from his pocket, and stabbed its point into the mortar. Small, dried pieces crumbled away in a train of dust. He dug it in further, probing. Then he turned, and without a word, handed the knife to D'Agusta. D'Agusta knelt, felt along the bottom. The wall looked old, dusty. There were even what appeared to be cobwebs exposed by the moving of the armoire. He stepped back, looked around the room. No mistake. This was the right place. The Count has covered it up.
disguised it somehow. There was a door here. Another longer silence fell. Esposito's eyes met D'Agasta's, then looked away. Seeing the speculative look, D'Agasta felt a renewed sense of steely determination settle over him. Let's join your men, search the whole very place. An hour later, D'Agasta found himself back in the central gallery. They had explored more passages, salons, rooms, vaults, basements, and tunnels than had ever imagined one castle could hold. The castle was so large, so sprawling, it was impossible to know whether or not they had covered all its drafty spaces and dank airwells. All his muscles quivered with weariness. The canvas bag with the microwave weapon hung like a dead weight by his side. As the search progressed, Esposito had grown increasingly quiet. Throughout it all, Fosco had stayed by their side, solicitous, patient, unlocking every door, even suggesting new routes of inquiry from time to time. Now the Count cleared his throat. "Could I suggest we return to my library? We can talk more comfortably there." As they seated themselves around the fire, one of the carabinieri came in and whispered in Esposito's ear. The Colonello nodded, then dismissed the man with a gesture, his expression unreadable. Fosco once again offered him a cigar, and this time Esposito accepted. D'Agasta watched all this with a sense of growing disbelief. He felt rage taking over now, almost beyond his ability to control, combined with a sense of horror and grief. It was unreal, a nightmare. Esposito spoke at last, his voice neutral. "My men looked into the stylo. It was returned to Eurocar at 1300 yesterday. The chit was signed by A.X.L. Pendergast, paid for with an American Express card belonging to Pendergast. A special agent A.X.L. Pendergast had a reservation on a flight to Palermo at 14:30 from Firenze Peretola. We're still trying to find out whether he was in fact on that flight. The airlines these days are so difficult."
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 by 10,
emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming crying. Of course it will appear he was on the flight. Can't you see what Fosco's game is? Sergeant, it's all gosh, D'Agasta said, rising from his chair. Orchestrated by Fosco, just like he walled up the passageway, disguised the apartment, just like he's planned every really thing. Sergeant, please, Esposito said quietly, control yourself. You said yourself we were dealing with a determined man. Sergeant, the voice was firmer. D'Agasta stood, almost out of his mind with rage, frustration, and grief. Fosco had Pendergast's credit card. What did it mean? And now the jerk was slipping through his fingers. Pendergast was gone, vanished. He made an almost superhuman struggle at control. If he lost it, he would never have another chance. He had to find a chink in the Count's armor. He's not in the castle then. They've taken him into the woods, up on the mountain. We've got to search the area. Esposito puffed thoughtfully on the cigar, waiting for D'Agasta to finish. Then he spoke. Sergeant D'Agasta, in your story, you claim the Count killed 4 people to get back a violin. At least 4 people? We're just wasting time here. We have to. Esposito raised a hand for silence. Excuse me. You claim the Count killed these men with that device you're carrying. Yes. D'Agasta tried to control his breathing. Why don't you show it to the Count? D'Agasta pulled the microwave device from the bag. My goodness, Fosco said, staring with great interest. What is that? The sergeant tells us it is a microwave weapon, Esposito said, designed by you and used by you to burn to death Mr. Locke Bullard, a peasant from Abetone, and 2 other people back in the United States. Fosco looked first at the Colonello, then at D'Agasta, astonishment, and then pity on his face. The sergeant says this? Correct. A machine, you say, that zaps people, turns them into smoking piles of ash? That I built? He spread his hands, astonishment on his face. I should like to see a demonstration. Sergeant, perhaps you'd care to demonstrate the device for us and the Count. D'Agasta looked down at the weapon, turned it over in his hands. Fosco's skeptical tone went unrefuted by the Colonello, and no wonder. The device looked almost cartoonish, a Flash Gordon confection. I don't know how to use it, D'Agasta said. Try, said Esposito, an edge of sarcasm in his voice. It occurred to D'Agasta that if he could get it working, it might be his only chance to turn the tide. It was his last chance. He pointed it toward the fireplace hearth, whereas, if placed as a deliberate challenge, at a fresh pumpkin. He tried to clear his mind, tried to remember precisely what Fosco had done before. He turned a knob, pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. He spun more dials, pressed a button, aimed, pulled the trigger. Still nothing. For all he knew, it had been damaged during the escape, when he tossed it into the bushes. He fiddled with the dials, pulling the trigger again and again, hoping for the low hum he'd heard during the demonstration. But the machine remained silent, cold. I think we've seen enough, said Esposito quietly. Slowly, very slowly, D'Agasta replaced it in the canvas bag. He could hardly bring himself to look at the Colonello. The man was staring at him, his face a mask of skepticism. No, not just skepticism, pure disbelief, anger, and pity. From over Esposito's shoulder, Fosco also stared. Then, very slowly and deliberately, Fosco reached into his collar, drew out a chain with a medallion at the end, and draped it carefully over his shirt front, patting it familiarly with a plump hand. With a sudden burning shock of recognition, D'Agasta recognized the medallion, the lidless eye over a phoenix rising from the ashes. Pendergast's own chain. Fosco's private message was all too terribly clear. You jerk! And D'Agasta lunged for the Count. In a moment, the carabinieri leapt on D'Agasta and pulled him back, restraining him against a far wall of the library. The Colonello quickly placed himself between D'Agasta and Fosco. The jerk! That's Pendergast's chain. There's your proof. He killed Pendergast and took it. Are you all right? Esposito asked the Count, ignoring D'Agasta. Quite all right, thank you, Fosco said, sitting back and smoothing his capacitous front. I was startled, that is all. To settle the question once and for all, so there can be no doubt. He turned the disc over, and there, on the reverse of the medallion, evidently worn by time, was an intricate engraving of the Count's own crest. Esposito looked at the crest, then turned to stare at D'Agasta, dark eyes glittering. D'Agasta, clamped in the arms of 6 men, could barely move. He tried to regain control of himself, his voice. The way the Count had said, "So there can be no doubt," with that peculiar emphasis on the words "no doubt," it was a message aimed directly at D'Agasta. It was a message that told him he was too late. Those 12 hours maneuvering for the warrant had proved fatal. The desperate hope D'Agasta had been holding on to, that the Count might have kept Pendergast alive, a prisoner, guttered and died. Pendergast was dead. So, there can be no doubt. Esposito extended his hand to Fosco. Abbiamo finito qui, Conte. Chiedo scusa per il disturbo e la ringrazio per la sua pazienza con questa faccenda piuttosto spiacevole. The Count inclined his head graciously. Niente disturbo, Colonnello. Prego. He glanced in D'Agasta's direction. Mi dispiace per lui. Esposito and Fosco shook hands. We'll be going now, Esposito said. There is no need to show us out. And with this he bowed deeply to Fosco and left the room, ignoring D'Agasta. The carabinieri holding D'Agasta released him. D'Agasta picked up the canvas bag and headed for the door. A red mist hung before his eyes. In the doorway he stopped to look back at Fosco. "You're a dead man," he said, barely managing to speak. "You—" But the words died in his throat as Fosco swiveled to stare at him in turn, his large features and wet lips spreading into a horrible grin. It was like nothing D'Agasta had ever seen before, malevolent, triumphant, a grotesque leer of exultation. If the Count had spoken the words out loud, the message couldn't have been clearer. He had murdered Pendergast. And then the smile was gone, hidden behind a cloud of cigar smoke. Colonnello Esposito said nothing during the walk back along the gallery, across the manicured lawn, through the gate of the inner ward. He remained silent as the cars made their way down the narrow road, past the cypress trees and olive groves. It was not until they were on the main road back to Florence that he turned to D'Agasta. "I misjudged you, sir," he said in a low, chill voice. "I welcomed you here, gave you credentials, cooperated with you in every way. In return, you disgraced yourself and humiliated me and my men. I will be
His men had been paid off and had all melted away, back into the huts and tenant farmhouses of his estate. The small detachment of police had gone, along with Sergeant D'Agasta and his fire and bluster. The man would soon be on a flight back to New York. The servants would not return until the next morning. The castle seemed almost watchful in its silence. Fosco rose, poured himself a glass of port from a bottle on an ancient sideboard, then returned to his comfortable chair. For the past few days, the walls of the castle had rung with noise and excitement. Now, by comparison, they seemed preternaturally quiet. He sipped the port, found it excellent. It was a great pity not having Pinketts, or rather Pinchetti, here to anticipate his every need. It was a great pity to think of him at rest in an unmarked tomb within the family vault. The man would be difficult, even impossible, to replace. Truth to tell, sitting here by himself in this vast, empty edifice, Fosco found himself feeling just the least bit lonely. But then he reminded himself he was not alone. He had Pendergast for company, or at least his corpse. Fosco had faced many adversaries in the past, but none had shown the brilliance or tenacity of Pendergast.
In fact, had it not been for Fosco's home soil advantages, his moles in the police and elsewhere, the maturity of his long-laid plans, the scope of his contingency arrangements, the story might well have ended differently. Even so, he'd felt just the least bit anxious. And so Fosco had made sure this evening's constitutional took him back down, very deep down indeed, to Pendergast's current domicile, just to make sure. As expected, he'd found the newly mortared but carefully disguised wall as he left it. He'd rapped on it, listened, called softly, but of course there was no answering response. Almost 36 hours had passed. No doubt the good agent was already dead. He sipped the port, sank back in the chair, basking in the reflections of a successful outcome. There was, of course, one loose end, Sergeant D'Agosta. Fosco reflected on the fury, the impotent, murderous rage on the policeman's face as he'd been led off the grounds. Fosco knew this rage would soon fade, and in its place would come first resignation, then uncertainty, and then, ultimately, fear. Because by now D'Agosta surely must know the kind of man he was dealing with. He, Fosco, would not forget. He would snip off that loose end, finish the business, make D'Agosta repay the debt he incurred for shooting Pinchetti, and in so doing retrieve his clever little invention. But there was no hurry at all. As he sipped his port, Fosco realized there was in fact a second loose end. Viola, Lady Maskelyne. He thought of her, tending her bit of vineyard, strong limbs made tawny by the Mediterranean sun. Her bearing, her movements, had a mix of good breeding, cat-like athleticism, and a captivating allure he found deliciously intoxicating. Her conversation sparkled like no other woman's he had met. She was bursting with vitality. She would bring warmth to any place she visited, even Castel Fosco. A faint sound, like the scurry of dead leaves on stone, came from the darkness beyond the room. Fosco paused in mid-sip. Slowly, he put the glass down, stood, and walked to the main entrance to the Salotto. Beyond lay the long gallery, lit only by the moon and the occasional wall sconce. Long ranks of suited armor lined the walls, glowing faintly in the pallid light. Nothing. Fosco turned thoughtfully. The old castle was full of rats. It was high time he had the head gardener in again to deal with them. He began walking back toward the fire, feeling a chill that could not entirely be explained by the cool air. Then he stopped again. There was one thing, he knew, that would put him in fine high spirits. Taking a tack away from the fire, he made for the small doorway that led into his private workshop. He crossed the dark room, threading his way through a maze of lab tables and freestanding equipment until he reached the wooden paneling of the rear wall. He knelt, ran one fat hand along the polished wainscoting, found a tiny detent. He pressed it. One of the wooden panels above his head popped ajar with a faint snick. Rising, the Count pulled the panel wide, exposing a large safe retrofitted into the stonework of the wall. He punched a code into the safe's keypad, and its door sprung open. Carefully, reverently, the Count reached inside and pulled out the small, coffin-shaped wooden case that held the storm cloud Stradivarius. He carried the case into the dining salotto and placed it on the table against the wall, well away from the heat of the fire, leaving it closed so it would slowly accustom itself to the change in temperature. Then he returned to his seat. Compared to the chill of the lab, it was deliciously warm before the fire. He took another sip of port, thinking about what he would play. A Bach Chaconne? A flashy Paganini? No, something simple, something clean, refreshing. Vivaldi. La Primavera from Le Quattro Stagioni. After a few minutes, he rose again, walked over to the violin, undid the brass fastening, and lifted the lid. He did not play it, not yet. It would need at least another 10 minutes to adjust to the ambient temperature and humidity. He merely gazed dotingly on its wondrous and mysterious finish, its sensual lines. Staring at the violin, Fosco felt a joy, a sense of completion flood through him. He returned to his comfortable chair, loosened his cravat, undid his waistcoat. The storm cloud was back where it belonged, in the family seat. He had snatched it from the jaws of oblivion. It had been worth the expense, the extravagant planning, the danger, the lives. It was worth any cost, any struggle. As Fosco stared at it, glowing crimson in the warm reflected firelight, it seemed to him that the instrument was not of this world. Rather, it was the voice, the song, of the better world to come. It was now very warm in the room. He rose, took up a poker, pushed the logs back a little, turned his chair from the fire. La Primavera. The sweet, lively melody coursed through his mind, as if he was already playing it. 5 more minutes. He removed his cravat and unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. A log cracked loudly in the fireplace, startling him. He sat bolt upright, the port sloshing out of his glass and spilling onto his open waistcoat. He sat back slowly, wondering at the sense of unease. Nerves. The affair had taken more of a toll on him than he thought. His stomach gave a small lurch, and he set down the glass of port. Perhaps he should have taken something stronger as a digestivo, a drop of Calvados, a grappa, or even better, one of the excellent herbal digestives produced by the monks at Monte Scenario. A most unpleasant sensation of poor digestion now infused his stomach. He rose, lumbered over to the sideboard. How uncharacteristically heavy he felt on his feet, and took out a small bottle of Amaro Barghini, filled a small glass with the reddish-brown liquid, and returned to the chair. His stomach was protesting vociferously, and he took a swallow, then a second of the bitter liqueur. And as he did, he heard another sound, like a footfall, at the door. He half rose, but felt weak and sank back. Naturally, there was nobody there. There couldn't be. The servants had all been given a few days off. It was his imagination playing tricks with him. It was the strain of the last few days. He was getting on in years for business such as this. His innards were almost boiling with indigestion, and he drained the glass, shifting at his chair, trying to get comfortable. The heat in the room had grown oppressive, but, blast it, there was no one to douse the fire. He fetched a deep, shuddering sigh. He would calm himself, then take out the storm cloud, and restore his previous mood with a leaping rendition of La Primavera. Only calmness did not come. He felt a strange oppression creep stealthily over him, a pressure that seemed to build slowly, layer on layer from within. This was not indigestion. He was getting ill. He mopped his brow with a handkerchief, aware that his heart was beating uncomfortably fast. He had caught a chill in the crypts, no doubt, hefting those heavy bricks, brought out by his unwise second visit to those clammy, nitrid depths. He would take a holiday, leave tomorrow, in fact. The Isle of Capraia, he told himself, would be a perfect spot. He extended a trembling hand toward the glass of Amaro, but the liqueur suddenly tasted wrong, like hot pitch and vinegar in his mouth, hot even in his hand, burning hot. He rose with a cry, the glass falling away and dashing to pieces against the floor. Fosco whirled, stumbled, righted himself. Porca miseria! What was happening? He gasped, felt his eyes smart, felt his mouth go dry, his heart accelerate. For a moment, he wondered if he was having a fit of some kind, or perhaps a heart attack. He'd heard heart attacks often began with a feeling just like this, a feeling that something was terribly wrong. But there was no localized pain to his chest or arm. Instead, the terrible oppression within grew and still grew, until it enveloped him. His very gut seemed to writhe. He looked around frantically, but there was nothing, not the bottle of port, not the violin, not the furniture or the rich tapestries, nothing to give any aid or explanation. His insides felt as if they were crawling, boiling. He felt his mouth twitching, his eyes blinking uncontrollably, grimacing, his fingers jerking. The heat was like being suffocated with a burning blanket. His skin felt as if it was covered with a blanket of bees. Now fear and heat rose within him as one, an unendurable, irresistible heat that had nothing to do with the fire on the hearth. Suddenly, he knew. He knew. "D'Agosta," he choked, but his throat closed up, and no more words came out. He whirled toward the closed door of the salotto, staggered forward, fell over the side table with a crash, rose to his knees. His muscles were jerking spasmodically, but with an enormous effort of will he began to crawl forward. "Bastardo!" It came out like a choked cry. As he did so, his limbs began to take on a life of their own, twitching and jerking with a horrible violence. But he had only a few more feet to go. He gave one superhuman lurch, seized the door handle. It was burning hot, and he felt his skin popping and sizzling, yet he clung tenaciously, heaved, turned, locked. With a suppressed shriek he sank, collapsing at the door, writhing. The heat grew and grew, like lava spreading itself through his veins. A terrible piercing whine, like the buzz of a monstrous gat, filled his head. What was that he smelled? All of a sudden, the Count went rigid. His jaws clamped together involuntarily, grinding with such force his teeth chipped and split. Now, unbidden, his many sins and excesses paraded before him in a terrible blur. As the heat continued to grow, intolerable yet still increasing, an inferno of agony he could never have imagined possible, Fosco felt his vision grow dim and strange. His eyes jerked around the room, coming to rest on the fire, while reality itself began to distort, fall away, and he began to see things beyond. Oh, dear Jesus, what is that dark shape rising in the fire? And now, summoning every last ounce of willpower he possessed, despite the teeth grinding into meal, and the blood that filled his mouth, and the swelling tongue that refused to move, Fosco began to slur, in something between a gargle and a groan, the words of the Lord's Prayer. Pater Noster. He felt his skin blister, his oiled hair curl and smoke. He clawed his hands across the stone floor in agony, tearing away the nails in his efforts to get out the words. Qui es in coelis. Over the shrieking buzz in his ears, Fosco could hear, as if rising from the deepest depths of the earth, the rich and terrible laughter, not of Sergeant D'Agosta, not of any earthly being. Sanctificator. He tried, with the last of a supreme effort of will, to continue the prayer, but the subcutaneous fat was boiling beneath the skin of his lips. Sanctifer... And then came the point where no sound, not even a scream, was possible. Bryce Harriman ducked into the stale, smoke-fouled office of his editor, Rupert Ritz. He had been waiting for this moment a long, long time, and he was determined to enjoy it, drag it out as long as possible. It would be a story he'd tell his kids and grandkids, put in his memoirs. One of the moments he'd savor the rest of his life. Harriman? Ritz came around from behind his desk, his idea of a show of respect, and seated himself on one corner. Take a seat. Harriman sat. Why not? Let Ritz talk a bit first. That was quite a piece you wrote on Hayward and that man Buck. I'm almost sorry that cracker preacher got himself sent back to Oklahoma. I hope he decides to move back to the Big Apple once his parole is up. He laughed and picked a piece of paper from his desk. Here's something I bet you'll be interested to hear. Newsstand circ for the week ending today. He waved the paper in Harriman's face. 19% above this same time last year, 6% above last week, 60% sell-through. Ritz grinned, as if the newsstand circulation and sell-through figures of the New York Post were the be-all and end-all of Harriman's existence. Harriman kicked back in the chair, listening, a practiced smile on his face. And look at this, advertising revenues up 3.5. Another pause so that Harriman might absorb and glorify in the stupendous news. Ritz lit a cigarette. He snapped the lighter shut, exhaled. Harriman, don't ever say I don't give credit where credit is due. This was your story, from beginning to end. You did it. Sure, I helped with some ideas here and there, gave you the benefit of my experience, nudged you in the right direction once or twice, that this was your story. Ritz paused, as if waiting. For what? Effusive, genuflecting thanks? Harriman leaned back and listened, still smiling. Anyway, as I was saying, you did this. You've been noticed, and I mean noticed, by the powers on high. Who was that? He wondered. The big cheese himself? That would be a joke. The guy probably couldn't even get into his father's club. Now Ritz dropped his bomb. Next week, I want you to be my guest at the annual News Corporation dinner at Tavern on the Green. This wasn't just my idea, although I heartily approved. It was, and now his eyes flashed upward as if a heavenly host had issued the invitation. His idea. He wants to meet you, shake your hand. Meet me, shake my hand. This was beautiful. God, this was beautiful. He couldn't wait to tell his friends about this. It's black tie. You got one of those? If not, I rent mine at a place opposite Bloomingdale's. Discount tux. Best deal in the city. Harriman could hardly believe his ears. What a bozo. Not even ashamed to admit he rents his tuxes. I have one or two, thanks, he said coolly. Ritz looked at him a little strangely. You all right? You do know about the annual dinner, right? I mean, I've been in this business 30 years, and let me tell you, this is something special. It's Thursday evening, drinks at 6 in the Crystal Room, dinner at 7. You and a guest. Bring your squeeze if you have one. Harriman sat forward. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Come alone then, no problem. You don't understand. I can't come at all. I'm otherwise engaged. What? I'm busy. There was a shocked silence. And then Ritz was off his perch. You're busy. Aren't you listening? I'm talking about dinner with the man himself. I'm talking about the News Corp annual really dinner. Harriman rose and dusted his sleeve, on which Ritz's ashes had fallen as it waved his cigarette around in excitement. I've accepted an appointment as a reporter at a newspaper called the New York Times. Perhaps you know of it.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Paramin.
slipped an envelope out of his pocket. My letter of resignation. He laid it on the desk, right on the shiny place where Ritz usually perched his seat. There it was, said and done. He'd drawn it out about as long as he could. There was no point in wasting any more time. He had a new office to fix up, a lot to do. After all, Bill Smithback would be returning from his extended honeymoon on Monday to find the surprise of his life. Bryce Harriman, associate reporter, fellow colleague, occupying the office next door. Now that would be something. God, life was good. He turned and walked to the door, turning just once, to get a final look at Ritz, standing there, mouth open, for once with nothing to say. "See you around, old chap," Harriman said. The big jet hit the tarmac with a jolt, tipped back into the air at an angle, then settled once more onto the ground, thrust reverser screaming. As the plane decelerated, a lazy voice came over the PA system. "This is your captain speaking. We've landed at Kennedy Airport, and as soon as we get clearance, we'll taxi to the gate. Meanwhile, y'all please keep your seats. Sorry about that bit of turbulence back there. Welcome to New York City." Faint applause arose here and there from a sea of ashen faces, then died quickly away. "Bit of turbulence," muttered the man in the aisle seat. "Is that what he calls it? Gosh on a stick. You couldn't pay me enough to get back in a plane after this." He turned to his seatmate, nudged him with his elbow. "Glad to be back on the ground, pal?" The nudge brought DaGosta back to the present. He turned slowly away from the window, through which he'd been staring without really seeing, and glanced at the man. "What's that?" The man snorted in disbelief. "Come on, stop playing it cool. Me? My own life passed before my eyes at least twice the last half hour. Sorry." And DaGosta turned back to the window. Wasn't really paying attention. DaGosta walked woodenly through Terminal 8 on his way out of customs, suitcase in one hand. All around him, people were talking excitedly, hugging, laughing. He passed by them all, barely noticing, eyes straight ahead. "Vinny," came a voice. "Hey, Vinny, over here." DaGosta turned to see Hayward, waving, walking toward him through the crowds. Laura Hayward, beautiful in a dark suit, her black hair shining, her eyes as deep and blue as the water off Capraia. She was smiling, but the smile did not reach quite as far as those perfect eyes. "Vinny," she said, embracing him. Oh, Vinny. Automatically his arms went around her. He could feel the welcoming tightness of her clasp, the warmth of her breath on his neck, the crush of her breasts against him. It was like a galvanic shock. Had it really been only 10 days since they last embraced? A shudder passed through him. He felt strange, like a swimmer struggling upward from a very great depth. "Vinny," she murmured, "what can I say?" "Don't say anything. Not now. Later, maybe." Slowly she released him. "My God, what happened to your finger?" Lock Bullard happened. They began to move through the baggage area. A silence grew between them, just long enough to become awkward. "How's it been here?" he asked at last, lamely. "Not much has happened since you called last night. We've still got 10 detectives working the Cutforth murder, technically. And from what I hear, that Southampton chief of police is catching holy hell for lack of progress on Grove." DaGosta gritted his teeth, started to speak, but Hayward put a finger to his lips. I know, but that's the nature of the job sometimes. Now that Buck's out of the picture and the Post has moved on to other things, Cutforth's finally off the front page. Eventually it'll become just another unsolved murder, along with Grove's, of course." DaGosta nodded. "Amazing that it was Fosco. I'm floored." DaGosta shook his head. "It's a hell of a thing, knowing who the perp is but being able to do nothing." There was the ring of a klaxon. An amber alarm flashed overhead, and a carousel nearby began to move. "I was able to do something," he said in a low voice. Hayward looked at him sharply. "I'll explain in the car." 10 minutes later they were on the Van Wyck Expressway, halfway back to Manhattan, Hayward at the wheel. DaGosta sat beside her, idly looking out the window. "So it was all about a violin," Hayward said. "The whole very thing. A lousy violin. Not just any violin. I don't care. It wasn't worth all those deaths. And it especially wasn't... But here she stopped, as if hesitant to break some unspoken code between them. Where is it now? I sent it by special courier to a woman on the island of Capraia. Comes from a line of violinists. She'll restore it to the Fosco family, at a time of her choosing, when the new heir is settled in. Somehow I think that's what Pendergast would have wanted. It was the first time Pendergast's name had passed between them. I know you couldn't explain on the phone, she went on, but what happened exactly? After you took the Italian police to Fosco's castle yesterday morning, I mean. D'Agosta did not reply. Come on, Vinny. It'll be better if you talk about it. D'Agosta sighed. I spent the rest of the day combing the Chianti countryside, talking to farmers, talking to villagers, anyone who might have seen anything, heard anything, checking my hotel for messages. Of course, there was nothing, but I had to be sure, you see, absolutely sure. Hayward waited. After a moment, he went on. The thing is, deep down, I was already sure. We'd searched the castle. And then there was that look Fosco gave me. That awful look. If you'd seen it. He shook his head. Close to midnight, I drifted back to the castle. Went in the same way we'd come out. I took the time to figure out how the microwave device worked. And then I used it. One last time. You brought Fosco to justice. Avenged your partner. I'd have done the same thing. Would you? D'Agosta asked quietly. Hayward nodded. D'Agosta shifted restlessly. There's not much more to tell. I spent this morning back in Florence, checking hospitals, morgues, police reports. More to keep busy than for anything else. And then I boarded the plane. What did you do with that weapon? Disassembled it, smashed the pieces, and deposited them in half a dozen garbage cans around Florence. She nodded. And what are your plans now? D'Agosta shrugged. He hadn't given this any thought. I don't know. Go back to Southampton, I guess. Face the music. A small smile crept over her face. Didn't you hear what I said? It's the chief who's facing the music. He got back from vacation and was so eager to hog the limelight that now it's all coming back to roost. Brasky's running against him in the next election, odds-on favorite to win. Even worse for me. She changed lanes. There's something else you should know. They've suspended the NYPD hiring freeze. That means you can work the city again. Get your old job back. D'Agosta shook his head. No way. I've been away too long. I'm old goods. It hasn't been that long. They're rehiring by seniority, and with your experience in Southampton and as FBI liaison. She paused to negotiate the ramp onto the Long Island Expressway. Of course, it couldn't be in my division, but they've got openings in several of the downtown precincts. D'Agosta sat a moment, letting this penetrate. Then he looked at her sharply.
And yet, he could not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly.
The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. And yet, he could not escape the sense of desolation that enveloped him. It was like a hollowness he carried around, a vacuum that could not be filled. "You're right," he said as they entered the tunnel. "It doesn't matter if that violin's the most precious ever made. It wasn't worth Pendergast dying. Nothing was worth that." Hayward kept her eyes on the road. "You don't know he's dead." D'Agosta didn't answer. He told himself this already, once, twice, 1,000 times. When everything had been stacked against them, when there seemed no way they could possibly survive, Pendergast had always saved them. At times it had seemed almost miraculous. And yet, this time, Pendergast had not reappeared. This time, it felt different. Then there was that other feeling, the one that made him almost physically ill. It was the image of Pendergast, there in the clearing, surrounded by dogs. Everyone, the hunters, the handlers, the beaters, closing in. "Only one of us can get through. There's no other way." D'Agosta felt his throat close up. "You're right, I have no proof. Except, maybe this." He reached into his pocket, drew out Pendergast's platinum chain and pendant. A lidless eye over a phoenix rising from fiery ash, now pitted and partly melted. The chain he'd retrieved from Fosco's burning, smoking corpse. He stared at it a moment. He balled the hand into a fist, pressed a knuckle against his teeth. He felt a ridiculous impulse to burst into tears. The worst of it was, D'Agosta knew he was the one who should have been left on that hill. He wished more than anything else that he had been left on that hill. Anyway, he would have contacted me by now, or you, or somebody. He paused. "I don't know how I'm going to tell Constance." "Who?" "Constance Green, his ward." They drove through the rest of the tunnel in silence, finally emerging into the Manhattan night. Then he felt Hayward take his hand. "Let me off anywhere," he said, sick at heart. "Penn Station's fine. I'll take the LIRR out to Southampton." "Why?" she replied. "There's nothing for you out there. Your future's here, in New York City." D'Agosta remained silent as the car cruised west, past Park, past Madison, past Fifth. "You have a place to stay in town?" she asked. D'Agosta shook his head. Hayward began. Then she too fell silent. D'Agosta roused himself, glanced at her. "What?" It was hard to tell, but in the reflected light of the street lamps, he thought she was blushing. "I was just thinking, if you're coming back to the NYPD, working here in the city, well, why not stay with me? For a while," she added hastily. "You know, see how it works out." For a moment, D'Agosta didn't answer. He just looked back out at the lights passing over the windshield. Then he realized, quite abruptly, he had to let go. Let go, at least for the moment. The past was over and done. Tomorrow was an unknown, still to come. He had no control over either. All he could control, all he could live, was the here and now. Knowing this didn't make things any better, really, but it did make them easier to bear. "Look, Vinny," Hayward said in a low voice, "it doesn't matter what you say. I just can't believe that Pendergast is dead. My gut tells me he's still alive. The guy's as close to indestructible as a body can be. He's cheated death 1,000 times. He'll do it again somehow. I know he will." D'Agosta smiled faintly. Ahead, a traffic light turned red. She eased to a stop, then turned to look at him. "So, you coming back with me, or what? It's not polite to make a lady ask twice." He turned to her, squeezed her hand. "I think I'd like that," he said, his smile broadening. "I think I'd like that very much." A chill November sun illuminated but did not warm the bleak stone ramparts of Castelfosco. The garden was deserted. The marble fountain purled and splashed for no one. Beyond the castle walls, dead leaves swirled over the gravel of the parking area, obscuring the tracks of the many vehicles that had come and gone earlier in the day. Now all was quiet. The narrow road leading down the mountainside was empty. A single raven sat on the battlements above, gazing silently over the valley of the Grève. The coroner's van had removed Fosco's body around mid-morning. The police lingered a little longer, snapping photos, taking statements, looking for evidence, but finding nothing of value. Assunta, who had discovered the corpse, had been borne away ashen and distraught by her son. The few remaining servants had also gone off, taking advantage of the unexpected vacation. There seemed little reason to stay. Fosco's nearest relation, a distant cousin, was vacationing on the Costa Smeralda of Sardinia and would not arrive for several days at least. Besides, none were eager to linger in a place to which death had made such a gruesome visitation. And so, the castle was left to brood in shadows and silence. Nowhere was the silence more profound than in the ancient passageways that riddled the rock far beneath the basements of the castle. Here there was not even the rustle of the wind to disturb the dusty tombs and stone sarcophagi of the forgotten dead. The deepest of these passages, carved by Etruscans into the living rock more than 3,000 years before, twisted down into black depths and came to an end in a horizontal tunnel. At the far end of this tunnel stood a brick wall with a small scatter of bones lying before it. Though the tunnel was dark, even with the aid of a torch, it would have been almost impossible to tell the wall had been built only 40-odd hours before, sealing up an ancient tomb, the bones of its former occupant, an unknown Longobardic knight, swept out and left lying in the dirt. The ancient tomb that lay behind the brick wall was just large enough to contain a man. Inside that tomb there was no sound. Darkness reigned so profoundly that even the very passage of time seemed suspended. And then a muffled sound broke the stillness. A faint footfall. This was followed by a rattle, as if a bag of tools had been set down on the ground. Silence descended briefly once again. And then came an unmistakable sound, the scrape of iron against mortar, the sharp rap of a hammer against a cold chisel. The rapping went on in a low, measured cadence, methodical, like the ticking of a clock. Minutes passed, and the sound stopped. Another silence, and then there were the faint sounds of scraping, the abrasion of brick against mortar, a few more sharp raps. And suddenly a faint light appeared in the tomb, a glowing crack that outlined the rectangular shape of a brick in the upper portion of the wall. With a soft, slow grating, the brick was withdrawn millimeter by millimeter. Then it was gone. A soft yellow light shone through the newly opened hole, penetrating the darkness of the tomb. A moment later, 2 eyes appeared in the glowing rectangle, gazing in with curiosity, perhaps even anxiety. 2 eyes, one hazel, one blue. When the doorbell chimed, Constance Green stopped playing. Constance, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Pendergast seemed to fall into a reverie, his spidery fingers lightly tapping on the gilded spine of the manuscript. Percival Lake, the name is familiar. Constance, would you be so good as to look that up on, what is that website? It was named after a large mathematical number. Google? Ah, yes. Google him for me, if you please. Constance raised her fingers from the age-yellowed ivory keys, moved away from the instrument, opened a small cupboard, and slid out a laptop on a retracting table. She typed for a moment. There's a sculptor of that name who does monumental work in granite. I thought it rang a bell. Pendergast plucked off the gloves and laid them aside. Show him in. As Proctor left, Constance turned to Pendergast with a frown. Are our finances so sadly reduced that you must resort to moonlighting? Of course not, but the man's work, though rather old-fashioned, is stimulating. As I recall, his figures emerge from the stone much like Michelangelo's Slave Awakening. The least I can do is give him an audience. Moments later, Proctor returned. A striking man stood in the doorway behind him, perhaps 65, with a great shock of white hair. The hair was the only thing that looked at all old about him. He was close to 6.5 feet tall, with a craggy, handsome face bronzed by the sun, a trim, athletic bearing, wearing a blue blazer over a crisp white cotton shirt and tan slacks. He radiated good health and vigorous living. His hands were massive. Inspector Pendergast? He came striding over with his arm extended and enveloped Pendergast's pale hand in his own gigantic paw, giving it such a shake that it almost knocked over Pendergast's sherry. Inspector. Constance winced. It looked as if her guardian was going to get his stimulation. "Pray sit down, Mr. Lake," said Pendergast. "Thank you." Lake took a seat, threw one leg over the other, and leaned back. "Can I offer you anything to drink? Sherry? Don't mind if I do." Proctor silently poured him a small glass, placing it by his elbow. The sculptor took a sip. "Excellent stuff, thanks. And thank you for agreeing to see me." Pendergast inclined his head. "Before you tell me your story, I'm afraid I can't claim the title inspector. That would be British. I am merely a special agent of the FBI. I guess I read too many murder mysteries." The man shifted in his chair. "Let me get right to the point.
I live in a little seaside town in northern Massachusetts called Exmouth. It's a quiet place, off the tourist trail, and not well known even among the summer crowd. About 30 years ago, my late wife and I bought the old lighthouse and keeper's quarters on Walden Point, and I've been there ever since. It's proven an excellent spot for my work. I've always been someone who appreciates fine wine, don't bother with white, and the basement of the old house was a perfect place for my rather large collection, being dug into the ground with stone walls and floor, 56 degrees summer and winter. Anyway, a few weeks ago I went away for a long weekend to Boston. When I returned, I found a rear window broken. Nothing had been taken in the house, but when we went to the basement, it was cleaned out. My wine cellar was gone. How terrible for you! Constance thought she could just detect the faintest note of contemptuous amusement in Pendergast's voice. "Tell me, Mr. Lake, are you still married?" "My wife died several years back. I now have a, lady friend who lives with me." "And she was with you the weekend the cellar was stolen?" "Yes." "Tell me about your wine." "Where to start? I had a vertical collection of Chateau Léoville Porphyre going back to 1955, along with excellent collections of all the notable years of Chateau Latour, Pichon Longueville, Petrus, Dufort Viviance, Las Combes, Malesco Saint-Exupéry, Chateau Palmer, Talbot. Pendergast stemmed this flood with an upraised hand. "Sorry," Lake said with a sheepish smile. "I tend to go overboard when it comes to wine." "Only French Bordeaux?" "No. More recently I had been collecting some wonderful Italian wines as well. Brunellos, Amarones, and Barolos mostly. All gone." "Did you go to the police?" "The Exmouth police chief is worthless, a jerk in fact. He came out of Boston, and he's going through the motions, but it's clear to me he isn't taking it seriously. I suppose if it was a collection of Bud Light he might be more concerned. I need someone who's going to find that wine before it gets dispersed or, God forbid, drunk up." Pendergast nodded slowly. "So why come to me?" "I read those books about your work, the ones by Smithback, William Smithback, I believe." A moment passed before Pendergast replied. "I fear those books grossly distorted the facts. In any case, to the degree that they are true, you must realize I focus my attention on human deviancy, not purloined wine. I'm sorry I cannot be of more assistance." "Well, I hoped you might, since I understood from those books that you're a bit of a connoisseur yourself." Lake leaned forward in his chair. "Agent Pendergast, I'm a desperate man. My wife and I spent untold hours assembling that collection. Every bottle has a memory, a history, especially of my wonderful years with her. In some ways, I feel like she's died all over again. I'd pay you a very good fee. I'm indeed sorry I can't help you in the matter. Mr. Proctor will show you out." The sculptor rose. "Well, I knew it was a long shot. Thanks for listening." His troubled look eased slightly. "All I can say is, thank God the thieves missed the Haute Bracolages." The room fell silent. "Chateau Haute Bracolages?" Pendergast said faintly. "Yes, indeed. A full case of '04. My prized possession. It was set aside, in one corner of the cellar, in the original wooden case. The very idiots just overlooked it." Proctor opened the door to the library, waiting. "How did you happen on a case of the '04? I thought it was long gone." "And so did everyone else. I'm always on the lookout for wine collections for sale, especially when the owner dies and his heirs want to turn it into cash. My wife and I found this case in an old wine collection in New Orleans." Pendergast raised his eyebrows. "New Orleans?" "An ancient family of means which fell into hard times." As Constance watched, a look of irritation crossed Pendergast's face, or was it vexation? Lake turned toward an open door, just as Pendergast rose from his chair. "On second thought, I will take on your little problem." "Really?" Lake turned back, his face breaking into a smile. "Wonderful. As I said, whatever your fee is, I will be glad. My fee is simple, a bottle of the Haute Bracolages. Lake hesitated. I was thinking more along the lines of a financial arrangement. The bottle is my fee. But to break up the case? His voice trailed off, and a long silence ensued. At last Lake smiled. Well, why not? You obviously aren't in need of ready funds.
Blustery, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. Blustery and self-aggrandizing would be a more suitable characterization. You're a worse misanthrope than I am. I, for one, could use the bracing autumnal air of the seaside after the events of late. She glanced at him privately. It was true, after the ordeal he'd endured over the summer, any diversion might be welcome. But a bottle of wine as payment? Next you'll be offering your services in exchange for a Shake Shack hamburger. Unlikely. That wine is the reason, the only reason I took the case. In the 19th century, Chateau Haute-Bracolages produced the finest wines in France. Their signature claret was the product of a single vineyard, of about 2 acres, planted in Cabernet Sauvignon, Cabernet Franc, and Merlot. It was situated on a hill near Fronsac. Unfortunately, that hill was violently contested in World War I, drenched with mustard gas and poisoned forever, and the chateau leveled. There are at most 24 bottles left of the vintages from that chateau known to exist, but none from the greatest vintage of all, 1904. It was believed extinct. Extraordinary that this fellow has a case of it. You saw how reluctant he was to part with even the one bottle. Constance shrugged. I hope you enjoy the vacation. I have no doubt it will be a most amiable holiday for us. Us? You want me to go with you? She felt a creeping sensation of heat in her face. Indeed, I think you're ready for a vacation like this, away from familiar surroundings. In fact, I insist. You need a holiday as much as I do, and I'd welcome a chance to duck those letters from the Botanic Garden Administration for a spell, wouldn't you? Constance Green could smell the sea air as soon as Pendergast turned their vintage Porsche Roadster onto the Metacomet Bridge, a decaying pile of rusted trestles and struts that spanned a broad salt marsh.
The mid-October sun momentarily glittered off the water as they sped along. On the far side of the marsh, the road plunged momentarily through a dark pine wood, then broke free again. There, lying along a curve where the marshlands met the ocean, lay the town of Exmouth, Massachusetts. To Constance, it looked as she imagined a typical New England town should. A cluster of shingled houses along a main street, several church steeples, a brick town hall. As they slowed and passed down the main street, she examined her surroundings with interest. The town had a faint air of benign neglect that only added to its charm. A seaside village with white clapboard buildings, seagulls wheeling overhead, uneven brick sidewalks, and local shops. They passed a gas station, several old storefronts with plate glass windows, a diner, a funeral parlor, a movie theater turned into a bookstore, and an 18th century sea captain's mansion, complete with widow's walk. A sign out front identified it as the Exmouth Historical Society and Museum. The few townspeople strolling on the sidewalks stopped and stared at them as they passed by. Constance found herself surprised at her own curiosity. Although she'd never admit it, she knew that, despite her voluminous reading, she had seen so very little of the world that she felt like a Marco Polo in her own land. "Do you see any likely wine criminals?" Pendergast asked. "That elderly gentleman in the Madras jacket with the purple bow tie looks suspicious." Pendergast slowed and carelessly eased the roadster to the curb. "We're stopping? We have a little time. Let us try what I understand to be a local delicacy, the lobster roll." As they got out, the gentleman in the Madras jacket passed with a nod and smile, and continued on. "Definitely suspicious," murmured Constance. "He should be locked up on the strength of that bow tie alone." They walked along the sidewalk and turned down a lane leading to the waterfront. A cluster of fishing shacks mingled with shops and a few restaurants, and a row of piers led into a bay at the mouth of the tidal marshes. Beyond, over the waving seagrasses, Constance could see a bright line of ocean. Could she live in a town like this? Absolutely not. But it was an interesting place to visit. Alongside the commercial pier stood a seafood shack with a hand-painted sign of a lobster and a clam dancing to a row of mussels playing instruments. "2 lobster rolls, please," said Pendergast as they stepped up to the shack. The food quickly arrived, massive chunks of lobster in a creamy sauce, overstuffed into a buttered split-top hot dog roll and spilling out into their cardboard trays. "How does one eat it?" Constance said, eyeing hers. "I am at a loss." A 2-toned police squad car eased into the nearby parking lot and made a circuit. The car slowed, and the driver, a large man with captain's bars on his shoulder, eyed them for a moment, gave a knowing smile, then continued on. "The chief," Pendergast said, tossing his uneaten lobster roll into a trash can. Something seemed to have amused him. "Yes, and I believe we shall soon discover why." As they strolled back up the main street, Constance saw a ticket fluttering on the Porsche's windscreen. Pendergast pulled it out and examined it. "It seems I parked straddling 2 spaces. How remiss of me." Constance saw that Pendergast had indeed parked the car squarely across 2 painted parking space lines. But the entire street is practically free of parked cars. One must obey the law. Pendergast tucked the ticket into his suit pocket, and they got into the car. He started it up and eased back out into the main street. In a moment they had passed through town and were out the other side, the shop buildings already giving way to modest shingled houses. The road rose up through grassy meadows bordered by massive oaks before coming out on higher land overlooking the Atlantic. Ahead, toward the bluffs, Constance could see the Exmouth Lighthouse, their destination. It was painted bone white with a black top and stood out against the blue sky. Next to it rose the keeper's residence, austere as an Andrew Wythe painting. As they approached, Constance also made out a scattering of sculptures in a meadow along the edges of the bluff. Rough-cut granite forms with polished and somewhat sinister shapes emerging from the stone. It was a striking location for a sculpture garden. Pendergast brought the roadster to a halt in the gravel drive alongside the house. As they got out, Percival Lake appeared in the door, striding onto the porch. "Welcome. Good Lord, you certainly travel in style. "That's a '55 Spider 550, if I'm not mistaken," he said as he came down the steps. "A '54, actually," Pendergast replied. "It's my late wife's car. I prefer something more comfortable, but my associate, Miss Green, insisted on it." "I did not," she interjected. "Your associate." Constance did not like the way the man's eyebrows rose in ironical amusement as he looked at her. "Pleased to see you again." She shook his hand rather coldly. "Let us visit the scene of the crime," said Pendergast. "You don't waste any time. In a criminal investigation, there is an inverse relationship between the quality of evidence and the length of time it has been awaiting examination." "Right." Lake led them into the house. They passed through a front hall and parlor with sweeping views of the ocean. The old house had been immaculately kept up, airy and fresh, with the sea breeze swelling the lace curtains. In the kitchen, an attractive bleached blonde in her 30s, slender and fit, was dicing carrots. "This is my associate, Carol Hinterwasser," Lake told them. "Please meet Agent Pendergast and Constance Brain. They are here to find my wine collection." The woman turned with a smile, displaying white teeth, dried her hands on a cloth, and shook their hands in turn. "Excuse me, I'm just making a mirepoix. I'm so glad you could come. Perce is really devastated. Those wines meant a lot to him. Way more than—"
At the back of the kitchen stood a narrow door. Lake opened it, flicked on a light switch. It illuminated a set of steep, rickety stairs going down into darkness. A rich, cool smell of damp earth and stone rose up. "Take care," he cautioned. "These stairs are steep." They descended into a maze-like space, with stone walls covered in niter and a stone floor. In one alcove was a furnace and water heater. In another, a finished room with a collection of air tools, sandbags, protection suits, and equipment for polishing stone. They turned a corner and came into the largest room in the basement. One wall was covered, floor to ceiling, with empty wooden wine racks. Curling yellow labels were tacked to the wood or strewn about the floor, along with broken bottles and a heavy perfume of wine. Pendergast picked up a piece of a broken bottle, reading the label. Chateau Latour, 61. These burglars were singularly careless. They made a mess of the place, the cretins. Pendergast knelt before the closest rack, examining it with a bright LED penlight. "Tell me about the weekend of the theft." "Carol and I had gone away to Boston. We do that frequently, to dine, go to the symphony or a museum, recharge our batteries. We left Friday afternoon and returned Sunday evening. The light probed here and there." "Who knew you were gone?" "Pretty much the whole village, I imagine. We have to drive through town on our way out, and as you can see, Exmouth is a small place. Everyone knows we make frequent trips to Boston." "You said they broke a window. I assume the house was locked?" "Yes." "Is there an alarm system?" "No. I suppose in retrospect that seems stupid, but the crime rate is almost non-existent here. I can't remember the last time there was a burglary in Exmouth." Now a test tube and tweezers appeared from somewhere in Pendergast's suit. Using the tweezers, he plucked something from the wine rack and put it in the tube. "What is the history of the house?" he asked. "It's one of the oldest north of Salem. As I mentioned, it was the lighthouse keeper's place, built in 1704, and added on to at various later dates. My wife and I bought it and took our time with the renovations. As a sculptor, I can work anywhere, but we found this to be an idyllic location, quiet, off the beaten track, yet close to Boston. Charming and undiscovered. And the local granite is splendid. There's a quarry just on the far side of the salt marshes. Some of the pink granite used to build the Museum of Natural History in New York came out of that quarry. Lovely stuff. I should like a tour of your sculpture garden sometime." "Absolutely. You're staying at the inn, I assume? I'll be sure to arrange a viewing." While Lake was praising the local granite, Constance watched as Pendergast moved about on his knees, getting his suit filthy, scrutinizing the cellar floor.
And the bottles of bracolanes? I assume they are in that case in the far corner. Yes, and thank God they missed them. Pendergast rose again. His pale face seemed troubled. He went over to the wine, which sat by itself in a wooden crate with the crest of the chateau stamped on it. The top was loose, and he lifted it up and peered inside. Ever so gently, he reached in and removed a bottle, cradling it almost like a baby. "Who would have believed it?" he murmured. He put it back. Crossing the floor, feet crunching on glass, Pendergast returned to the empty wine racks. This time he examined the upper sections. He took a few more samples, shone his light along the ceiling and then along the floor, where the racks were anchored. Suddenly, he grasped two wooden braces holding up the center part of the racks and gave a mighty pull. With a cracking and groaning of wood, the rack came away, exposing the wall behind, laid with dressed stone. "What in the world?" Lake began. But Pendergast ignored him, pulling more pieces of the wine rack away, until the entire central area of the mortared wall behind the rack was exposed. Now, taking out a small penknife, he inserted it between two of the stones and began to scrape and cut, wiggling free one stone and pulling it out. He laid it with care on the ground and shone his penlight through the hole he'd made. With surprise, Constance realized, there was a space behind. "It'll be very," said Lake, coming forward to look. "Step back," said Pendergast sharply. He now removed a pair of latex gloves from a suit pocket and snapped them on. Then he took off his jacket and spread it on the grimy stone floor, placing the stone upon it. Working more rapidly, but still with great care, he removed another block of stone and then another, arranging them face up on his jacket. Constance winced. Already the English bespoke suit looked beyond redemption. A shallow niche gradually became exposed. It was empty, save for chains set into the stone at the top and bottom of the back wall, from which dangled wrist and leg irons. Constance contemplated these with cool detachment. She had long ago discovered similar articles in the sub-basement spaces of Pendergast's own Riverside Drive mansion. The FBI agent himself, however, had grown even paler than usual. "I'm floored," said Lake. "I had no idea." "Silence, if you please," Constance interrupted. "My guardian, that is, Mr. Pendergast, is occupied." Pendergast continued removing stones, until the entire niche was exposed. It was about 6 feet tall, 3 feet wide, and 3 feet deep. It was as ancient as the house, and had clearly been built to contain a person. The leg and wrist irons had rusted shut in the closed position, but contained no skeleton. The niche, she noticed, was inexplicably clean, not a speck of dust visible. Now Pendergast knelt within the niche and probed every little crack and fissure with a magnifying loupe and the small set of tweezers, test tube at the ready. Constance watched him work for 10 minutes, before, finding very little, he transferred his attention to the floor immediately in front of the niche. Another lengthy period of probing and poking followed. Lake looked on, clearly having a difficult time remaining silent. "Ah," Pendergast suddenly said. He rose, holding what appeared to be a tiny bone in the tweezers. He affixed a loupe to his eye and examined the bone at some length. Then he knelt again, and, almost genuflecting over the stones he'd removed, examined their rear faces with the light and the loupe. And then he glanced up, silvery eyes fixing on Constance.